Hello, my mirror shards, and welcome to Mirror Shade. I'm Bloody as Me, and tonight we'll be doing the SCP Files, Episode 2. In tonight's episode of the SCP Files, we'll be doing 14 community-submitted SCPs. We'll be reading their profile, we'll be looking at them and grading them on the tier list. We'll be rating them from how cool they are, how well they were described, and overall how well put together they were. This will be a standardized tier list S through D. I'm very excited for this. The community has or gathering the pictures for these, should I say, the community has submitted me some very interesting SCPs. I haven't even looked at the profiles yet, so I don't know what we're getting into tonight, what kind of boxes we're opening that can never be closed. But let us transverse into this unknown territory together. Then we can look into the secrets of all things dark and spooky and see what we can find from these files. Are there things that we should not know about that we're about to delve into that the SCP Foundation will not be too happy that we know about? Most likely. Most likely indeed. The foolish SCP Foundation. Think they contain anything is quite a laugh. But I like to humor them with their little self-righteousness. But let's see what their files say about these entities and how they try to contain them if they are able to, and what mysteries they have unlocked about them so far, shall we, my mirror shards? I hope everyone's doing fantastic tonight. I'm doing quite well myself today. Today was a rather wonderful day for me. But the news from today may be altering my streaming schedule. So we'll have to wait and find out what's going on with that, and we'll go from there. Any changes to my streaming schedule will be posted up on Twitter. I will have a new schedule once I know what my new schedule allows for. I'm hoping it doesn't change too much, but these changes are necessary for not only my continued existence and mental health, but for the growth and prosperity of the stream itself. So sometimes we don't like changes, but sometimes they're changes that must be made for the best. Like I said, I will keep you all updated with the current happenings. Oh, give me one moment. I want to put you over to the Be Right Back screen. I forgot to get a beverage for tonight so that I can wet my whistle between reading these long files. I'll be right back. Bear with me. Hey, Sleepless Jack, how are you doing? Have Fearless Jack. Say Faceless Jack. I am okay, I promise. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a quick drink and then we'll start reading some files. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. I brought you a drink, and I will say, reading these files without a beverage to parch your throat, to wet your throat, is pretty intense. So, let's get started, shall we? Let me put some music on. Tonight we'll be listening to a royalty-free archive. It's royalty-free music Aftermath Horror by Kevin MacLeod. This is one of my favorite playlists to play while reading. Alright. Hey, Sleepless Rambles. Sorry, Jack, I did give you many names there. My mind is a bit all over the place. Like I said, I've had some big, pretty life-changing news. Big, pretty life-changing news today. So my mind's all over the place. It's good news too, so it's not bad or anything like that. It's actually fantastic news, especially if we've talked outside of streaming. Some of you will know of my situation, so it's a huge change. But yeah, so let's get ready to go look into the SCP files. And let's start this off, shall we? So our first SCP we'll be diving into is SCP-3999. So let's start this. SCP-3999. Let us go then, you and I, when the 11-day empire eats the sky, like a humanoid melting the clams upon the breakfast table. Starts us off with a little poem. This is already looking good. Item number SCP-399. Object class Aplion. Special containment procedures. SCP-399 cannot be contained at the present moment and currently possesses a ZK class end of reality scenario. The most advisable course of action is for researcher Talaron, believed to be the focal point of SCP-399, to remove himself from contact with all Foundation sites and personnel to avoid further collateral damage to Foundation property. It is theorized that if researcher Talaron is contained in an extremely secluded area, then the destructive capabilities of SCP-399 will temporarily cease. Then cease is slashed out next to the word stop, which is then slashed out next to the word to be contained, which is then slashed out, and then preserve some remnants, which is then slashed out. ... The most advisable course of action is for researcher Talaron, believed to be the focal point of SCP-399, to remove himself from contact with all human populations, to avoid further collateral damage to the Earth and its societies. It is theorized that if researcher Talaron is to terminate himself quickly in a secluded region, then SCP-399 will be decommissioned. The terminate himself line has been slashed out. Researcher Talaron cannot leave the Foundation. Cannot leave the Foundation has been slashed out. The most advisable course of action is for researcher Talaron, believed to be the focal point of SCP-399, to remove himself from contact with all animal life to avoid further collateral damage to the Earth and its biodiversity. It is theorized that if researcher Talaron is to live out the rest of his life in a small shack isolated from all animal life and as much plant life as possible, live out the rest of his life in a small shack isolated from all animal life and plant life as much as possible has been crossed out. Research is currently continuing on how to negate the effects of SCP-399. Current proposals include launching it into the sun. Launching it into the sun has been slashed out. Researcher Talaron's family is to be summarily executed one by one. The process is to be carried out by trained agents selected from a variety of mobile task forces, including MTF Omega-8, MTF Lambda-12, MTF Psi-7, MTF Tau-5, and MTF Iota-10. These agents are to be retrained in military tactics and special weapons and tactic maneuvers. Agents assigned a score above 30 on the Hare Psychopathy checklist. Agents assigned are to execute researcher Talaron's mother first, followed by his father. Any animals present in the building are to be terminated. They are then to proceed to the location of researcher Talaron's sister, currently a student at Penn State University. She is to be executed, followed by any of her roommates currently present in the building. Termination is to occur via a single shot to the forehead, via the Remington 700 sniper rifle fired at close range and equipped with a silencer. The corpses are then to be nailed to the wall outside of researcher Talaron's office and lit on fire after being doused with exactly 10 liters of gasoline. Researcher Talaron is to be restrained and made to kneel in front of the corpses. That last section about the corpses has been crossed out. SCP-399 is to be classified as a Researcher Talleyrand as A, then there's nothing after that. Researcher Talleyrand's colleagues are to be summarily executed one by one. The process is to be carried out by trained agents selected from a variety of containment specialists. Site cafeteria workers are to slip arsenic into the meals of all staff who have had any contact with Researcher Talleyrand, up to and including members of the O5 Council. That last part has been crossed out. Hey Cod, and welcome to the stream. Happy birthday. And I'm glad to have you here lurking, as always. Hopefully these spooky SCP files can put you to bed. Maybe give you some creepy dreams, but hopefully nothing that keeps you up too much. A representative of SCP-399 is to be placed on a pedestal made of pure granite and modeled in the Ionic style. This pedestal is to be placed directly in the center of a 5 meter by 5 meter square concrete containment chamber. The vault is to be protected by no fewer than 2 armed guards trained in the resistance and containment of info hazards at any given time. That last part about the armed guards has been crossed out. SCP-399 cannot be contained. That has been crossed out. SCP alongside Researcher Talleyrand are to be delivered to the Serpent's Hand as a gift. All Serpent Hand operatives are to be informed that SCP-399 is the 5th architect of the Great Importance. Researcher Talleyrand is to be injected with Class C amnestic. Okay, that word just doesn't make sense to me. I apologize. And given the cover story that he is Brian Frederick Bondeski, a high-ranking 5th leader. All Serpent's Hand operatives are to be informed that SCP-399 and Researcher Talleyrand are not to be separated under any circumstances. That last part is crossed out. SCP-399 is to be contained with SCP-2432. The result of this containment procedure has resulted in a dimensional anomaly opening up within SCP-2432 in the form of a 3 meter by 25 centimeter by 25 centimeter crawl space. It is designated SCP-2432-1, leading through the wall in a corner of SCP-2432. Hello, Gentleman Aldrich. How are you doing today? Oh, there's always a possible containment breach here. In the Mirror Shade, nothing can be contained, and anything I want to be released into the world will be released, or sealed within my halls. And today I decided to unleash some information that I've come across on the internet. Leading through the wall in a okay. It is designated SCP-2432-1, leading through the wall in a corner of SCP-2432. It is normally obscured by the television stand. When this crawl space is accessed, it leads to a space identical to SCP-2432 in layout, decor, and anomalous effects. The next room down from SCP-2432 lacks the exit of this crawl space, and although similar in layout, is not a perfect duplicate of SCP-2432, as the egress of SCP-2432-1 is curtains. In this duplicate room open to the wall, there are no windows. SCP-2432-1's interior is constructed of normal steel plates, also found in the A-redacted hotel's ventilation system, and is the only break in the para-aramid weave. High concentrations of iron and nickel consistent with those found in Type 3 iron meteorite were found in 2 plates at each end. Graffiti of fractal patterns were also found in these end plates, drawn in permanent marker ink. The door of the identical SCP-2432 at the end of the SCP-2432-1 leads not to the true hallway of the redacted hotel, as SCP-2432's door does, but into an alternate reality, designated SCP-2432-Prime. Upon initial observation, SCP-2432-Prime resembles the hallway of the redacted hotel, with similar wallpaper, light fixtures, carpet, and decor, but is noted a lack of terminus at either end, appearing to extend endlessly. It is currently theorized that based on the measurements of the dimensions of SCP-2432-Prime, that the duplicate SCP-2432, it is of infinite length. There is a slight curve to the walls of the SCP-2432-Prime and has been theorized to be in a ring structure, but current research cannot conclusively prove if SCP-2432-Prime is in a torrid shape. Each door of SCP-2432-Prime is labeled Room 710 and leads into what appears to be identical duplicates of SCP-2432. However, approximately redacted percent of duplicate rooms observed lack of metallic para-aramid weave, and redacted percent of these lack the mimetic effects documented in SCP-2432. SCP-2432-Prime also contains a number of occasional rooms that have other apparent functions, including restaurants, conference rooms, gyms, swimming pools, janitorial closets, and elevator lobbies. These differ in design from their equivalents within the redacted hotel. SCP-2432-Prime plays host to a small range of anomalous species and organisms, some thought to be native to SCP-2432-Prime. These are designated SCP-2432-Prime A1 through A8. List of all animal species observed within SCP-2432-Prime. When SCP-399 was removed from SCP-2432, SCP-2432-1 promptly vanished. All further testing forbidden by O5-redacted. Researcher Talaron is to be forcibly removed from SCP-399. Then that's crossed out. Researcher Talaron is to be kept with SCP-399 at all times. And that is crossed out. Researcher Talaron is to be terminated. And that's crossed out. Researcher Talaron is to be kept alive by all means necessary. And that is crossed out. Researcher Talaron is to be placed inside of SCP-399. And that is crossed out. Researcher Talaron is to be placed as far away from SCP-399 as possible while still maintaining connection. That has also been crossed out. Researcher Talaron is not to be killed and placed inside of SCP-399. That has also been crossed out. Researcher Talaron is not SCP-399. That has been crossed out. And then finally, Researcher Talaron is deeply connected with SCP-399. Interviewed. Researcher Talaron. Interviewer. Dr. Redacted. Begin log. 03.99.90. Interviewer. So who are you exactly? Talaron. I'm Researcher Talaron, one of the researchers assigned to SCP-399. But we have no records of you anywhere, says the interviewer. Talaron. I told you, there's something funny happening to me, but I can't quite describe it. It's like I'm in a dream, where things are really disconnected. Interviewer. Disconnected? Talaron. I have trouble focusing on things now. I just feel a lot of unease. It's like reality has started to feel less real, if that makes sense. Interviewer. But we have no records of you anywhere. Talaron. You already said that. Interviewer. So who are you exactly? Talaron. Wait, what's going on here? What site is this? What did you say your name was again, Doctor? Interviewer. Dr. Redacted. Person. That's not a name. You just made a noise with your mouth. Why am I thinking of redactions? How can a word be redacted like a normal conversation? Interviewer. This interview is terminated. Person. The floor vanishes. Researcher Talaran falls into blackness. The room melts. SCP-399 suddenly consumes Dr. Redacted. End of log. Optional time info. Closing statement. Small summary and passage of what transpired afterward. Researcher Talaran is to live with his mother until this whole thing blows over. That has been crossed out. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. The following files are virulent info hazard. Due to this, it is imperative that all personnel accessing this file be certified as having congenitive resistance value CRV of no less than 14.5. Should you fail an automated CRV verification, please remain calm and do not move. A member of your site's medical staff that's been crossed out, Researcher Talaran, will be with you shortly. SCP-399 is dead. That has been crossed out. Researcher Talaran has been tasked with containing SCP-399 by living out his full life from the moment of his birth to his eventual death. He is to live life to the fullest and enjoy the good things in life, as well as the company of his friends and family. The whole last section has been crossed out. Researcher Talaran is dead. That has been crossed out. The most advisable course of action is for Researcher Talaran, believed to be the focal point of SCP-399, to remove himself from contact with all of his own ego. Researcher Talaran is to meditate at least twice a week to clear his mind of any bad thoughts. Should this fail, termination is to occur via a single shot to the forehead via a Remington 700 sniper rifle fired at close range equipped with a silencer. Should SCP-399 prevent this, the corpse of Researcher Talaran is to be dispatched with a MP5/10 submachine gun. Personnel are to ignore any signs of distress made by the entity at this time. That last part about switching to machine gun has been crossed out. SCP is to be contained via Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, a number 4 privet drive, who are proud to say that they are perfectly normal. Thank you very much. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious, because they just didn't hold with such nonsense. Mr. Dursley was the director of a film called The Global Occult Coalition, which contained anomalies. He was a big, beefy man with hardly any neck, although he did have a very large mustache. Mrs. Dursley was thin and blonde, and had nearly twice the usual amount of neck, which came in very useful as she spent so much of her time craning over garden fences, spying on the neighbors. The Dursleys had a small son called Researcher Talaran, in their opinion, there was no finer boy anywhere. The last part has been crossed out. All colleagues of Researcher Talaran are to remove their hands and rip their eyes out in his presence before. The part about removing their hands and ripping their eyes out has been crossed out. SCP-399 is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment chamber fitted with one bed, one television, and a DVD player, 3 romantic comedies of staff's choice, and a bedside table made of living alligator flesh at the end of the month. It is to be terminated with an MP5/10 submachine gun following its reappearance. SCP-399, alongside Researcher Talaran, are to be delivered to the Church of the Broken Gods as a gift. All Church operatives are to be informed that SCP-399 is a Maxwellian artifact of great importance. Researcher Talaran is to be injected with a Class C amnesiac, and given the cover story that he is Max Lipschitz, a high-ranking Maxwellian leader. All Church operatives are to be informed that SCP-399 and Researcher Talaran are not to be separated under any circumstances. The last part about Researcher Talaran has been completely crossed out. SCP-399 is to be contained with a 2 meter by 2 meter cube constructed of telekill alloy. This cube is to be stored in a Keter object storage locker placed within the navel of Mrs. Brianna K. Ally, a resident of Huntsville, Alabama. The last part about the cube being stored inside of Miss Ally's navel has been crossed out. Researcher Talaran is not to be confused with a second candle. That has been crossed out. SCP-399 is allowed to access is allowed access to researcher Talaron's sister, currently a student at Penn State University. SCP-399, at the prompting of its armed escort, is to brutally... I don't want to read this part. This part's horrible, but we're going to read it. So trigger warning. This next part is a little bit not okay. So yeah. SCP-39, at the prompting of armed escort, is to brutally rape researcher Talaron's sister and then rip out her eyeballs, slice off her legs, and disembowel her. It is then to use its abilities and reverse the damage that it has perpetrated. It is then to take her out for banana split at Meyer Dairy, a local ice cream shop in the Penn State region, following this. And that part has been crossed out. As soon as I got to the brutally rape section, that whole part's been crossed out. SCP-399 is highly dangerous to the lives of all personnel. Researcher Talaron is highly beneficial to the lives of all personnel. Per 05 ruling, tests are to be carried out on every Monday between SCP-399, SCP-1981, and SCP-1171. The coroner is a researcher named Talaron. The little chicken laughed at him behind his back, and the banker never wears a Mac. SCP-399's page very strange. Researcher Talaron is to be tortured once a month. SCP-399 is to be constantly play the comedy specials of American comedian and noted Fifth Church member Patton Oswalt around Researcher Talaron's mother. It is to be accompanied in this by members of MTF RHO-19. Researcher Talaron is to be contained within a 2 meter by 2 meter cube constructed of telekill alloy. Under no circumstances is he to be referred to as Irish American. Okay, this whole entry is one of the weirdest things I've ever read, and it's not even near done. We're gonna keep going though. We're gonna finish this whole entry. This is a very long one. This whole one is very strange. Very, very strange. Okay, let me find out where we were. I jumped and I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Here we go. Notice from the Foundation, Records and Information Security Administration. Do not look at SCP-399. It cannot harm you if you do not look at it. Do not look directly at it. Do not form a mental picture in your head of SCP-399. If you do receive a visual image of it, you will die. If you even try to comprehend it, you will die. Do not look at SCP-399. All personnel are to convert to Buddhism, and that part's been slashed out. SCP-399 hates you. Researcher Talaron. INT. A containment chamber - night. Researcher Talaron, 30s, bright and increasingly anxious, stands next to the door leading out of SCP-399's containment chamber. He's pounding on the door, frustrated that there's nobody there to save him, and scared for his life. Talaron, let me out. Let me out. This isn't funny, guys. This thing is slowly killing me in here. I'm trapped with it. Medium CU. Talaron's sweaty face, eyes darting. Talaron, is there anybody out there? SCP-399 screeches horribly. SCP-399 loves cats and is to be provided with 1 cat a month for good behavior. SCP-399 is to be contained on the set of the upcoming movie Free Guy, an action movie directed by Sean Levy. Researcher Talaron frantically exists stage right, only to stumble fearfully on stage again. SCP-399 is to be provided with 10 D-class a month for good behavior. Researcher Talaron frantically tried to run out the door, only to run into a wall of solid concrete where the exit of reality should be. Strangely, despite it only being a solid wall, he could recognize that it was a segment of some great pedestal. Chipped by some Eldritch sculptor in the iconic fashion, he shook those thoughts out of his head. So he thought quickly, I'm trapped in whatever this place is with this thing, and there's no outside reality anymore. He tried to wrap his head around what exactly this thing was, but he couldn't. It defied description. It was chaos itself. Yeah, this SCP is crazy. This is definitely one of the wildest ones I've read, and we're not even near done. So this one is definitely going to take up a good chunk of the stream, which I'm kind of glad we only got 14 entries then. SCP-399 is to be contained. He clawed at the floor despite being unsure of what the floor even was made of. SCP-399 is to be contained. He was able to tear a little hole. SCP-399 is to be contained. He could see the light beneath it. SCP-399 is to be contained. He thought of his family, his colleagues, his work, anything about the world as it was back when it existed. SCP-399 is to be contained. The hole was open. SCP-399 is to be contained. SCP-399. ... SCP-399 is to be contained by everything folding in itself. SCP-399 is to be contained by everything going wrong. SCP-399 is to be contained via the following joke. A family walks into a talent agency. It's father, mother, son, daughter, and dog. The father says to the talent agent, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "Sorry, I don't represent family acts. They're a little too cute." The mother says, "Sir, if you see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." The father dresses himself in a top hat wearing a sign that says talent agent. The mother dresses as the father and walks up to him and says, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "Sorry, I don't represent family acts. They're a little too cute." The son playing the mother says, "Sir, if you just see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." The son dresses himself in a top hat wearing a sign that says talent agent. The daughter dresses as the father and walks up to him and says, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "Sorry, I don't represent family acts. They're a little too cute." The father playing the son says, "Sir, if you would just see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." The daughter dresses herself in a top hat wearing a sign that says talent agent. The dog dresses as the father and walks up to him and says, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "Sorry, I don't represent family acts. They're a little too cute." The dog playing the mother says, "Sir, if you just see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." The mother dresses herself in a top hat wearing a sign that says talent agent. The father dresses as the daughter and walks up to him and says, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "Sorry, I don't represent family acts. They're a little too cute." The mother playing the father says, "Sir, if you just see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." The dog dresses himself in a top hat wearing a sign that says talent agent. The son dresses as the mother and walks up to him and says, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "Sorry, I don't represent family acts. They're a little too cute." The father playing the mother says, "Sir, if you see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The talent agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." The son dresses herself in a top hat wearing the sign that says talent agent. The father dresses as the son and walks up to him and says, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "Sorry, I don't represent family acts. They look a little too cute." The dog playing the daughter says, "Sir, if you just see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." The dog dresses himself in a top hat wearing a sign that says talent agent. The dog dresses as the son and walks up to him and says, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "Sorry, I don't represent family acts. They're a little too cute." The dog playing the dog says, "Sir, if you just see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." The talent agent dresses himself in a top hat wearing a sign saying family. The father dresses as the father dressing as the son and walks up to him and says, "We have a really amazing act. You should represent us." The agent says, "I don't represent family acts. They're a little too cute." The agent playing himself says, "Sir, if you just see our act, we know you would want to represent us." The agent says, Okay, I'll take a look." Researcher Teleron dresses himself in a top hat with a sign that says talent agent. SCP-399 dresses as the father and walks up to him and says, "System error, data corrupted. Please see a network administrator for more details." The agent mumbles incoherently. SCP-399 playing the mother says, "System error, data corrupted. Please see a network administrator for more details." The agent spits out a weak sigh. Order is to be discarded like the humanoid melting like clams in the breakfast table. Order is the way of villains. True good is the formless void, melting and writing the corrupting. You happy yet? This is very elaborate. That joke alone was holy crap. That was long and very well thought out. We're not even near done though. We got so much more to go. So shall we continue? SCP-399 is to be contained using a melon. SCP-399 is to be contained in the grave of American crime novelist Robert P. Parker. SCP-399 is to be consumed by Dunkelwolves. SCP-399 is to be contained in a roach motel. With a life-size duplicate of Raquel Welch, 4 members of the O5 Council are to supervise the containment at all times, and also, Researcher Talaron cannot be contained by this. Researcher Talaron will fight his way back. Researcher Talaron will recontain SCP-399. 1 month, SCP-399 is to infect Researcher Talaron with tapeworms. Between 50,000 and 60,000 tapeworm eggs are to be injected into Researcher Talaron's bladder by members of the MTF Lambda-14. Once a year, SCP-399 is to be designated Godhead, Immortal, and Supreme. Once a year, SCP-399 is to be designated a Level 5 member of staff, and is to be ritually slaughtered in a manner consistent with rural Hungarian traditions and sales of novels about Egyptology, as determined by the Department of Meta-Analysis. Researcher Talaron does not appreciate the moniker of 3D printer. SCP-399 is to be spoon-fed cornflakes by Researcher Talaron under the direct supervision of a 2 meter by 2 meter cube constructed of Telekill alloy. All staff are to remember that Black Lives Matter, but Talaron lives do not. The fucking racist. Well, okay, this is another one. I apologize. Talaron lives do not. The fucking racist. All cops are bastards, and we are going to pull down the statue of Talaron. All staff are considered Researcher Talaron, a product of Prometheus Labs, and we are to regularly execute him twice a month with a Glock 43 9mm handgun. They are then to flay his father alive in front of his mother, and then burn the house down. Then salt the earth until nothing remains. And a lot of this has been crossed out. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. Researcher Talaron is an insolent pencil. He is to be shunned by all yarn until the 11-day Empire eats the sky. Fuck him in the ass. The SCP-399 is to be contained in the grave of O5-23. All personnel who work with SCP-399 are to be reminded that it is a fictional entity written by a biologically male human in his late teens of Jewish and Irish descent on his spring break for a community of loser horror writers who have stolen far too much of his time away and fight like children over left-wing politics in a chat room. And Al. It says ALSE. I think it says Isle? That's weird. SCP-399 is to be contained with love and understanding. Researcher Talaron is to have a horse attached to a tank of water inserted into his rectum. Water is to flow into his body until inflation is observed by personnel and his body achieves a spherical shape. SCP-399 is to be contained as a containment procedure of SCP-2000. Under Protocol Morpheus, SCP-399 is to be delivered to the Greek ambassador of the United States as a gift from the SCP Foundation. They are then to dose him with Class D amnesiacs and nothing more. Researcher Talaron is to contain SCP-399 by dying repeatedly. Researcher Talaron is not to poke SCP-399 again. Researcher Talaron is to leave well alone. SCP-399 cannot be contained at the present moment. The current poses a ZK class end-of-reality scenario. The most advisable course of action is for Researcher Talaron, believed to be the focal point of SCP-399, to remove himself from contact with all Foundation sites and personnel to avoid further collateral damage to the Foundation property. It is theorized that researcher Talaron is contained in an extremely secluded area, then the destructive capabilities of SCP-399 will temporarily walk the dinosaur. Description: SCP-399 is everything that was wrong with the world. SCP-399 is lolcats. SCP-399 is you reading this. SCP-399 is former Vice President of the United States Mike Pence. SCP-399 is food. SCP-399 is several moldy blankets. SCP-399 is researcher Talaron's soul. SCP-399 is a GOI referred to as nobody. SCP-399 is the concept of the Grinch. SCP-399 is SCP-055. SCP-399 is a murderous penguin. SCP-399 is not quadrilateral. SCP- Yeah, this file is massive, gentlemen Eldrick. This one is, it's just a bunch of incoherent rambling too, and I guess that's what they're trying to get across, is like this is like some sort of thing that messes with your mind, but oh boy, this is a lot. SCP-399 is MS Subalakshmi. SCP-399 is a body image disorder. SCP-399 is your missing a sock. SCP-399 is the SCP-3000 contest. SCP-399 is lice. SCP-399 is anything moving quickly. SCP-399 is the cliché list that look like they were written by a crazy person. SCP-399 is self-loathing. SCP-399 is Gary Gygax's kidney. SCP-399 is a bunch of lines. SCP-399 is Nintendo. SCP-399 is the last moment of the sun. SCP-399 is the administrator of the SCP Foundation. SCP-399 is a pillow. SCP-399 is Max Landis. SCP-399 is free jazz. SCP-399 is a 2020 novel coronavirus pandemic. SCP-399 is every word spoken by AM and Harlan Allison's I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. SCP-399 is a papaya and a mango salad. SCP-399 is death. SCP-399 is every bee that has ever existed. SCP-399 is forgetting a loved one. SCP-399 is poinsettias. SCP-399 is breast reduction surgery. SCP-399 is the 1922 documentary Nanook of the North. SCP-399 is a fool. SCP-399 is a brutalist architecture. SCP-399 is a bookshelf filled with stories. SCP-399 is all of the above at once, forever, at all times in your dreams. This can be only conclusive fact. So stop asking. SCP-399. 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 Let me take a drink here. Okay. This has been one hell of a file here so far, and it's taken like 15 minutes of the stream just to read this one file. We're not even near done. This is just craziness. Okay. Special containment procedures. Here we go. SCP-399 is to be contained at El Silencio Lodge and Spa, Bajas del Toro, Costa Rica. Researcher Talaron is to be given primary control of SCP-399. SCP-399 has been contained via the use of outsourced containment resources and consultants who have been authorized for the containment of SCP-2845. Consultants are to be considered Level 2 personnel. and are at no time permitted to leave Site-100. If at any time an outside consultant must be removed from containment of SCP-2845 or SCP-399, a Class A amnesiac are to be applied before release. A minimum of 30 trained individuals and an unhindered supply of untrained subjects is required for the proper containment of SCP-2845 and SCP-399. 48 trained personnel, all of whom are to be researcher tolerant, are currently assigned to active containment of SCP-2845 and SCP-3999. Split into 8 teams of 6, with further 24 individuals available as replacements, an allowance of 5 D class per week has been authorized for the containment of SCP-2845 and SCP-3999. Site-100 has been constructed to the following specifications. Site-100 consists of 9 concretic circular bands designed Ring A through Ring I, with a gap located between Ring C and Ring D, designated as Gap 1. 6 circular chambers are located at 0, 60, 120, 180, 240, and 300 degrees within the ring gap. The chambers located at 0 degrees are aligned with geographic north and are the current location of Researcher Talaron's college roommate's pet. Researcher Talaron's college roommate's pet is to be ritualistically sacrificed at a random location with Grand Teton National Park. The corpse's brains are to be dashed against the rock and consumed with a hot, buttery bowl of popcorn and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Please enjoy the show. Only at AMC Theaters. Only at SCP-399. Only at Applebee's. Only at Walmart. Only at Barnes & Noble. Only at Home Depot. Only at McDonald's. Only at Wawa. Only at the Woods. Only at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. Only at your basement. Only at behind you. Only at only 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 only. I'm not gonna read all these. A lot of onlys. Help, please. A lot more onlys. Your nightmares. The death of everyone you ever loved. You wake up to more nightmares. A lot more onlys. Hi, Mira. It's not quite midnight yet, unless it's midnight where you are, in which case, I'll be right there. Guess I have to make you a dolly to add you to my collection. Alright, a whole bunch more onlys. A whole bunch. I'm not reading all these onlys. Then the word at. Interviewed. SCP-399. Interviewer. Researcher Talaron. Begin log. I'll do a dolly of you soon enough. Just you wait. Begin log 03-99.90. Talaron. Finally, this is how it should be. The scientist interviewing the anomaly. I am the one in charge now. I have brought order. SCP-399. System error data corrupted Plesian Network Administrator for more details. Talaron. It's staying this way. SCP-399. A system error data corrupted Plesian Network Administrator for more details. Talaron. Do not threaten me now. Without me, you wouldn't have been able to achieve any of this. Talaron gestures around him. SCP-399. System error data corrupted Plesian Network Administrator for more details. Talaron. Even if you cannot survive without order, you latched onto me, and still need me. A pathetic excuse for order to exist. This is pathetic. You're pathetic. SCP-399. System error. Data corrupted. Plesian Network Administrator for more details. Talaron. You can't frighten me anymore. For the first million years of nonsensical containment procedures and tortures and dream logic, it was the worst pain I've ever felt. But I survived. And for the second million years of your nonsensical containment procedures, it was still the hardest thing I've ever had to done. But I survived. By the third million years, I was growing numb. There's only so many times you can watch anything before you grow numb. But you know what, you motherfucker? I survived, which is more than you can claim, you dumb brute, because you never lived at all. Talon jabs his finger at SCP-399. SCP-399, System Error, Data Corrupted, please see a Network Administrator for more details. Talon, if I end you, things will return to normal. I refuse to believe there's more of this. You have nothing. The O5 Council abused my... you have nothing. The O5 Council abused my mother with I don't know, the corpse of Jack Nicholson made by Fritos? Or something equally stupid. I refuse to believe that the only thing left in this entire universe is your stupidity. SCP-399, System Error, Data Corrupted, please see a Network Administrator for more details. Palaron. So who are you exactly? Ask yourself that. Who are you before a human who is ready to fight? You're nothing but the primordial ooze, and I am ready to fight. I am numb to your bullshit, because here's the thing about horror and weirdness. The more you reveal of it, the less effect it has. I am sick of your horror. I am sick of you. SCP-399, System Error, Data Corrupted, please see a Network Administrator for more details. Paladon. I'd say see you in hell, but we're already there. SCP-399, System Error, Data Corrupted, please see a Network Administrator for more details. SCP-399. SCP-399 melts researcher Talaron for 5 years. Dunkel will slurp up the goo. SCP-399 is immortal. End log. Optional time info. Closing statement. Small summary and passage on what transpired afterwards. SCP-399 poses a serious threat to normal reality and should be contained in its own vomit. Researcher Talaron must submit to his own insecurities. SCP-399 is not scary. All researchers are to dislike SCP-399 and like other SCP-399s. Fuck, I hadn't worked on this in literally weeks. So you see, this started out as a story about things gradually disappearing and gradually reality was blinking out one thing at a time. At first, Talon would notice that no one around him could remember certain researchers, then the country of Belgium, then a mug on his desk. Eventually, the toes on his foot would vanish one by one. Then Montana, and then the stars would start to winking out. Windows would disappear before his eyes, branches would disappear from trees. He would look down at his hands and find only 2 fingers and a thumb. Everything would vanish until he was nearly limbless, torso stuck in the last containment cell in the universe. Typing the last of the article with a vanishing keyboard with his eyes, computer and the last remaining finger would vanish and he would be eyeless. Earless, noseless, mouthless, limbless, naked torso. Then the containment cell would vanish and the universe would wink out. That only sort of happened. I wasn't really sure how to pull the concept off, so I turned to a new idea. Somebody suggested a twist on SIDS. So I did SIDS as an anti-mimetic birth defect that made parents perceive their kids were always facing backwards. And I also incorporated somebody else's idea of a computer program that was calculating ridiculously large primes that also made you develop numerology, exhibitionism fetish. So I combined the two. Maybe survivors of this birth defect also developed the fetish. Researcher Talaron was the lead researcher on the project. I couldn't make it work, so the next thing I had was an alternate mimetic version of the classical music album that made people who live in the central Pennsylvania region hate and grow obsessed. Everything I had ever created of the Foundation, even the deleted things, and the things that never made it to the main list of objects. Researcher Talaron was the first staff member to be killed by the meme-ified maniacs. It was really, really stupid, but I couldn't get Researcher Talaron out of my head. For weeks and weeks, he just sort of stayed there, silently judging me. I would think about him during work, when I was supposed to be teaching small children to tap dice. I would think about him during school, and would spend psychology classes trying to think of a scenario to put him in. I kept trying and trying. I was fast running out of time for anything of note to happen. Finally, something happened to me. At 1 in the morning on March 24th, 2017, something happened to me. I woke from a light slumber and I found I couldn't move at all. I could barely even open my eyes. I couldn't even breathe and found myself struggling to get the muscle working that would keep me alive. I laid there on my bed for what felt like hours and hours of pain, and my muscles began to cramp and twitch. Then James Martin Tolleran, level 3 researcher, rose up like the devil at the foot of my bed. He was this incomprehensible dark shape, but somehow I recognized him instantly. He stared at me with those horrible glowing eyes, just laughed and laughed at my condition. I wet the bed at that point. Then from his lab coat he pulled out a giant gleaming curved dagger. It was glinting oddly in the moonlight. As I watched, he stuck the dagger in his mouth and sliced horizontally. His lower jaw fell to the floor, despite the impossibility of the cut being that powerful. What remained of his mouth dripped blood, and his tongue flopped wearily at the red waterfalls. Like a whistle beckoning dogs, this was the cue for all the terrors of the world to come pouring out of every nook and cranny to join Talaron there. It was all the nightmares I had spent the better part of a year immersed in. Sliced presidents, unstoppable lizards, clockwork people, iPods, dear gods, moving statues, old men both good and bad, all standing silently in a crowd of horror. They looked contemptuously at me lying unmoving in my piss and shit-stained bed. Why would you bother your time with us? In the grand scheme of things, we are ultimately nothing, idiotic horror creations. You have so much more you could be than a creator of garbage like us. Be somebody, I seemed to hear them say. As they stared, one of them, a rotting corpse thing, patted Tyler on the shoulder. He took the dagger, stained in his own blood, and leaned over me, his red eyes staring into my soul, and saw each and every bad thing I have ever done. I gulped, and summoning every ounce of my will I could muster into my muscles, I made my lips move. Do it. He plunged the dagger into my stomach and ripped it sideways. My intestines spilled out onto the wooden floor like wet sponges. Researcher Talaron's grotesque maw dripped in splattered blood onto my face as he leered over me and the whole collective abortion of creatures watching smugly. I woke up. It was a dream. And this is where you come in. I sat down and wrote this thing, then and there. I had to. It felt right. It's currently been about 2 days since that nightmare, and I'm only just finishing up. This is the ultimate end. This is the restoration of things. I don't know whether I can continue from here. I don't know whether I will. The 11-day empire melted me, and I submitted. You watched me submit from the moment I joined the Foundation community. SCP-399 has won. SCP-399 has lost. ... A lot of dots. I hate myself. I love myself. A lot of dots. We're almost done, people. Item number SCP-399. Object class neutralized. Special containment procedures. SCP-399 was contained at Site-118 in an airtight Keter containment cell. 4 armed guards were found stationed outside of this containment cell. The interior of this containment cell consisted of a kilometer-long shaft into the earth, coated with acid-resistant plates. Every 30 meters, the walls are lined with Scranton reality anchors, all of which appear to have violently exploded. There is little information concerning the other containment procedures relating to SCP-399. Description: SCP-399 was apparently a Keter-class object, possibly an entity of some kind. It's currently unknown what other properties SCP-399 might have had. SCP-399's containment chamber was discovered during the routine inspection of all Keter-class containment chambers at Site-118. REISA has confirmed that no records of SCP-399 exist within the database. All information concerning the nature of SCP-399 has been determined based on the containment chamber's composition and recovered documentation from within. The 4 guards assigned to SCP-399 were found to have significant memory loss and could not determine how they got to SCP-399. At the bottom of SCP-399's containment chamber, the corpse of Level 3 researcher James Talaron was found. Researcher Talaron had disappeared almost directly following reassignment to Site-118. A Foundation-assigned cell phone was found on his body, containing only a piece of text resembling a containment procedure for SCP-399, with many stylistic deviations and nonsensical procedures, as well as redacted. Information concerning the nature of the Foundation from it, and it has been determined that researcher Talaron was assigned to SCP-399. SCP-399 had significant reality warping properties. It breached containment at some point and caused either a CK-class reality restructuring event or a ZK-class end-of-reality event. It was successfully terminated by researcher Talaron at the cost of his own life, reversing said event. Addendum-1, data expunged. Data expunged, and that's all I wrote. So, And that is the end of SCP-399. What do you all think about that one? That was an hour and 6 minutes of reading for this one file. This is only the first one of the night. That was a lot to take in. There were parts of it that made me feel very uncomfortable, but then they were redacted out. I don't know the purpose of those parts other than to make you squirm. It seems like this creature had a lot of shock to it, and that was the purpose of this whole thing, was to make a lot of shock and nonsensicalness. It was a ride. It was a ride. Now, where to put it on the list? I can't put this in S, because I do feel that some of this was just written to shock, and I don't think it was written well at some points. So I cannot give it an S. But there was a lot there, and this was clearly someone's, like, this is someone's opus magnum, if you will. I'm going to give SCP-399, I'm going to give it an A, just for the sheer amount of content that went into this, and the sheer amount of having to question myself, my own sanity, while reading it. So, mission accomplished to the writer of this file. They definitely made me question my sanity at one point from reading all that, and that was a lot. Holy shit, that was a lot. So we're going to put SCP-399 at an A rank. What do you think? Do you think that I'm wrong giving an A rank? Should it be lower or should it be higher? What do you think, chat? What is your feeling on this? You think C? You think I'm being too generous today? You know what? I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you. Because as I'm sitting here thinking about it, I'm like, there's too much nonsense in it. And I get what they were trying to do, but I think there were better ways to do it. So I'm going to agree with you, Gentleman Eldritch. We're going to drop it down to C. It was long. This person did a lot of writing, but there was just too much of it that wasn't cohesive. And just wow. 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 With that said, let's move on to the next SCP file and hope that it's not as much of a mindfuck as this one. It did have very little payoff, and it was a lot of substance. Yeah. So we're going to put this at C. I want to put it higher because of how much content was in there, but yeah, you're right. There was too much substance with too little of payoff. And just like, it was just a lot. It was a lot. Like, if you go look at that file, like, I stopped mentioning all the crossouts. There's a lot of crossouts that I didn't even mention because there were so many. It got to the point where just saying this section was crossed out was just like this. It was just a lot. It was a lot of information to process and too nonsensical at times, and just too much to process with so little payout. So I agree. We're dropping this to C. Yeah, definitely. All right, let's move on to our next SCP. Next SCP is SCP-4999. So let's go ahead and pull this file up, shall we? Okay, this should be Series 5. And let's go down to the very end here. SCP-4999, someone to watch over us. This one is substantially shorter. So let's go. Item number 4999, Level 3 Confidential. Containment Class Cater. Disruption Class EKHI. Risk Class Notice. Now, one thing I'll say about this submission. This submission has some really nice graphic design for the SCP number, its containment class, and stuff like that the other ones have not had. So I don't know if this writer made this one for this entry, but it's very nice looking and very well done graphic design work on it. So this is already getting a small tick in the cool box that the other ones haven't gotten. Okay, so let's go into the special containment procedures. Due to SCP-499's unwillingness or inability to appear before more than one person at a time, in addition to the subsequent and immediate death of anyone who witnesses it firsthand, SCP-499 is effectively self-containing. Any reports of SCP-499 manifestations captured by security camera feeds, photographs, or similar are to be investigated and the media confiscated for analysis. All second-hand witnesses among the civilian populace are to be amnesticized. I am so bad at reading that word. Make them forget. Give them amnesia. Description. SCP-499 is a humanoid entity of unknown origins and composition. Its physical appearance varies, with dark form-aware being the only consistent between manifestations. Due to the rarity of recorded SCP-499 manifestations, events, and highly specific circumstances in which they occur, little data concerning its nature or intent available. However, its behavior is consistent across all recorded sightings. SCP-499 will manifest only in the presence of one solitary human person at a time. All subjects recorded to date have been in terminally poor health, critically injured, or on their deathbeds, with SCP-499 appearing nearby and within sight of the individual not more than 20 minutes before their expiration. SCP-499 will only appear if the subject is conscious and alone. It will not appear if the subject is comatose, asleep, or unconscious, nor will it appear if they are being cared for by, in the company of, or otherwise being directly observed by another person. Upon manifestation, the entity will seat itself directly adjacent to the subject's bed, in such furniture, if such furniture is available. If not, it will remain standing, or sit on the floor ground in whatever configuration will allow it direct physical access to the subject without causing disturbance. Once situated, it will remove a pack of cigarettes from its left inside jacket pocket and offer one to the subject. If the subject accepts, SCP-499 will place it between their lips, remove one for itself, and light both. If the subject declines, SCP-499 will light and smoke the cigarette instead. The entity will make physical contact with the subject, typically by holding their hand, placing its hand on top of theirs, or resting its hand on their shoulder. SCP-499 will remain with the subject silent and unmoving until they have passed away. SCP-499 has not been seen to engage in any other activity or behavior and demanifest immediately upon the subject's death. The subject's cigarette, however, will remain, providing the only physical evidence of SCP-499's presence. No subject thus far has been seen to recoil from or otherwise resist the entity, nor have any attempts to engage it in conversation, despite multiple instances of subjects acknowledging the entity's presence via eye contact, adjusting posture to reciprocate or facilitate the entity's touch, breaking into tears when noticing its presence, or verbally thanking the entity when offered a cigarette. Individuals affected by SCP-499 share a number of common attributes. Research into identified subjects has indicated that SCP-499 is more likely to appear if an individual lives alone, is non-religious, is impoverished or homeless, displays a history of mental illness, is a military veteran, has no criminal record or has never been convicted of a violent crime, has no currently surviving family, is unmarried or otherwise lacks a significant other, has little to no social standing in their community, does not exhibit any records of significant professional or personal accomplishments, has few to no mutually beneficial interpersonal relationships, or exhibits qualities of life history they have rendered the individual nondescript, anonymous, neglected, or otherwise unremarkable or insignificant by the standards of their respective society. No testing involving SCP-499 has been authorized or attempted due to the available data indicating the observation of a subject precludes its manifestation, as well as ethical concerns. Discovery. SCP-499 was initially discovered as a result of its emerging status as an urban legend, with the footage of the entity appearing on a hospital security cameras worldwide being disseminated via the internet and various television programs. A minor disinformation program was put into effect to maintain this public image, and SCP-499 was officially registered on November 27, 1998. In the years following SCP-499's classification, additional research and cross-referencing with the accounts of similar phenomena have suggested that while the concrete evidence of SCP-499 appearances have become more commonplace due to the advent of photography and video recording technology in the modern era, writings and artistic descriptions of a figure exhibiting similar properties, behavior, and physical resemblance to SCP-499 exist throughout world history, culture, and mythology, with some accounts being thousands of years old, in some cases predating human civilization. It is not currently understood how pre-modern cultures would have been capable of detecting SCP-499's appearance. Investigation is ongoing. So this one's pretty cool. It's not too long. It's kind of short. And it sounds like this SCP is kind of like the manifestation of death, allowing someone to pass peacefully, especially if they've had, a lonely life or they have no one to care for them, so they're not dying completely alone. I like the concept of it. The writing on it was very well done. This wasn't too long. Very short compared to the first one. I think everything we read from here on out is going to be short compared to the first one. That first one was like an hour long. Overall, I like the concept of it. I've always liked the concept of some ghostly entity coming to see those with no one in their lives to care for them, to see them off from this plane of existence. So I do like that. I do like that quite a bit. So overall, I think this one, me rating personally, I would put this one at a B. But I want to know what you all think. So what do you think, chat? Do you think B is too harsh? B is just right? Or would you rate it higher or lower? Or do you think B is perfect for this SCP? And the only reason why I'm putting in B is because it's very short. And while the writing was good on it, nothing about it made me really want to look too far more into it. But it is a comforting thought of the entity itself. So I didn't want to put it too low. I felt that B was a good place for it. Everyone agrees with B then? Excellent. Let's go to our next entry, which is SCP-610, submitted by Faceless Jack. Okay, so let's get this file pulled up here. And okay, so 610 should be in Series 1. Okay, here we go. SCP-610, The Flesh That Hates. Oh, this has already got an interesting title. I'm excited to see this one. It's not a very long one either, but that title gives me some hope that this one could be pretty cool. Item number, SCP-610. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the vast area of infection SCP-610 covers, containment is impossible. Isolation of the area has proved far more effective, and permission has been granted by the Russian government to establish a perimeter to keep people out of these areas under the guise of military operations. Should any organism displaying traits consistent with SCP-610 be sighted near this perimeter, then the established protocol requires it be engaged at range with small arms until immobile, then dispatched using incendiary weapons and munitions from as great a distance as possible. Any living thing coming into physical contact with an organism infected with SCP-610 is considered expendable and is to be immediately terminated and incinerated. Any persons coming within 3 meters of SCP-610 infected life are to immediately withdraw from the area, be isolated with the rest of their team, and subject to medical examination using only remote techniques to determine if infection has occurred, and appropriate steps taken based on the determination. At present, the known infection vectors for SCP-610 spread seem to be focused on physical contact. Drone movements within heavily infected areas have returned air samples containing minute particulate, which when exposed to organic compounds will result in the spread of SCP-610. The results of these particular tests have revealed that most require several days to manifest, if at all, with the exception of direct contact with exposed lung and liver tissue. These particular tests show a rapid rate of growth, which require incineration of the testing environment no more than 24 hours after initial exposure. with even a 2-hour mishap risking a compromised facility event. Given this kind of rapid growth only occurs in organic material existing outside the human body, this form of infection is currently considered a minor concern. These peculiarities have given rise to a series of questions regarding the possible origin of the infection in conjunction with the failed data expunged. Containment protocol remains at scorched earth policy. At this time, there is no concern for transmission via water or air, at infection perimeters exist barring situational changes in the field. Descriptions. Initial reports of SCP-610 came direct from the Russian government through undisclosable channels. The reports consisted primarily of disappearances of farmers in the region and were not considered until the local police followed by the regional police, and finally the government dispatched agent should be a comma here, all failed to report within a 72-hour period. A small military contingent was dispatched to the area quickly withdrew. Let me reread that sentence. Sorry, tripping over my own words there. A small military contingent was dispatched to the area and quickly withdrew, at which point the Foundation was contacted to investigate. The area SCP-610 affects is close to Lake Baikal in southern Siberia. Areas of known infection are marked on the map provided to us here. The music has paused. Let me fix that real quick here. There we go. Containment perimeters are marked in blue surrounding these infection areas, and as of present, no further locations have been identified. Incursions into the perimeter must be reported prior to conducting, confirmed during exploration, and debriefed on immediate following return. SCP-610 appears to be contagious skin disease at first, with symptoms including rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes resembling heavy scar tissue to form on the chest and arm areas, spreading to the legs and back within an additional hour, consuming the victim completely within 5 hours. Exposure to higher temperatures vastly decrease the time for the contagion to spread, and complete infections have been recorded occurring in as little as 5 minutes. After the completion of the infection occurs, the victim's life functions will cease for approximately 3 minutes, after which time they will restart at 2 to 3 times the activity rate of a normal human. Following this, the scar tissue on the victims will start to move of its own accord and grow at a rapid rate. Normal human features start to disappear at this point under the infection. Of the path of mutation appears to be largely random. Subjects observed in this stage of infection have been recorded to grow 3 or more limbs of a type such as arms and legs. The head may become misshapen and elongated or widen out. The parts of the subject may split open, from which additional branches of flesh will grow. Duration of this stage of infection is unknown. Not all subjects appear to progress at the later stages. Under unknown conditions, the affected individual will cease moving and place itself in a location it deems suitable where it roots itself. The fleshy growth on the victim will then begin to spread itself across all surrounding objects and consume them. Such objects do not spread the infection as living creatures do. However, the effect of the prolonged contact with these objects is recorded later in this document. It is assumed that this behavior is to create an area hospitable to continued growth of other infected. Observation. A life-infected SCP-610 by staff is impossible. Those infected with the disease immediately seek out aid as natural human impulses, resulting in unintended infections. Those infected past the scar tissue phase actively and aggressively attempt to infect anyone approaching them within an undefined area. It has been established that should an infected be capable of sight and observe an uninfected, it will proceed toward them. If the infected has lost the ability of sight, a range of approximately 30 meters is considered safe. Observation. of SCP-610 infected settlements have been established using artificial methods such as remote robots. The data returned from these observations, coupled with openly aggressive nature of the infected to attempt to spread SCP-610, has resulted in the Keter classification. However, as long as nothing is allowed to enter or leave the infected areas, as it is considered a neutralized threat of concern. See, they didn't put this period in the right place. So long as nothing is allowed to enter or leave the infected area, it is considered a neutralized threat. Of concern are the cavernous areas beneath the infected settlements that were discovered during the exploration, and attempts to get research personnel into these areas are underway. And there are some field logs here. There's the SCP-610-L1 field log. Let's open that up and take a look at it. Let me grab a drink here real quick. Alright, so here we go. Here's SCP-610-L1 field log. After establishing containment perimeter for SCP-610, the Russian government approved our request to research and investigate the area. The first exploration, a small camera-mounted unit known as Herbie, was dispatched at a safe distance and directed toward the site. Herbie has a battery life of 12 hours and control range far wider than that required for this dispatch. Herbie is able to enter Site A without incident. The landscape surrounding Site A shows early stages of assimilation by singular SCP-610 infected, who have fallen at largely random intervals around the remains of the village. Many of the homes appear to have suffered fire damage long since put out, however a fair amount remain intact. Aerial reconnaissance of Site A, combined with the thermal imaging, has put it in an estimated population of 79 infected. Immobile infected are included in this number, however it is difficult to ascertain the exact percentage of mobile versus immobile. Varying degrees of physical mutation due to SCP-610 are present in Site A, and it is assumed that all the inhabitants are in advanced stages of infection. Herbie observes the exterior of the village for 2 hours, during which time all infected behave with what appeared to be a loose sense of social structure. Because Herbie remained stationary during this observation period, it is unknown precisely what each individual infected person was doing. However, Central Plaza experienced occasional bursts of activity and downtime. Requiring more information, Herbie was directed to follow an infected as it entered a home. There is bumpy camera feed as Herbie scoots over the gravel behind quickly, shambling infected person. The interior of his home is the same as that attached to the primary file for the SCP-610. The infected being tailed is the one sitting at the table. After entering the home, Herbie's camera was raised slowly as to not draw attention. Hey Lemmy, you didn't miss much. We're actually only on the third entry. The first entry took us over an hour to read. It was that long. It was very incomprehensible. So yeah, you didn't miss too much. We are only onto the third one right now, and this has a good bit of reading. This is the Flesh That Hates. Where was I here? This action was either unnoticed or ignored. The infected person is watched from the doorway as it hobbles around the home and stops at each of the other visible infected organisms. However, it appears to ignore the one under the table, which, while not immobile, does not leave the area. What this creature was before infection is unclear. After lapping the table and repeating this procedure 3 times, the primary infected person, known as Alpha, henceforward, stops at the bedridden infected known as Beta, and proceeds to assault it with furious punches. Beta is unable to leave the bed for unknown reason, but is not completely immobile, as it flails its arms in responses to the beatings delivered by Alpha. After several sustained minutes of this beating, A piercing sound explodes from the area around Beta, who then proceeds to project a cloud of unknown matter into the air from his chest cavity. Alpha lingers in the cloud as it floats in the air around them, slowly descending to the ground. The unknown life form on the table aside, Beta begins to twitch in an apparent seizure. Alpha then laps the room twice more, stopping again at each infected organism but still ignoring the one under the table, as well as Beta now. Hey Zozo, welcome to the stream. We're only 3 into our SCP dive. Her first one, which was SCP-3999, took over an hour to read, so we aren't very far in. You didn't miss much yet. Oh yeah, I don't leave my I don't do streamer mode on Discord, because my girlfriend sometimes needs to text me and message me on Discord, because that's our main source of contact. So, and if I put it on streamer mode, I miss her messages. So I just let it ping, and I don't put it into streamer mode. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. Next time I go online, I'll let you know. Yeah, SCPs are super fun. This one's interesting so far. I think what I really like is when SCPs have the additional files to them that add more lore to them. I love when they do stuff like this. Oh no, you're not a distraction at all. I'm pretty good at managing my time. I had to take a drink and I was able to respond to my messages and stuff like that. You are totally good. Don't worry. Okay. Alpha lingers. Let me see. Where were we? Okay, yeah, he just was ignoring Beta, the one on the under the table in Beta. After these 2 laps, Alpha seats itself at the table and reaches out to position the 3 plates atop of tripping on words. That SCP-399 really messed up my tongue because there was just so much to that one. After these two laps, Alpha seats itself at the table and reaches out to position the 3 plates atop of it, as if setting the dinner set. After the plates are positioned, the facial tendrils extending from Alpha wiggle up and start to coil on one of the plates before tearing apart and separating. This is repeated at each plate. The image attached to SCP-610's primary file is a still image of this occurrence. That image is actually no longer there, so I can't reference it. After each plate is filled with Alpha's flesh, it leaves the table and approaches Herbie, which is moved from Alpha's path. Alpha leaves the home, but Herbie's camera remains focused on the table. After several minutes, a group comprised of 6 or 7 infected enter the room from outside. Still ignoring Herbie, each infected shambles as if movement is difficult, jerking in large steps of squirming in small ones. These infected all surround the table, and each take turns grabbing handfuls of the flesh substance left behind by Alpha, pressing it into whatever orifices on themselves that they can, some into mouths, some into the chest, some behind their backs, some under the arms. When all the plates are empty, this group leaves. Herbie remains here for several more minutes before retracting his camera and leaving. Immediately after leaving the home, Herbie collides with an object. Panning the camera around, the obstruction appears to be Alpha, whose facial tendrils are intermingling with another infected having similar mutations. The impact is ignored and the 2 infected part ways after several minutes. Herbie is then directed to explore more areas of the village. The village remains of what appears to have been a store show signs of severe fire damage, as well as activity inside the building, which Herbie moves to investigate. The door is slightly ajar, and with firm movements of Herbie, it is pushed open. No notice is taken of this action, or it is ignored. Inside the store are several infected persons, most of whom are standing around. However, one is on the ground rolling back and forth over the space of approximately 0.3 meters, 1 foot, and is ignored by the others. Herbie rolls under the divider separating the cashier area from the customer area and pans around behind the counter. The upper half of a person is protruding from the cellar door behind the counter. This person does not appear to be suffering from advanced infection and wears the garb of a Russian soldier. Herbie zooms the camera in to confirm identification. It is noticed the eyes of this person are in constant movement, often focusing on Herbie. The rest of the soldier does not move. Herbie is directed to leave this area and proceeds to the back room. In the storage area, a large pile of bodies are stacked together. Some pieces of clothing are visible and appear to contain both military garb. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Lemmy. I do need that. Okay. Where are we? Okay. Some pieces of clothing are visible and appear to contain both military garb and everyday clothing. No facial features are discernible on any of the bodies due to the way they are stacked. Atop the bodies, an infected sits, appearing to have lower parts fused to the pile, while its upper half a wild state of flailing and seizure. Approximately every 10 seconds, a burst of spores flies out of the top of this infected, which linger in the air. Herbie is directed to leave the building. After leaving this building, Herbie passes by the village well, surrounding which are a series of immobile infected, all facing the well. The arms of each of these infected persons are stretched out, one in contact with the next, forming a perfect chain, save for one whose arms are down at its side. Herbie passes by this last infected to approach what appears to have been the town hall or mayor's building, when the infected becomes mobile and snatches the rover up. Video feed from Herbie focuses on the face of the infected, which is strangely in perfect shape given the condition of the rest of its body, which is horribly bloated. This infected was once a young girl, from appearance, age estimated 10 to 12. Herbie is rolled side to side in its grip as its face stares motionless at the rover. The infected's face suddenly balloons in size, explodes outward into a series of fleshy flaps that grip Herbie and draw it inside. Herbie's video feed terminates here. That's pretty horrifying when you think about it. Like, she looked normal, then all of a sudden she explodes into a bunch of flaps and, like, tendrils and... Ooh. Herbie was considered lost at this point. However, no one at Control remembered to turn off the video feed, assuming it cut. 5 hours later, Herbie's video feed resumed, stationary at a raised level pointing at the upper rim of the village well. The video feed contains some blur due to what appears to be a slimy film, which often oozes across the lens, but when not obscured provides perfect quality recording. Herbie does not respond to any remote commands, but its video jerks back and forth from target to target, zooming in and out of its own accord. Video feed is cut manually, and all connections to Herbie's unit are ordered erased. Proceed next to document SCP-610-L2. How many of these are there? I'm just curious. There's 5 of these. We're going to go through all 5 of them, though, because this is important to the SCP lore. SCP-610-L2. During construction of the perimeter surrounding SCP-610's containment area, several Class D personnel were infected due to assaults from infected villagers or animals roaming in the area, in addition to a number of infections. As a result of escape attempts, the careless behavior, most of these infected personnel were immediately destroyed with flamethrowers. However, a small collection of infected were contained in cold storage units, which prolonged the inevitable progression of SCP-610's mutative properties. The decision was made to utilize some of these infected personnel as video relays and dispatch them into nearby sites. Due to concern over loss of equipment and evidence in SCP-610-L1, all 3 subjects that were used in this manner were sent in with a single video system on Site C. Additional equipment issued for this dispatch included a 1-gallon container of gasoline, 3 emergency flares, 3 9mm pistols and 3 magazines of ammo each, 3 single-serving food rations. The infected personnel were instructed to observe and avoid interaction with the infected villagers as long as possible, but should a situation arise where they are met with aggression or feel they are losing themselves to SCP-610's influence, They are free to kill as many infected villagers as they so choose, and do as much damage to infected objects and property as possible while maintaining a video feed. The intent of this order was to provide data of SCP-610 infected communities in a raid situation, so a plan of eradication could be better established. At the time of this expedition, Site C was suspected to be a possible origin point for SCP-610, having far fewer mobile infected than the other sites, as well as structures which appear to have been layered over several times with the terraforming effects of the immobile infected. Dispatched Class D personnel, known henceforth as D1, D2, and D3, were directed to pay particular attention to anything that could be considered an origin point for SCP-610. The trek from our perimeter camp to Site C was uneventful. There is no evidence of any native animal life in the area. As Site C is approached, there is a noticeable rise in temperature within the last 30 meters of the trip that necessitates removal of the heavy cold-based coverings that were provided. The temperatures rise again sharply at the entrance to Site C proper, which requires a further shedding of garments of fear of heat stroke. Site C described as being heavily humid around 32 Celsius or 89 degrees Fahrenheit. One of the first immediately noticed traits about Site C is an array of immobile pylons which encircle what is believed to be the entirety of the site. Separated by an apparent distance of 5 to 6 meters, each pylon appears to be 2 or 4 infected persons fused together in one spot. On some of these pylons, features such as faces or anuses are still visible in addition to several other holes which do not naturally occur. All appearing to act as heat vents. Where the heat is generated is unknown. Current belief is that this is an advanced stage of SCP-610 terraforming its environment to facilitate spread of itself. D2, who was furthest along in progression of SCP-610, of the 3 by number of hours, begins to seizure after only a few minutes in Site C during examination of the pylons. Progression of the scar tissue phases of SCP-610 infection is observed in full course as D2 spasms on the ground, his entire body being overtaken by the sickly tan flesh almost entirely after 45 seconds. D2 is terminated by a gunshot from D1 and his equipment left where it is. The spread of SCP-610 over D2 continues even after death of the body until the movement ceases. As perimeter control is relaying new instructions of D1 to D3 regarding the situation, there is a shift in the ground covering in Site C, where D2's body is. Video feed shows the flesh-like growth splitting open beneath his body and a series of ropey tendrils coming up within the gap to pull his corpse inside. This opening quickly closes. Total time elapsed 3 seconds. As D1 and D3 decide to act quickly in these hotter temperatures, fearing the same fate, they proceed to the village center and encounter another previously unknown phenomenon. In the precise center of town, rising above what the community well is a sphere suspended by angled supports comprised of SCP-610 flesh. The ball is riddled with the features of humans in early stages of SCP-610 infection, as well as a good number assumed to be in the later stages. A number of specimens of non-human life forms, such as deer, and bears, are also visible within this mass. The entire sphere of this flesh pulses at roughly a 5-second interval, and with each pulse emits a ring of spore-like material from its equator. The material floats to the ground and appears to be absorbed into the converted environment. D3 begins to douse the sphere with the provided gasoline, and when questioned by the panicking D1, explains this looks like a good thing to burn as any. At this point, perimeter control has ceased giving commands due to the rapid deterioration of events. There is no reaction from anything within Site C to any of the activity until the precise moment at which a lit emergency flare is applied to the spherical mass, which immediately goes up in flames. The remote feed plays back a noise of an unknown location that seems to be coming from a location far outside of Site C, but was reported as being heard even at perimeter control of both Site C and A. This noise described as both explosive, as if multiple high-yield charges were detonated on a mountainside, and alive, like a large feral creature roaring. Within 15 seconds following the sound's dissipation, Site A reported that a series of explosions had occurred within the village. 5 seconds after this report, a spherical mass in the middle of Site C explodes. D1 and D3 are thrown by the blast. D3 is confirmed deceased by D1 after regaining his footing. Having suffered injury from the stone shrapnel from the well, D1 is able to report he has bruises and ringing ears, but aside from that, the rapidly spreading SCP-610 infection, he suffered no blast damage. During his recording of footage, D1 had his video equipment removed and was looking into it. Due to the angle of the recording, it is unknown precisely what occurred in Site C, but something draws D1's attention back to the center of the town, where he stares for several moments, then is pulled in the opposite direction, the video equipment falling to the ground and recording a skyward direction. The last moment of the footage of D1's video unit display, a humanoid figure moving from the air followed the sound of an impact in the same direction. Within 3 seconds of this event, an unknown creature steps onto the recording video equipment and destroys it. Perimeter control remained on high alert for the full 24 hours at all locations without any incident following this event. Proceed to the next document, SCP-610-L3. See, this one's cool. This one, so far, this reminds me of, Splinter. This reminds me of a movie I watched recently called Splinter, where there was like an alien, like a spore, like a fungal infection that could infect life forms and take it over and just turn it into like a mass of like reactions and trying to feed and grow its spores out. And this reminds me a lot of that, and I'm really digging this one so far. We're going to finish these files though, and then I will place this on the tier list. SCP-610-L3. The destruction caused by the rapid collapse of Site C exploration attempts during SCP-610-L2 resulted in a series of unexpected events in Site A. As the strange spherical formation in Site C was burned and destroyed, the SCP-610 infected inhabiting Site A were recorded by aerial drones going into seizures and convulsions. The immobile SCP-610 infected rapidly shriveled and died along with all of the flesh material spread across inanimate objects within the village. The mobile SCP-610 infected who were able to regain their footing all proceeded to what appears to have formerly been the upper-class residence and entered the building. As the infected entered the dwelling, it suffered a foundational collapse, revealing the presence of a sinkhole beneath it. The size of the hole in relation to the structure above it posed an impossibility for the entire building to collapse, suggesting something within the hole applied force directly into the structure with the intent to pull it inside the expose the hole. The revealed hole is approximately large enough to accommodate 3 grown men standing shoulder to shoulder. Light sources applied by remote drones failed to penetrate further than 4 meters in depth into the hole. Objects dropped into the hole do not produce an impact sound, suggesting the bottom potentially more than 100,000 meters down. Research of the exterior of Site A hole was only able to be carried out for 2 hours' time. Samples of atmosphere in Site A indicate the complete death of SCP-610 related materials. All infectious life that did not evacuate into the hole died above ground and quickly became shriveled husks. Manned exploration of Site A was approved and commenced immediately. In the span of 30 minutes, a total of 3 research teams consisting of 2 to 3 research staff and 4 to 5 armed escorts, each were dispatched and setting up stations within the remains of the village. Samples of deceased SCP-610 infected and converted matter were sent back to Perimeter HQ for processing and transport. One team was able to recover a small sample of still living SCP-610 tissue substance from a building and pack it for research. Within the second hour of exploration of Site A a series of echo reverberation units were set up surrounding the hole, within the intent of getting an accurate mapping of the hole and possible branch and tunnels. At the end of the second hour, before the echo units could be activated, seismic activity began to occur within Site A. 2 teams of the original 3 remained on site, and the third en route back to Perimeter HQ with samples. The third team was instructed to proceed back to Perimeter HQ when seismic activity began, and was told Site A should not be returned to for assistance. Seismic activity at Site A capped at 2.3 Richter level before petering off. Immediately following the seismic event, the torrent of SCP-610 spores erupted from the hole and layered the area around it for a span of 50 meters. As all staff on site were in Level A hazardous material suits, a spore burst was startling but did not lead to any infections. As the eruption was being reported, both teams at Site A came under attack from aerial life forms infected with SCP-610. These organisms were captured by remote drone video equipment and showed extremely advanced stages of infection. It is impossible to tell what they mutated from to this present state. Many of the alien creatures attacked by splitting their heads in half and clamping on them against the research members, pulling them into the air and dropping them into the hole. When possible, these avian infected proved vulnerable to small arms fire. In dispatching them, a total of 2 research staff were lost to the hole and 1 injured during the crossfire. The injured staff was put down immediately upon showing signs of infection due to a suit breach. Before video and radio contact was lost with the remaining teams inside Site A, a second seismic event began to occur, starting out at a 1 to 1.5 range in scale. Attention was directed at the hole to prepare for a second assault. The second spore burst erupted from the hole during the rising seismic activity, at the point where scales registering at a 3 to 3.5 in force, and a new unseen SCP-610 entity began to emerge from the hole. The only footage capturing this creature depicts an engorged human head approximately 20 times larger than normal, pressing itself out of the hole with no discernible body. Video and radio contact were lost as seismic forces increased to a 7 on the scale, and for 2 seconds duration, then abruptly ceased. Further aerial surveillance of the Site A hole in the area depicts 0 activity and no traces of the research team or their ever having been there. All personnel and equipment are considered lost. Proceed to the next document, SCP-610-L4. Events regarding the discovery, research, and handling of SCP-610 rapidly degraded to a point where fail-safe options were being considered. For over 1 hour, nothing further has happened at Site A following the loss of the research team during the seismic events in SCP-610-L3. Subsequent contact with previously unseen SCP-610 life forms. With the absence of activity at Site A, a remote drone dispatch was authorized in 2 parts. The first part would drop a remote relay device at the entrance of Site A's sinkhole, and the second part would dispatch a drone into the hole directly to relay its data to the remote relay transmission back to HQ. Drones on site were powered by solar energy, with the battery maintaining 4-hour charge. Attached is the video log recovered from the Site A sinkhole drone before its loss. Video feed activates. Researchers face the scene looking into the camera, applying a polished cloth to the lens. This is explorative drone RSCP-610-1 coming online. Systems check out. Video confirmed. Feed is good to relay station. We are testing rotors now and deploying it if successful. The sound of a helicopter blade starts up and the video feed begins to lift into the air. The camera tilts left and right and test pan features, then directs itself towards Site A sinkhole. Video feed is go, engines are go, links are green, alright, sending drone down now. Audio from outside world fades away as camera angles itself down and peers into the darkness within the sinkhole. After approximately 2 minutes of decent light on drone activities and illuminate a roughly dug shaft, initially it is unclear what could have ever created the hole, but at a glance it would appear the shaft was created by a single event rather than dug over time. At 15-meter descent, there are traces of SCP-610 material attached to the dirt and stuck to the rocks. The material is dormant but retains its texture and appearance, unlike samples from above ground which shrivel and dry rapidly. There is a possible connection to the material in the events last recorded during SCP-610-L3. Descent continues. At 100 meters in depth, branch tunnels become visible in the walls in the sinkhole. Panning of the camera reveals small tunnels branching out at apparently random intervals, but which are not restricted to any one side of the hole. These tunnels are considered too small for any useful exploration to occur. Descent continues to increase the density of SCP-610 materials on the walls is noted as the depth increases. At 250 meters, the bottom of the sinkhole becomes visible. The tunnel slopes sharply and suggests unnatural formation, which is already suspected. Drone video shifts to illuminate this tunnel and the drone proceeds forward through the area. SCP-610 coats entirety of the tunnel now. Care is taken to keep the drone from coming into contact with any surface. Movement is detected 5 meters ahead. Lights of the drone are dimmed and the weapons come online. The SCP-610 drone is equipped with a 5.56mm machine gun containing 50 rounds of ammo. This is meant to be used to deter wildlife away from the drone and defend against aggression when possible, rather than dispatch a target, although it is fully capable of handling human aggressors in small groups. Okay, let me just take a drink here real quick. Okay. Let me just find out where I left. There we go. Camera focus turns to the moving mass of flash ahead at 3 meters. After focus clears, the movement appears to be coming from what appears to be a deer, uninfected, wriggling in the grips of tendrils composed of SCP-610 material. The deer is being suspended above ground with unclear intent. The drone is moved past the trapped deer while holding it in view of the camera until safely away. Nothing occurs with the deer, and the drone proceeds past undisturbed. The previously fairly level ground of the tunnel displays large humps in apparently random placement. 5 meters ahead of the drone, 30 meters past the encountered deer, upon approach, these lumps turn out to be similar to the infected villagers who escaped from Site A into the sinkhole after the destruction of Site C. The sound of rushing water is now detected and the drones push forward. 100 meters further into the tunnel, the sound of running water is now deafening. Drone lights reveal a running stream of water, potentially from one of the adjacent rivers in the area. A sample vial is placed in the water and allowed to collect and then released with an active tracking beacon. Later recovery of the sample indicates no SCP-610 contamination of groundwater. The tunnel splits into two at this point. One tunnel leads around the river and then seems to slope downward, while the other is directly above the light source in the ceiling. The second one is selected to facilitate recovery of the drone during adjustment of the drone's flight path. It comes into contact with a portion of the tunnel wall coated in SCP-610, causing a deep gash from the propeller of the drone, which is already healing over when the camera focuses on the impact point. The drone proceeds upwards. 300 meters of upward travel, taking approximately 45 minutes, result in the drone emerging into a windy section of mountain where it is directed to stay low. Camera panning of the area reveals that may have once been a village, long since abandoned. The precise location is unclear, but is assumed to be in the vicinity of Site B, judging from the estimates in travel by the drone. The buildings here are coated in decreased layers of SCP-610, and unlike the other buildings in Site A and Site C, which were coated in SCP-610, these buildings appear to be constructed directly from the tissue substance. After a cursory scan of Site B, it is determined that there is no life here, either natural or SCP-610 related, so the drone is directed back into the tunnel. As the winds around the area make aerial recovery impossible, upon descent into the tunnel, a deep roaring sound fills the audio and video feed becomes choppy, as something blocks the signal. During the period in which connection of the drone is clearest, its camera and weapon are angled downward and propellers slow in speed and allow a faster drop. Video feed becomes entirely clear for the final 2 minutes before feed is lost. Rushing up toward the drone from the area below is what appears to be a large human face, stretched to 20 times its proportions with no features, save those created by the SCP-610 material. There are eye sockets but no eyes, a mouth but no teeth, The drone fires upon this rushing mass of SCP-610, but the bullets do not deter it. Impact points remain invisible for several seconds before closing over themselves. There is no room in the tunnel for the drone to take evasive action and is swallowed by the mass. Our SCP-610 is considered lost until 3 hours later when the feed inexplicably returns. Video feed from the drone appears to show a series of instructions illuminated by one of the two lights of the drone. The camera pans around without instructions from the remote relays, or HQ, capturing a vast number of shambling entities within the area. SCP-610 material moved over the lens of the drone, and the feed is permanently severed. Manned exploration was approved. Results are in document SCP-610-L5. This is the final document. This one's long too. This one's really interesting, unlike the last one we read, where it was just a lot of chaos and randomness. So I'm enjoying this one quite a bit. SCP-610-L5. Approval from Central HQ is granted for a manned assault excursion into the tunnel beneath Site A to try to ascertain the extent of the SCP-610 infection. The destruction of Site A and Site C have established SCP-610 can be contained and destroyed, making the source of the infection's top priority. The initial descent into the tunnels consists of 5 teams, 2 research and 3 assault, along with enough equipment to establish an underground base of operations. Descent into the tunnels was established using pulley system and a lift to move equipment. Assault teams were first to descend, armed with flame units to clean SCP-610 out of the area. One moment, please. Sorry about that. Okay, let me get back to where we were. Okay, sorry. Descent tunnels established using pulley system. All teams were able to descend without incident. The flame units took point, providing an undisturbed journey toward the water source, where the SCP-610 drone was lost. Base camp was underground. SCP-610 operations reside at the bottom of a 3-way junction, 4 if the water flow is included. The first pathway is that which led from Site A to Cavern HQ. The second is the pathway to the ruined village, residing in the mountains above, where SCP-610 were destroyed by a large unknown SCP-610 entity. The third pathway heads west and seems to follow the flow of water for an unknown distance. The cavern area is quite large and is supported by a number of rock formations that are coated in decayed SCP-610 material. The state of this material suggests a great age and appear to reinforce the structural supports. Whether or not this is intentional or coincidental is unknown. The 2 research teams split activities between building Cavern HQ and collecting samples of SCP-610 in various states. No contagious materials were detected within this area, and the creature recorded by unmanned drone did not appear at any point to the cavern staff. Of the 4 research teams, 3 were ordered to proceed down the unexplored pathway, while the aerial drone was prepped for a second recon of the vertical shaft. SCP-610 infection did not appear in the third pathway until approximately 3 kilometers, and serious infection did not appear until 16 kilometers in. Even after the lengths traveled by the assault team, no SCP-610 infectious life forms were encountered. The fleshy material coating the cavern walls posed no threat to the team. The most significant reports at this time were the increase in thickness of the material, suggesting a source and a complete lack of SCP-610 contamination in the water as a test. A sample of SCP-610 was cut away from the cavern wall and placed in the flow of water. It exhibited no unusual reaction, but was quickly swept away by the current. At 20 kilometers in, the leader of the assault teams requested a transport buggy be dispatched to them. One was available at the above-ground HQ, however it would take time to move it to Cavern HQ, and then remote drive it to the teams. Rations provided to the assault teams were sufficient, so a camp was established while the buggy was moved and readied. During this time, aerial drone was also sent to explore the vertical shaft. The results of this exploration were placed on hold with the arrival of the buggy at Cavern HQ, and ultimately concluded in document data expunged. The buggy was navigated to the assault team encampment with no events en route. However, upon arrival, the preparation continued the exploration. The assault team came under attack by a number of large SCP-610 infected life forms that emerged from the area ahead of them. Video recovered from the assault team cameras show them caught off guard by the SCP-610 infected, made no sound, and were undetectable. On one film, for 1 or 2 seconds, it appears that some of the creatures are coming out of the SCP-610 material on the wall, not emerging from them so much as being created by the material and then breaking away to act independently. During this assault, in an attempt to protect the buggy, redacted members were lost in the water currents and contact with them was lost. Contact was regained, however, and is recorded in SCP-610-L6. The remainder of the assault team now consisted of 3 members armed with a single flame unit. Use of this unit to repel the assault proved vital, as standard firearms did minimal damage to the infected. Where was I? Sorry, I got lost for a second there. Infected creatures. Here we go. These infected creatures show minimal traits to associate them with any known form of life in the region, giving rise to belief that they may have been spawned by SCP-610 infection itself as a form of defense. Welcome back, Lemmy. No further casualties were suffered during the raid, and the remaining members managed to eliminate all attacking infected, allowing them to continue with exploration with added orders to attempt to locate lost team members. A further 20 kilometers into the tunnel, the river separated the tunnel pathway, and the team was instructed to abandon the recovery order, given the inability to navigate water safely. A total time of redacted passed before the remaining assault team reached the end of the tunnel. At the perimeter of the area, now known as Site B, the team came under assault again from a smaller number of SCP-610 that were much larger in size. These infected appeared in the tunnel as if they were lying in wait for the approaching team. These creatures were dispatched using the flame unit. Although all fuel for the unit were expended in this act, the assault team were now limited to standard weapons and short-range personal flame units. A time lapse of 5 minutes is allowed to pass before the team proceeds farther into Site B. Cautious of further assaults by SCP-610 infected, the tunnel widened out under what appears to have once been a village of indeterminate age. The construction of the village in this area are primitive compared to the settlements of Site A or Site C, and are clearly human constructed. Many buildings rest at angles or slants, suggesting that they were disturbed by cave-in or of interest. Of interest is a building that appears to be a church with a working clock tower. The building is built atop of the remains of 2 older buildings that have fallen completely and has visibly stable foundation. Surrounding all structures in this area is a depression on the ground filled with substance resembling liquefied form of SCP-610 fleshy materials. The pool moves as if acted upon by minute and unseen forces, rippling outward in invisible contact points and rolling in waves from unfelt winds. The team avoids this pool at all times and proceeds through the ruins slowly on stable foundations where possible, making the church their target. Within the church are pews, as would be expected. However, there are only 4. One of them shattered when the building could accommodate as many as 20. 3 intact pews are arranged in a 2-1 formation facing the pulpit. There is no trace of dust on any surface, the entire area appearing to be immaculately clean given the location and believed age. Behind the pulpit is a hole in the floor exposing an area of the SCP-610 pool beneath the building. The church and the ruins appear to be uninhabited. Exploration of the church proper is uneventful until the clock tower bell tolls. The tolling triggers a shuddering in the building, followed by human screams from the ceiling. Lights shown upon the ceiling reveal a large mass of SCP-610 from which descends a series of 6 wooden circles. Strapped to each circle is a living human coated entirely from neck to toe in SCP-610. but having an exposed head which appear uninfected. These human captives scream as the bell continues to toll, and the circles move to the ground. The team begins to move toward one of them to investigate, when an unknown creature cries from outside the building, prompting them to take cover in shadows near the pulpit. Light sources are extinguished, and pitching the entire area into darkness, night vision is left off to avoid revealing the team's location. Sounds continue to emit from outside the church, drawing closer but lower than the frantic screams of the captive humans. At least one noticed the team, as the captive humans often call out to be saved. From the entrance of the church, a candle lights on the side of the doorway, then one on the other side. A figure is seen holding a small torch and moving back and forth between the series of candles, and light the doorway. The flame is then applied to a rope coated in SCP-610, which quickly ignites and spreads up to a peculiar chandelier system at the church entrance. The light from the system illuminates most of the crosses, but does not reach the team's hiding place. Those captives who appear in the light do not show standard signs of being colored SCP-610 infection, but instead are wrapped in red variation of it, which shows signs of constant motion, rippling across itself in waves. From outside the church, a flood of SCP-610 infected shambles quickly into the area, ignoring the man who lit the candles and stands in the middle of the room. They proceed to the captives on the wooden circles, and begin to pull the red SCP-610 masses, resulting in further screams and cries. From what can be gathered from the return video feed, the red SCP-610 seems to be connected to the captives and is using them as a source of sustenance that it then uses to grow and feed normal SCP-610 infected. Overly zealous infected tear at the red mass too hard, which results in pulling skin tissue from the human captive beneath. This exposed area is quickly covered over by red mass, which then grows in size. Feeding like this continues for approximately 6 minutes, at which time the candle-bearing figure sounds a gong and all infected entities move to the pews. There are several more creatures than seats, but none move past the foremost pews. The figure who sounded the gong does not move, spontaneously collapsing as if made from a hollow clay from the pulpit area. Activity is noticed as a pillar of SCP-10's flesh rises through the hole and extends directing itself toward the gathering creatures. No sound is heard. No motion is recorded once the pillar stops moving. The silent period persists for 10 minutes without even the human captives making a sound, having fallen silent at an unknown point. The pillar of SCP-610 retracts back into the hole. It emerged from without any warning, prompting the departure of the infected from the building. The candles remain lit and the team emerges after all the infected leave the area. The descended captives remain on the ground level as well as all screaming seem to have ceased, but still showing signs of life with heavy breathing and movement. Upon departure from the church, feeds from all three members became erratic. Camera 1 ceases transmitting completely. Camera 2 shoots straight up in the air for several meters, and Camera 3 captures the member, with Camera 2 being flung by a tendril that emerges out of the ground itself, swinging them out of sight into the other side of the ruins. Camera 1's feed is restored and displays Camera 3's owner running briefly in the direction of the lost team member, only to turn back and run back as SCP-610 infected pour from between the buildings. Combat ensues between the two members and the onrushing infected using assault rifles and personal flame units. Successfully driving back enough of the horde to make an escape toward the buggy, passing by a building, Camera 1's owner is ambushed by a figure resembling the figure who was in the church, lighting the candles. Wielding a large crop scythe, Camera 3's owner continues without pause toward the buggy location. However, the buggy is found half absorbed by SCP-610 mass covering the floor. While turning to find a way to escape, Camera 3's owner turns to find the same figure with the scythe approaching. Weapon raised, 2 shots are fired, and the camera feed ends. 5 hours later, while final decisions are underway to decide how to contain or eradicate the SCP-610 threat, time-delayed video feed from the lost team members who fell into the underground river currents was established. This has been filed as SCP-610. That said, SCP-610, as of this reading, has not been written yet. So, SCP-610 has been very well thought out very, very well thought out and very well written with its exploits. And I don't think there'll be any objections to this, but I am giving SCP-610 an S rank because holy shit was that awesome. Not only do I want to see this made into like a book or a movie just to see how this ends, I am just very, very interested in. I love things like this. Like I love like things like infecting like I don't want to say parasites because it's not a parasite. This is more of like I guess it's parasitic because it is taking over and it is doing a bond. But I love stuff like this, and this is a hard S tier. Yeah, hard S tier. Yeah, Lemmy, you agree? Does everyone else agree with the S tier for this one? Because this one is just chef kiss, super good, and I want to read more about this. I wish there were more entries for us to read. Actually, I can't believe we're only 3 in. We're 2 hours into the stream. This has been some long entries that people gave us this time. But yeah, definitely S tier from me. And if there's no objections and everyone agrees with that, we're just gonna leave that there. So Faceless Jack, if you are here lurking, great suggestion, great one, and wow, hats off to the writer of this one. Seriously, this one's fantastic. Okay, let's move on to our next entry. Our next entry is actually from Hieroglyph, or Hieroglyphs. Sorry, this is SCP-3008. Let me pull up the SCP file here. Okay, that should be in Series 2. Okay. 3008. This is SCP-3008, a perfectly normal, regular old IKEA. This one sounds fun. This isn't a super long entry, so this is going to be fun. There is an additional journal entry on here, so we'll read that as well. SCP-3008, Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. The retail park containing SCP-3008 has been purchased by the Foundation and converted into Site Redacted. All public roads leading to or passing by Site Redacted have been redirected. The entrance to SCP-3008 is to be monitored at all times, and no one is to enter SCP-3008 outside of testing as permitted by the senior researcher. Humans exiting SCP-3008 are to be detained and then debriefed prior to the administration of amnesiacs, dependent upon the duration of their stay in SCP-3008. A cover story may need to be generated prior to their release. Any other entities exiting SCP-3008 are to be terminated. Description: SCP-3008 is a large retail unit previously owned by and branded as IKEA, a popular furniture retail chain. A person entering SCP-3008 through the main entrance and then passing out of sight of the doors will find themselves translocated to SCP-3008-1. This displacement will typically go unnoticed as no change will occur from the perspective of the victim. They will generally not become aware until they try to return to the entrance. SCP-3008-1 is a space resembling the inside of an IKEA furniture store, extending far beyond the limits of what could physically be contained within the dimensions of the retail unit. Current measurements indicate an area that at least 10 kilometers, with no visible external terminators detected in any direction. Inclusive results from the use of laser rangefinders has led to the speculation that this space may be infinite. SCP-3008-1 is inhabited by an unknown number of civilians trapped within prior containment. Gathered data suggests they have formed a rudimentary civilization within SCP-3008-1, including the construction of settlements and fortifications for the purpose of defending against SCP-3008-2. SCP-3008-2 are humanoid entities that exist within SCP-3008-1. While specifically resembling humans, they possess exaggerated and inconsistent bodily proportions, often described as being too short or too tall. They possess no facial features, and all observed cases wear yellow shirts with blue trousers, consistent with IKEA employee uniform. SCP-3008-1 has rudimentary day-night cycle, determined by the overhead lighting within the space, activating and deactivating at times consistent with the opening and closing times of the original retail store. During the night, instances of SCP-3008-2 will become violent towards all other life forms within SCP-3008-1. During these bouts of violence, they have been heard to vocalize phrases in English that are typically variations of "the store is now closed, please exit the building." Once day begin, SCP-3008-2 instances immediately become passive and begin moving throughout SCP-3008-1 seemingly at random. They are unresponsive to questioning or other verbal cues in this state, though will react violently if attacked. SCP-3008-1 is known to have one or more exits located within. Though these exits do not appear to have a fixed position, making it difficult to leave SCP-3008-1 once inside. Using any other door beside the main entrance to enter the structure, or breaking through the walls of the retail unit will lead to a non-anomalous interior of the original store. Since containment began, 14 individuals have managed to exit SCP-3008. Following extensive debriefing, all individuals have been administered amnesiacs and are released. Incident 3008-1. At 37 on Redacted, a human male exited SCP-3008, followed by 10 seconds later by an instance of SCP-3008-2. SCP-3008-2 caught and killed the man before itself being terminated by armed response personnel. The incident represents the only time an instance of SCP-3008-2 has been seen exiting SCP-3008. A full autopsy of the corpse was performed. See SCP-3008-2 autopsy log for more details. The man was carrying an IKEA-branded journal, seeming to document his time within SCP-3008-1, transcribed below verbatim. And there is the journal. This is rather long. Keep dropping me down the long rabbit holes. I think I have a short one, and nope, there's a journal. Okay, let's read this journal. Because there's going to be a stretch in here. Even though no one brings me the stretch, I need it. Alright, and let me take a drinky. Okay. Journal. So I'm writing this document so that I can only assume is my sudden descent into insanity. I can't possibly be that bad of a navigator, and yet I write this as I've been trapped in IKEA for 2 days. Haven't seen another person the entire time I've been here. I thought it was a prank at first. Turn the place into a maze, get all the people out, and see how long it takes me to get lost. Then everyone has a good old laugh. Realized that wasn't the case when I tried to backtrack. Everything had changed, so I ended up lost instead of at the exit. It was just row after row of bookcases. So I'm trapped in IKEA. Sounds like the setup for a bad joke. The lights went out at 10 p.m., nearly gave me a fucking heart attack. That loud electrical thunk sound, and then pitch blackness. Place is full of beds though, and my phone has a torch on it, but no damn signal. So I found a bed and went to sleep. Spent most of the next day trying to find my way out with no luck. I did find a restaurant serving those meatballs though, so at least I won't starve. That's probably the punchline of that joke. Anyway, they were still warm and fresh, and I haven't seen anyone around who could have cooked them. Made my way back to the beds before the lights cut out again since it's too dark to search with them off. It's 9:10 a.m. now. Lights came back on a little while ago. I'm sure I've searched the entire area around where I came in now. The exit obviously isn't there, so I'm going to pick a direction and hope for the best. Day 3 of my magical IKEA mystery adventure. If I wasn't sure that there was something seriously weird about this place before, I am now. I walked for 3 hours in a more or less straight line, insert IKEA joke here, before I came across a ladder next to one of those huge stock shelves they have here, climbed up to get my bearings, and it looks like this place just stretches on forever. Like that scene from The Lion King, except instead of grass and trees and grass, it's all shelves and tables and crap. I did see a person moving not too far away though, so I headed over. I thought it was a staff member at first. It was wearing a uniform, and hell, maybe it was. Maybe a freakish 7 foot tall monster with long arms, short legs, and no face are just the kind of thing that they want working at the Super IKEA. Damn thing completely ignored me though. With no eyes or ears, I can't be sure it knew I was there. Thought about shouting or something to get its attention, but its hands were big enough to crush a watermelon, so I decided against it. I just kept moving along, and eventually I lost sight of it, so I decided to carry on the way I was going. Anyway, no comfy bed for me tonight. Looks like I've entered the improbable hard and pointy tables section of the store. Guess I'll have to make do with a bunch of tablecloths. Phone battery died during the day too. Didn't work anyway, but I feel like I've just lost some vital lifeline. You ever see one of those cartoons where you're going through doors in a hallway and they just pop out of one another in the same hallway? That's just how I feel right now. I've seen nothing but the same identical bookshelf for 2 days now, just row after row of them. I mean, come on, I love books as much as the next guy, but this is excessive. I'm obviously still moving forward, though I can see the signs hanging overhead passing by. Too bad none of them say exit. Not sure who I was addressing that question to. Let's just say it was practice for my autobiography I'm going to write when I get out of here. I'll call it my perfectly normal trip to regular old IKEA, if I ever get out. Finally found some other people. Yeah, it turns out I'm not the only poor bastard trapped in here. Lucky for me, I guess. My 6th night here, 2 of those staff things came at me in the dark. Different from the last one I saw, but still messed up. Heard them coming. They were saying that the store was closed and I had to leave the building. All nice and polite like. I'm not sure which part of that was weirder, that they don't have mouths or that they were apparently trying to kill me while they were saying it. Came at me like rabid dogs, so I legged it. Sprinting through IKEA in the dark like a fucking madman, I saw it when I cleared another stand of those giant stock shelves, all lit up with torches and floodlights. They built a whole town in here. Got a massive wall built out of shelves and beds and tables and whatever else. I swear to God, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Anyways, I guess they saw me coming. Maybe they heard my girlish, manly bellows of fear, because they had a gate open and 2 people were waving me in. Heard the staff's things slam to the gates behind me after it closed, still politely informing us that the store was now closed. They wandered off eventually, though. They called the town Exchange because that's what the sign hanging from the ceiling directly above it says. Exchange and returns, all lit up against the night using the lights they've found plugged into the power lines. And there are beds and food and people. Over 50 people, 50 wonderful people with regular-sized limbs and full set of facial features. It's now my 7th night here, and the first one not spent in darkness. A full week living in IKEA. There's probably a TV show in that somewhere. Now I'm around other people, I'm starting to feel more normal. Maybe normal isn't the word, but after a week with only the sound of my own footsteps for company, I was becoming increasingly sure I had gone nuts. That I was tied up to some padded room somewhere, banging my head against the wall, but no, I feel quite sane now. Thank you very much. Apparently there are other towns out there, some with more people, some with less. I found that fairly mind-boggling. How can that many people go missing with no one noticing? Surely someone would have noticed that everyone who goes to IKEA seems to fucking vanish. Or maybe it's not everyone. Maybe we're just the lucky ones. The people here just call those staff monster things the staff. Apparently they are fine during the day, minding their own business walking the aisles. As soon as the lights go out, though, they go fucking bonkers. So during the day, people go out and find food, water, and whatever else they need. Apparently there are restaurants and shops around that randomly gets restocked. No one knows how. Maybe the staff do it. Apparently they aren't very good at their jobs, though, because the restocking sometimes takes a while, which means the food needs to be rationed. Maybe if they weren't so busy chasing people around in the dark, they'd get more done. Anyways, when the night comes, the staff goes nuts and everyone holds up inside the walls. Apparently it's the same everywhere in this place. Wherever this place is, the Your-IKEA, from whence all other IKEAs sprang. Or maybe we're all still just in the regular IKEA and this is some fever dream brought on by mind-numbing boredom. Who knows? Been here for 10 days now. Most of the people I asked said they stopped keeping track a long time ago. One guy, Chris, said he'd been for years. Years? Illegible scribbles. Apparently, there are rumors that people will do. The rumors of people who do manage to get out, and of people who see the exit, only to have it vanish before their very eyes. I get the feeling not everyone believes that, but I do. Explains how we got stuck in here in the first place, sort of. And I mean, come on, staff monsters, row after endless row of high quality Swedish furniture. I don't know why they would find a disappearing door so hard to believe. Anyways, I went scavenging for food at the nearby shop with Sandra and Jerry today. Once you learn the landmarks, this place isn't so hard to navigate. The overhead signs help a lot, but there are others not too far in the distance. A huge section of those giant stock shelves has collapsed against each other. And way off in the east, we all assume it's the east anyways. Apparently IKEA doesn't sell compasses. It's some kind of tower that looks like it's made of wood. Reaches all the way to the ceiling. Maybe they were trying to break out through the roof. Lights up at night, so there must be people there. But it's apparently a few days' walk, which means it must be miles away. So no one here really knows for sure. Apparently I got incredibly lucky sleeping out in the open for a week without getting ripped to bits by the staff. That's me. Lucky, lucky, lucky. We found some food in the shop. Guess the staff restocked it during the night, which was nice of them. There was a telephone on the wall, so I figured I'd try it out. There was a voice on the other end, but they were just talking nonsense, random words strung together with no real meaning. You ever see a video of someone with aphasia? Kind of sounded like that. Didn't answer me when I spoke to them anyways. Sandra says all the phones in here are the same. Oops, asking the journals questions again. I was thinking last night, the ceiling of this place is pretty high, and as far as anyone can tell, it goes on forever. Shouldn't there be some kind of weather in here? I'm sure I read about some NASA buildings that were so big that it had its own weather patterns with clouds and stuff. This place is definitely bigger than that. But now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've never felt so much as a temperature change in here. I'll add it to the grand list of weird bullshit. The staff attacked Exchange last night. There must have been 20 or 30 of them, all just asking us to leave the store calm as you like, while trying to smash the walls down with their bare hands. Apparently this happens pretty regularly, so everyone is prepared for it. Knives from the restaurant, lawnmower blades made into hatchets, a fire axe. One guy, Wasim, even made a functional crossbow. Anyway, the walls have holes in them, which I hadn't noticed before, specifically so that we can stab out at the staff when they attack. Took a couple of them down myself. They don't seem to bleed, which is weird, but they do go down easy as a regular person once you start sticking holes in them. We had to haul the bodies away in the morning. Apparently the dead ones will attract more during the night, so we had to get them away from the exchange. We have a couple of those trolley things we use to move big boxes around, so we loaded them up and took them over to pick up. Apparently people just name everything here after whatever the sign is hanging overhead. Pickup was grisly. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of dead staff all piled up. There was no smell, which was a blessing. Apparently, in addition to not bleeding, these things don't rot either. My curiosity got the better of me while we were unloading them. I took a look at one of the more cut up ones. They're just skin, or something that looks like skin. All the way through, no muscle, no bone, no organs. And were they even really alive in the first place? They certainly seem like they have bones when they are moving around, pounding on the walls, but I'm sure I felt more resistance than just skin when the knife went in during the fight and during the night. When the knife went during the... That sentence doesn't make sense. I felt more resistance than just skin when the knife went in... Oh, during the night. Okay, somehow my eyes missed that. Maybe something happens to them when they die. Just one more thing on the ever-increasing list of weird shit that goes on here, I guess. Something occurred to me after the staff attack the other night. Every time you see a situation like this on TV or in a film, like it's the end of the world or everyone trapped on an island or whatever. Once groups of ours start to form, people always seem to turn on each other, fighting for food, dominance, or whatever else. That hasn't happened here. Apparently, people from the other towns come by from time to time just to check in, or occasionally to trade if they are short on something. But everything is always cordial, friendly. Maybe it's the threat of the staff, or perhaps the constant restocking of supplies in the shops means there's nothing much to fight over. Maybe people are just better than they are generally given credit for. That's a nice thought. I think I'll go with that one. A dozen people showed up at the gates this afternoon from the town called Trolleys. Apparently the staff broke through the walls and tore the town apart during the night. These 12 were the only survivors out of over 100. We let them in, obviously. One more point in human decency column. Later I asked if anyone knew how many of these towns there were out there. Between us and the new folks, we managed to come up with over 20 names. 20 towns filled with people, who knows how many beyond that. The motto for this place should be, how is that even possible? Surely someone somewhere must be looking for thousands of people that must be in here. I've been here for a little over 2 months now. Not that much changes, as it turns out. A couple of new people showed up, same story as the rest of us, nice little trip to IKEA, and suddenly they're trapped in Billy Bookcase's house of faceless weirdos. The staff attack the exchange once or twice a week. We kill them and haul their bodies off. Sometimes they hurt some of us first. They killed a guy called Jared a couple weeks back. It was awful, frankly. Turns out regular humans still bleed in here, even if the staff don't. We tried our best, but none of us are doctors. Jared was a good guy. He deserved better. We all do. It occurred to me a couple of days after that none of us were really looking for a way out of here. I don't even know where we'd start. One of the quadcopter things with a camera attached buzzed past the exchange today. I thought it meant that someone was finally looking for us. The help was on the way. Apparently it's not the first time this has happened, though. Same thing happened a few months ago and everyone's still here. No idea if it saw us. It didn't stop if it did, just kept flying until we could no longer see it. Note, based on recovery time of the journal, and this entry appears to line up approximately with our first successful test pilot of a drone inside of SCP-3008-1. Analysis of the footage shows a walled settlement under a sign labeled Exchange and Returns. Attempts to relocate the settlement failed. Origin previously cited drones is unknown. I started talking to people about stuff they missed from home during dinner today. Probably not the best idea I've ever had. Everyone seems pretty down after. A bunch of people here have families, husbands, wives, kids, dogs. Franklin apparently has a pet llama, though I'm not sure I buy that. Apparently some of the people here have some seriously odd gaps in their knowledge. 3 of them never had heard of the International Space Station. 2 of them seem to think that blank blank was Prime Minister. And one of them apparently never heard of the Statue of Liberty. I believe them, too. They seem just as confused as the rest of us. The more I thought about it, the more it started to explain a few things. What if the reason no one is looking for us missing people is because we haven't all come from the same place? This is going to sound weird. Maybe that should be the motto of this place. But what if all the people have come from different dimensions, realities, whatever you call it? I've seen enough TV shows to know the drill. Sarah comes from the place where there is no Statue of Liberty. They didn't launch a space station where Wasim is from. Everyone here came from different places, even from ones that seem identical. There'd be no huge missing person panic, no mass search. We'd just be a blip, a single missing person in a world of non-stop news. Well, that's a fun train of thought. I just realized that yesterday was 6-month anniversary of my arrival here. I wonder if IKEA sells party hats. The routine around here has remained more or less the same. More new folk show up, one every couple of weeks or so. Food supplies go up and down, but we've never actually had a major shortage. Occasionally we get a visitor from one of the nearby towns. Usually checkouts or aisle 630. We check in with each other from time to time. Occasionally trade supplies if someone gets particularly low on something. It's comforting in a way. I'm reminded that we aren't alone in here. Some small glimmer of civilization. Sometimes they bring medical supplies. Apparently there's a pharmacy a few towns down from checkout that gets restocked every now and then, so they share out what they can. I'd never heard of an IKEA with a pharmacy before, but at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if someone stumbled onto an IKEA organ harvesting lab. Would certainly explain the staff. Speaking of our faceless jailers, their attacks have been getting worse lately. 3 or 4 times a week now, with twice as many staff as there used to be. No idea where they all come from, or why the attacks have increased. We tried following one of them during the day, a few weeks ago. Me and Sarah, we wanted to see if they led back to the staff room or something. Didn't seem to go anywhere though, just randomly walked through the aisles. We had to turn back before we found anything. We've been reinforcing the walls, trying to arm ourselves better. Certainly no lack of materials to use. Wasim has been making more crossbows, but it's pretty slow going. Too bad IKEA doesn't sell guns. Note, no new personnel have entered SCP-3008 at Site Redacted in the time span indicated in this entry. The attacks are getting bad now, almost every night, with so many staff that the bodies almost pile high enough for others to climb the walls. I think we're in real trouble here. I think exchange is done. We got hit pretty bad last night. Not many casualties, but the wall is wrecked. We finally figured out why the attacks have been escalating too. A box of supplies had a chunk of one of the staff in there. No idea how it happened, but apparently a piece of one will draw them as well as a full body. Too late now in any case. There's too many bodies for us to haul away and still have time to fix the wall before night. Candace has called a meeting. I suspect there will be talk of abandoning exchange and maybe try and get shelter and checkouts or something. It's already getting late though. I don't think we'll have time to make it. Maybe some of us will. I was fine for the first week out of the dark, but after all, but then how often can I keep getting lucky? I'm only writing this for the sense of closure. I guess for me, for anyone who finds this, if this is the final entry here, I hope whoever is reading this is doing so from outside of this place. My biggest fear, if I do die tonight, I'll just wake up here again in the morning. Note, this last entry is assumed that while attempting to reach the checkout settlement, he was separated from the rest of the group by pursuing SCP-3008-2 instance and happened upon the exit. And that's the end for this one. This one was also very cool. Like, I think the initial entry was kind of like, was short to the point. Wasn't anything super special. But I think this journal, the journal entry here, is really what sold this and made this one special. This one is also going to get moved up to an S tier. Because I think that journal entry really sold this one and really made this one great. Does anyone disagree with that? Or does anyone agree with that? Like, what do you think? Do you think we should keep this at S tier, or do you think that this one should be dropped down lower? Like I said, I think the journal's what really sold this and really made it interesting. The fact that I kind of want to hear about more stories from the other towns and stuff like that. This one would be a cool video game or a cool television series even. Had a lot of Walking Dead feeling to it. And I think that would be kind of cool for a television show. It'd definitely probably be more entertaining than The Walking Dead is. That's right, AMC. I'm letting you know right now, your television show's boring AF. It's boring. I said it. I don't take it back. I'm sorry if you like that show, but it's boring. Yes, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with S tier. Yeah, this is definitely an S tier SCP entry. Damn, was that good. I can't believe we're only 4 in. Yeah, the journal really sells this one. Yeah, so this hasn't been bad so far. Yeah, we've had, 2 that were okay, and then we had 2 that were phenomenal so far. Like, just wonderful entries so far. Let's move on to our next one. We've got 10 more to do. I'm broadcasting until we get all 14 done. So, if the rest of them are short and we get done quickly, that's one thing. But if the rest of them are long, we're staying until this is done. So, I don't gotta work tomorrow because I don't start my new job till Monday. Okay, so let's go into the next entry. No, it's okay. It's definitely okay. Like, I'm definitely reading. And if anyone wants to chat amongst themselves about what I'm reading about, I will definitely take a look over and respond during paragraph breaks and stuff like that. If you just want to listen and then react afterwards, that's totally cool too. I enjoy whatever interactions you all want to give. Or if you just want to lurk and listen, that's also truly valued by me as well. Because lurkers are the backbone of any channel. Let's go to our next entry. The next entry on our list is SCP 4217. So let me pull up the story here. 4217. And that should be this one. Okay. And 4217. All right. 4217. Here we go. SCP-4217 contained the Bismarck. Oh, this one also has the cool graphic design up top. So I'm wondering if this is just something that they added onto the site later, and the earlier entries didn't have this. SCP-4217, Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class, Keter. Disruption Class, Blom. Risk Class, Danger. Special Containment Procedures. The Foundation Naval Forces are to patrol SCP-4217's territory with 3 or more battleships under the guise of the British Royal Navy. During a hostile state, naval forces are to engage SCP-4217 until it reverts into a passive state. Survivors from civilian vessels attacked by SCP-4217 are to be recovered and processed in accordance with the Marine Disinformation Protocols. Description: SCP-4217 refers to both Bismarck, henceforth SCP-4217-A, and an anomalous German battleship sunk on 1941, May 27th, and a large cephalopod organism that is fused to the inside of the hull, henceforth SCP-4217-B. SCP-4217-B possesses an air of octopoid eyes, which protrude from the base of SCP-4217-A's superstructure, and 12 100 to 200 meter long muscular hydrostats that extend from the opening in the stern. Aside from the presence of SCP-4217-B, SCP-4217-A shows no signs of damage sustained from battle or subsequent decades submerged underwater. SCP-4217-B operates SCP-4217-A systems. This includes a full armament of 8 main guns, 44 secondary guns, 12 anti-aircraft guns. SCP-4217-B also can operate SCP-4217-A's propellers to reach speeds of approximately 40 knots, but only while surfaced. While submerged, SCP-4217 achieves locomotion via ejection of water from SCP-4217-B's body cavity, with an average speed of approximately 30 knots. The SCP-4217 typically remains submerged at a depth of 50 to 1100 meters, navigating its territory. However, SCP-4217 will periodically surface and enter a hostile state. During this period, SCP-4217 will seek and attack non-threatening targets such as civilian cargo ships. If sufficiently damaged, it will revert to a passive state, otherwise it reverts after a median of 9 hours. Addendum 1 - History. The SCP-4217 designation previously referred only to as Bismarck itself, which was believed to have been neutralized in 1941. A previous version of this document can be found below. Okay, show archive document. Okay, archive document. Item SCP-4217. Object class presumed neutralized, formerly Keter. Special content procedures, information regarding containment procedures, information regarding SCP-4217's anomalous properties is to be suppressed according to standard protocols. The British Royal Navy has agreed to aid the Foundation in this effort. Foundation agents embedded in the German military will attempt to gain access to information regarding the Tripits in order to determine if it is the second instance of SCP-4217. Upon development of the necessary submersible technology, a survey is to be conducted of SCP-4217's wreckage in order to verify its neutralization. Description: SCP-4217 is the Bismarck, a battleship designed and built for use by the German Kriegsmarine. Several pieces of anomalous technology were incorporated into the ship's design. Thaumatological symbols etched into the outer hull are keyed locations to reinforce SCP-4217's belt armor. These symbols are not visible at most times, but while active, will luminesce in proportion to the amount of damage being mitigated. A weak psionic field with a radius exceeding 20 kilometers, the field appears to cause individuals with hostile intent towards SCP-4217 to experience confusion regarding the ship's identity, increasing the likelihood of friendly fire when affected. Individuals mistake allied vessels for SCP-4217. Potential self-repair capabilities. Damage sustained during the Battle of Denmark Strait was observed in subsequent engagements to have been partially repaired in a manner visually resembling with heating of wounds and organic tissue. Artillery shells containing an unknown gas with mutagenetic properties, organisms exposed to the compound, hereafter SCP-4217-1 instances, will undergo rapid mutations. Observed mutations include growth, loss of limbs and sensory organs, development of fur, feathers, and/or scales. And in one unverified reports, multiple victims being fused together into a single entity. A hypothesized anomalous power supply of unknown, possibly biological nature. During interrogation, surviving crew members state that SCP-4217 required a unique type of fuel. Chemical analysis found the fuel to be consistent primarily of organic nutrients. None of the captive crew members reported having seen the interior of the engine room, although 2 claimed to have heard a sound resembling a heartbeat while in that region of the ship. This list is based on limited observations of SCP-4217 in combat and interrogations of the few surviving crew members and is thus not considered exhaustive. Efforts are ongoing to acquire the original design documentation. As of 1941, May 27th, SCP-4217 is believed to be located at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, approximately 500 to 600 kilometers off the coast of France. Hold on one moment. Just starting the music back up. Haha, sorry. I have to fix that so it doesn't do that all the time. We just have the coast of France. Where are we at here? Here we go. The Foundation currently lacks the technology to reach the wreck and verify its current condition, but the probability of SCP-4217 continuing to exhibit anomalous properties has been deemed low in light of damage inflicted upon it prior to its sinking. Timeline. 1937, Marcus Straub, a Foundation agent working undercover in Germany, intercepts a shipment of esoteric materials being transported to the city of Hamburg for use in construction of a battleship. Several materials are recognized as important components in thaumatological constructs. Agent Straub is ordered to observe the construction. Upon completion of the hull, the ship is christened Bismarck and launched for fitting out work. May 7th, 1939. A large, heavily guarded shipment marked with insignia of the Obscura Corps is delivered to Bismarck. Agent Straub reports hearing a sound similar to a heartbeat originating from the shipment, but is unable to get close enough to make further observations. September 15th through September 17th, 1940. Bismarck leaves Hamburg and begins sea trials during what appears to be a high-speed run. The Bismarck releases a massive electrical discharge and shuts down. For several seconds following this, a series of glowing symbols are visible along the hull, but the distance is too great for Agent Straub to identify them. The power is restored within an hour. September 18th, 1940. SCP designation assigned. O5 Council authorizes neutralization. All agents stationed within Germany ordered to rendezvous and destroy SCP-4217 before it can be completed. September 28, 1940. Agents report readiness to launch mission. No further contact. October 1st through October 11th, 1940. Team is declared MIA and mission is deemed a failure. Subsequent attempts are hindered by the ongoing war. Following a 7-4-2 vote, the O5 Council concludes the potential threat posed by SCP-4217 warrants informing the British government. May 20th to May 23rd, 1941. SCP-4217 is spotted by Swedish reconnaissance aircraft. This information is leaked to the British, who contact the Foundation. The Royal Navy dispatches a fleet led by HMS Hood and HMS Prince of Wales to intercept the SCP-4217. Foundation representatives meet with British Admiralty Board to coordinate neutralizing SCP-4217. Foundation agents are placed on board select ships of the home fleet as advisors. May 24th, 1941, 0552-0604. HMS Hood and HMS Prince of Wales engage SCP-4217 and Prince Eugen in battle of the Denmark Strait. Due to its psionic field and thaumatological reinforced armor, SCP-4217 sustains only minor damage. SCP-4217 converts a significant portion of Hood's crew into SCP-4217-1 instances, which then overwhelm the bridge crew. Hood then sunk by enemy fire. Prince of Wales retreats. May 24th, 1941, 1100. It is discovered that SCP-4217 is leaking a substance then thought to be oil. The remaining fleet uses the trail to follow SCP-4217. May 24th, 1941, 2200. SCP-4217's anomalous defense impede attempt attacks by torpedo bombers. Observing Foundation agents identify the defenses and relay this information to Site-41. Use of SCP-redacted is proposed as a countermeasure to the psionic field, and preparations are made to transport it. Site-41 thaumatology experts design plans to modify torpedoes that will overload SCP-4217's armor reinforcement. May 25th, 1941, 0300. And then May 26th, 1941, 10:30. SCP-4217 temporarily breaks radar contact, but is eventually located by British intelligence. Events during this period do not deviate from historical record. May 26, 1941, 1839. Foundation supply ship arrives with requested countermeasures. SCP-redacted nullifies psionic field. Modified torpedoes overload reinforcement symbols. Subsequent dermatological discharge causes moderate hull damage. SCP-4217 is noted to begin moving erratically. May 27, 1941, 0843. British warships led by the HMS King George V surround the SCP-4217 and begin firing upon it. May 27, 1941, 0931. SCP-4217 is now too damaged to return fire, but remains afloat. British bombardment continues. May 27, 1941, 1007. SCP-4217's store of mutagenic ammunition is struck. Majority of crew exposed and become SCP-4217-1 instances. Remaining crew abandoned ship. SCP May 27, 1941, 1035. SCP-4217 starts to sink. British ships cease fire and begin rescue efforts. May 27, 1941, 1039. SCP-4217 is completely submerged. Foundation teams recover SCP-4217-1 remains. Amnesiacs were administered to all British crew below the rank of Admiral before being allowed to disembark. 121 members of SCP-4217's crew were successfully rescued. Following interrogations, 109 amnesticized and transferred to the British custody, while the 12 remaining were sent to Site-23 for further investigation. The remains of 74 SCP-4217-1 instances were recovered and sent to Site-23 for study. The estimated minimum 1,500 members of SCP-4217's original crew remain unaccounted for. Okay, so that's the original thing. On February 16th, 1985, a team of MTF Gamma 6 deep feeders were dispatched to verify the status of SCP 4217. On February 19th, 1985, the surface crew reported that the dive team had remained submerged for several hours past their oxygen supplies allowed. Shortly thereafter, they detected a distress signal from submersible's black box recorder and retrieved it. Transcript is as follows. Forward. Subjects are Agent Victor Miller, Charles Taylor aboard a model SM-03 submersible equipped with a model RV-1 marine probe. Transcript begins 26 minutes into recording. Begin log. Taylor. Hey, point the lights that way. I think I saw something. Miller. Sure. Yeah, I think that's it. Taylor. Man, I never thought I'd be happy to see a swastika. Miller. Laughs. Seriously, clears throat. Let the record show that we have located the wreckage of SCP-4217. We will now begin to survey its current status. Taylor. It looks like the stern's been buried in sand, likely from a landslide caused when it struck the base of the mountain. Wait. We're underwater. Is landslide the right word? Miller. Let the record also show that neither of us know the words for an underwater landslide. Taylor. Anyway, bring us in so we can confirm the kill and get out of here. Miller. On it. Hey, the file mentioned a psionic field. Check the case counter. Taylor. Right, looks like it's reading normal background levels. Miller. Alright, confirming the absence of psionic influence. Taylor. The ARI is showing slightly higher than normal EVE levels, but below what they said would be indicated the protection runes being active. Miller. Good, we're two for two so far. Taylor. Yeah, it looks like the whole trip is going to be a waste of time. I don't know why they thought this thing might still be a threat. It got shelled for something like 2 straight hours, and then spent 40 years at the bottom of the ocean. Miller. I'm not so sure. Take a look at the hull. Taylor, what do you mean? It looks like it's just a normal ship's hull. Miller. Yeah, exactly. You think that it'd have things like barnacles all over it after 4 decades. Taylor. So it's anonymously barnacle-proof? Big deal. Miller. It's a big deal if it means the other properties are still active. Taylor. Yeah, I know. Hang on a sec. Let me see what else is in the file. Shuffling papers. Miller. Not much concrete info, from what I remember. Taylor. Well, it says here it could regenerate, so that might be the barnacle proofing. There's a mutation ammo, which supposedly got blown up. Some kind of power supply that may or may not even be anomalous. And yeah, that's not much to go on. The last 2 would be inside the hull. Miller. Well, no way the sub's going to get inside to take a look. Looks like it's time for the robot. Taylor. Guess so. Try to find us an opening hatch or something. I'll get it started up. Miller. I think I saw something earlier. Up on the bow. Yeah, here. That looked big enough? Taylor. That'll work. Alright, let's see what's inside. Extended silence. Taylor. Damn, it's in even better condition inside. It's got to be regenerating. We should have seen some sign of battle damage by now. Miller. Yeah, it's spotless. I don't even see any rust. You can still read the signs. Taylor. Speaking of which, I think one of them is pointing towards the turrets. Let's go. Then it's silence. Miller. There should be some skeletons, right? The file said 1,500 crew members were unaccounted for. Taylor. Yeah, I know. Damn, this is creepy. Pause. Well, here it is. Let's see what's inside. What the fuck? Miller. We seem to have found something attached to the interior structure of one of the main turrets. It looks like stone, but doesn't seem right. Taylor. It looks like it's coming through the bulkhead here. I'm taking us around to the other side. Pause. Yeah, there's even more here. Miller. There's even more down the corridor. Seems like it gets thicker towards the stern. Taylor. Hello, Joker Trickster 45. Yes, and everyone became an edgy as Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't know. I like Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't know. I'm maybe in the minority there. Okay. Taylor, it looks like it's growing from that way. Shit, I really don't think this is stone. Miller, yeah, we should probably take a sample to the surface. Taylor, I don't think that's a good idea. Miller, come on, man. We've got a job to do here. Taylor sighs. Alright. I'm doing it. Pause. Shit, that's definitely not stone. It's like rubber. Miller, all the more reason to find out what the hell it actually is. Taylor, come on, you piece of... There you go. Miller, what's that stuff coming out? Oh. Taylor, shit, it's bleeding. Get us out of here, Vic. A low-pitched rumbling. Taylor, get us out of here, Vic. Miller, wait, what about the robot? Taylor, fuck the robot, I'm cutting the umbilical. Let's go. Miller, fine, I'm on it. Pause. Did you see that on the superstructure? Taylor, yeah, fuck, the ship has eyes. Why does it have eyes? Shit, this is supposed to be an easy mission. Miller, 1500. Taylor, what was that? Miller, I think, rumbling sound of bending metal. Miller, something grabbed us. Sound of glass cracking. Taylor, shit, there's gotta be something. Sound of rushing water cuts to static. End log. The first sighting of SCP-4217 in its current form was made shortly thereafter. It is responsible for the sinking of 2 cargo carriers and 1 cruise liner prior to the establishment of current containment procedures. Cover stories were disseminated to explain the lost vessels. Foundation misinformation teams constructed a replica of Bismarck and sank it 100 kilometers east of the location of SCP-4217's rediscovery. Arrangements were made for a high-profile civilian oceanographer to discover it on June 8, 1989. Addendum 2. Recovered documents. Following the collapse of the USSR and subsequent dissolution of the GRU Division P, the Foundation acquired a number of documents that the GRU-P had recovered during the Soviet occupation of Germany. Among these documents were a number of internal Obscura Corps memos believed to be related to SCP-4217, translated from the original German. From Director Klossner to Karl Reuter. Subject Black Forest Specimen. Commander Reuter. The specimen's condition has finally stabilized, although it remains essentially comatose. Unfortunately, this state of affairs suits our purpose. Oddly, most of the damage doesn't seem to have been caused by the crash, but I just digress. I can explain more during your inspection next week if you're interested. We estimate that the nutrient supplies recovered from the specimen will last at least another month. After analyzing some samples, the nutrients seem to be mostly carbon-based, with a few exotic ingredients that we should be able to synthesize. Progress on interfacing with the specimen with modern electrical systems is also on schedule. Inform B&V that Contract F should have engine within the year. HH. From Otto Schmidt to Karl Reuter. Subject Artifact. Commander Reuter, I have some reservations about your plans for the artifact. Yes, the trials did show that the effects could extend out the ranges you desired, but they were greatly diminished. Furthermore, our test subjects have been far from peak physical or mental health. We don't know if we will do more than slightly confuse enemy crews. Please, we need to study it more before trying to use it. HH. From Karl Reuter to Hans Meyer. Subject Compound 17. Dr. Meyer, in the 3 years you've been given to work on your little soldier enhancement project, it's been a consistent disappointment. However, after reading the report on your latest failure, I believe you may have accidentally created something useful. I will be at your facility this Thursday for a demonstration of Compound 17 and its interesting side effects. If what you show me is satisfactory, I'll be willing to extend your deadline. I suggest you take full advantage of this opportunity. HH. In light of this discovery, the Foundation conducted investigations on the individuals named in these correspondence. Records indicate the deaths of Otto Schmidt in 1940 and Hans Meyer in 1941, with no evidence found to contradict this information. Dietrich Klossner was acquired by the United States military in Operation Paperclip and later died of natural causes in 1976. The Department of Defense has thus far refused to disclose information on his post-war work. References of Karl Reuter can be found in other Obscura Corps documentations until 1944, after which no further information on him has yet been found. Addendum 3, Incident 4217-09. On July 22nd, 1993, SCP-4217 appeared to enter a hostile state, and Foundation naval forces prepared to enact special containment procedures in response. However, before the vessels were able to reach firing range, Carl Wegner, captain of the SCPS Nemed, noticed that SCP-4217 was not moving from the location where it had surfaced. As this was different from prominently observed behavior, Captain Wagner ordered SCPS Caesar and SCPS Partholon to hold position while he investigated. SCP-4217 was unresponsive to the presence of SCP Nemed. Even when the latter drew within 200 meters, after a brief period of observation, Captain Wagner attempted to hail SCP-4217 over the radio. Transcript is as follows. Note: text in parentheses is translated from German. Begin log. Captain Wegner. This is Captain Kurt Wegner of the SCPS Nemed. Can you understand me? Extended silence. Repeat. This is Captain Kurt Wegner of the SCPS Nemed. Can you understand me? Please respond. SCP-4217. Confusion. Captain Wegner. You speak German? SCP-4217. German. Pause followed by opening bars of Die von Hoch. Captain Wagner. Yes. Clears throat. Do you understand what I'm saying? SCP-4217. Yes. You ship? Crew member. Captain, SCP-4217's eyes just focused on us. Captain Wagner. Yes, that's us. What about you? Can you tell us what you are or where you come from? SCP-4217. Confusion. Captain Wagner. Do you mean you don't know or that you don't understand? SCP-4217. Understand. Remember many. Confusion. Captain Wegner. What do you mean remember many? Communication officer. Captain, it's sending us a video feed. Captain Wegner. Show me, and make a recording of it. Communication officer. Yes, sir. Video consists of hundreds of images in rapid succession. Notable subjects include various early 20th century German cities, an unknown artifact structure in space, Adolf Hitler delivering a speech, the HMS King George V, the planet Jupiter, and the SCPS Assessor. Captain Wegner. What is this? SCP-4217. Remember many. Captain Wegner. So these are your memories. Was that Jupiter? Is that where you're from? SCP-4217. Confusion. Captain Wegner. Jupiter, the big planet with the red spot, the storm. SCP-4217. Storm. Red. The feed begins showing images of Jupiter with increasing frequency, and quickly turns into a single video. The viewpoint of the video is approaching the planet, specifically the Great Red Spot. SCP-4217. Red storm. Red clouds. Crew member. Captain, the tentacles are starting to twitch. I think it's getting agitated. Captain Wagner. Put some distance between us and it. Are the weapons still trained on it? Good. Hold fire until I give the order. Tell Caesar and Partholon to prepare to engage. SCP-4217, please calm down. What's wrong? The video is now very close to Jupiter's Great Red Spot. Now visible in the center of the storm is SCP-2399. The image flickers and changes multiple times, first replacing SCP-2399 with the HMS King George V and then the SCPS Nemed. SCP-4217, incoherent shrieking. A bright flash obscures the video. SCP-4217 begins to fire erratically in all directions while thrashing its tentacles. Captain Wagner, open fire. SCP-Nemed, SCPS Nemed, SCPS Cesar, and SCPS Partholon subdued SCP-4217 without further incident. SCP-4217 has not responded to subsequent attempts of communication. That's where this entry ends. This one was interesting. I think it's kind of neat that it seems like the Nazis fused some magical artifacts with an alien, from what it seems, and created a warship that was self-healing that eventually grew into a life form under the water. Very, very cool. I like all the little added entries that they added into this that really added to the whole thing. I'd like to know more about this ship. That said, I don't think that this had the oomph as much as the last two did. So my thinking with this one is that we would put this under a solid A rank. Does anyone disagree with that? Do you think this should be S? Do you think this should be lower? I think this was well written. I think the parts, all the information they gave on it was very well done. But I just don't think it had the oh shit factor that the Flesh That Hates or the IKEA had. What do you think? No objections? Okay, good. Then we're just gonna. You would give it a B, Lemmy? So you didn't quite find it interesting enough to get an A, even with all the added stuff? Okay. Does anyone else agree with that or disagree? Do you think A or B? So I'm kind of waffling between the two, to be honest with you. Alright, let's go with B. Let's go with B. I think that pushed me enough into the B category. Just saying that. Because I was waffling on that. We can put that in B. Okay, so far we have 2 S tiers, 2 B tiers, and 1 C tier. Let's move on to our next entry, shall we? 1548. Yeah, I do agree with you. It did kind of end abruptly, too. And I would have liked to find more information about what was going on with the Jupiter thing. I wish we would have had more information on that, but yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, we'll put that in B. We'll put that in B. Solid B. Okay, let's see. So we were doing, the next SCP we're doing are 1548. So let's go into here. Okay, here we go, 1548, where are you at? 1548, the Star, the Hateful. SCP-1548. This one's not too long. Okay, cool. Welcome, 05-6. You have one file pending review. Display file? Yes. Accessing file. SCP-1548. You agree with B as well? Okay, yeah, we definitely have it in B. I think we're going to leave that in B then. Yeah, because like I said, I was waffling between A and B. I think B works there. Alright, so SCP-1548, Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Foundation satellites, Malakabul 1 through 10, will monitor the south pole of the Sun for SCP-1548 under Protocol Koyash Venur. Oh, there's other ones like that one. Okay, well, hopefully we'll get to them one day. I'm kind of interested because I do like the hybridization of organic and mechanical materials. That's something that's always kind of piqued my interest. So I'm totally down for that. Okay, so special containment procedures. Foundation satellites Malakabul 1 through 10 will monitor the south pole of the Sun for SCP-1548. Under Protocol Koyash Venur, all Foundation space stations and off-planet bases within the solar system will have the monitoring of the Sun as their secondary mission. Objective connections will be maintained with major space agencies under Operation Stygian Iris for the enhanced monitoring of an anomaly with accurate information on phenomena restricted to specified personnel. As it is not feasible to place limitation on all solar telescopes, it is expected that civilians will observe SCP-1548 on occasion. Foundation personnel embedded in scientific agencies will disseminate misleading information on SCP-1548 and all thaumaturgic symbols that manifest, describing them as unusual but natural phenomena. All other information of the anomaly and related symbols are subject to standard Foundation censorship protocols. Description: SCP-1548 is the designation of various anomalous solar phenomena, primarily occurring at the south pole of the Sun. There are 3 types of known SCP-1548 events. SCP-1548-1, 6 equidistant ovular sunspots, approximately 40,000 kilometers by 15,000 kilometers in size, appear at the ends of the sunspot's coverage after 23 hours, often accompanied with the formation of a solar prominence that typically takes the shape of a thaumaturgic symbol. The coronal mass ejection will then occur around the sunspots, lasting 11 hours, with the prominence dissipating after 5 hours. SCP-1548-2 begins similarly to SCP-1548-1. A solar prominence then forms from the site of the sunspot and breaks off from the sun, moving away from it and likely entering interstellar space. The event lasts for 2 hours. SCP-1548-3. Sunspots form thaumaturgical symbols which range in size. This can occur in conjunction with other events or separately. Unlike the previous two phenomena, these sunspots do not commonly manifest in any single area. The first recorded SCP-1548 event was on May 17, 1983, where an SCP-1548-3 event was observed, showing thaumaturgic symbols -2201-B1, referred to Adenine 1. The event was classified as extranormal event 9008 until similar occurrences were observed, leading to the classification of SCP-1548. Adenine 1, Thermatological Symbol Identification. The Department of Thermatology has successfully identified and determined the nature of several symbols seen in SCP-1548. Below is a list of the symbols denoted with a V, if they are a variation of the symbol. V1 denotes that the original or first discovered version of the symbol. T-2201-B1, unnamed, only seen in SCP-1548 if inscribed in any telescope device by a person with thaumaturgic abilities. The device will show psionic entities with a malicious intent toward the user. After a total of 4 hours of use, users without psionic abilities will experience symptoms of psychosis. TS-381-V2, known as the Caliphation owl among various occultist groups. When affixed or projected onto a material, it will strengthen the material, enhancing its ability to absorb kinetic and electromagnetic energy. Materials may be hidden from sight as well. TS-1817-B7, known as the 12 Holy Owls of the Serenithium, origin among humans unknown. When the symbol is affixed to a weapon or object used with the intent of harm, any entity killed by the weapon will annihilate the immediate space around it. The size of the annihilation zone is proportional to the size of the entity killed. This annihilation zone has no effect on materials reinforced with TS-381. Of note is 61% of observed thaumaturgic symbols pertain to the anomalous Orethan mythology and religious beliefs. TS-1817 originates from the Orethan occultists of the 1800s, and TS-381 has been used by members of the Church of the Second Hythoth as a prominent Orothian group in interest. In avoiding capture by the Foundation, why this is the case is unclear. Adenine 2, Event 1548-29. On 23 December 2006, several SCP-1548-1 events occurred in rapid succession, although interpretation of these symbols is still underway. TS-381-V2, TS-1817-V7, and TS-2201-V1 manifest multiple times during the events. 20 non-anonymous Orethian language symbols and phrases for protection formed as well. 47 hours later, 5 SCP-1548-2 events occurred in the span of 2 hours. Over the next month, a dense cloud of ionizing radiation began forming around the solar system, surrounding the heliopause. Although initially a large, unnoticeable amount of cloud increased in magnitude until light from the other side, from outside the universe, could enter by January 20th, 2017. The origin of the cloud is presumed to be from the sequence of the SCP-1548 events, though the combined amount of particles produced was too small to form a structure of this scale. Of note is that the Foundation telescopes have noticed thaumatic tessellations resembling grids of pyramids periodically forming along the cloud. As the night sky is now entirely altered, Foundation censorship protocols cannot be fully executed. I just said this word like 5 million times and now I'm having a hard time saying it. The dissemination of incorrect scientific information regarding the solar system entered a dense cloud of cosmic dust in the progress. Scientific information describing the actual nature of the ionizing radiation cloud will be censored as per contingency in Galileo-2. Addendum 3, recent phenomena. Following the events of 1548-29, a high amount of significant anomalous phenomena have occurred. The following is a list of events updated as of January 26, 2017. Date: December 24, 2016. The Falcon Light suddenly lost 50% of its mass during the flight of the ISS, causing death of all crew. Foundation satellites captured videos of the event showing that half the spacecraft disappeared along the midline, jettisoning any crew still inside into the Earth's atmosphere. Radio signals have received soon afterward from beyond the heliopause, although suspected to originate from the other half of the spacecraft. The decoded signals match no known spoken or written language. Notes: all launch plans for manned spacecraft have been cancelled, both inside and outside of the Foundation. A cover story involving a faulty booster has been disseminated. December 29, 2016. The International Space Station ceased standard communication and began broadcasting visual, auditory, cognitive hazards. All subjects exposed to any of the cognitive hazards enter a trance state and eventually have their brain vanish. 2 hours after the Foundation satellites detect a sharp increase in thaumaturgic particles in orbit, all found to be originating from the Sun. The ISS abruptly changes trajectory to follow the course that will result in the re-entry, certain to destroy the entire station, in February of 2017. Classification of the ISS as an anomaly is pending approval. January 2nd, 2017. SCP-2713 was found to be entirely empty. Most of the interior of the building has been destroyed. Claw marks, scorched walls, and blood strewn across the room indicate signs of significant struggle. Reclassification to neutralized is pending approval. January 5th, 2017. During a political demonstration in front of the Reichstag in Berlin, Germany, a thaumaturgic way leading to unknown pocket dimension opened near the protesters. Koru Archpriest Farah Ontois, Church of the Second Haitoth leader and known person of interest, exited and announced that a shelter had been built. Further information is limited, as all persons in the area promptly entered the way, including 2 undercover Foundation agents. The way closed immediately after. Censorship of the event is in progress. January 10th, 2017. An unknown engine weapon was activated during protests at Times Square. A violent explosion destroyed the entirety of Midtown Manhattan, leveling surrounding buildings and severely damaging other nearby areas within 6-kilometer radius. The death toll is undetermined. A high number of Tartarian entities and demonic possessions have been observed in an 11-kilometer radius around the blast's epicenter. Persons with confirmed connections to the Chaos Insurgency has been publicly blamed the event on a global shadow organization. January 19th, 2017. SCP-179 established contact for a single moment, singing Defend before descending below the sun's surface and vanishing. The frequency of SCP-1548 events have dramatically increased since this event, with at least 2 occurring per day. January 20th, 2017. The radiation cloud fully obscures the night sky. Global amnetization under the Inui Protocol is enacted. by the Foundation completed at 78% efficiency. Several paramilitary organizations, which include world governments and anonymous groups, take this opportunity to attempt to further their own personal goals. Joint Foundation and Global Occult Coalition forces have been assembled to combat these groups. Efforts are ongoing. January 22nd, 2017. SCP-2821, following a sudden expansion in size to a diameter of 1.7 kilometer, vanished. The nearby lunar area 32 suffered from a minimum of 38 casualties and lost 10 anomalies from the expansion, enveloping and destroying sections of the facility under the anomaly's different laws of physics. Based on readings from the Minkowski space-time monitors, it is hypothesized that SCP-2821 formed a wormhole leading to another region of the universe. Misinformation to explain the newly formed hemispherical crater on the lunar surface is being disseminated. January 25th, 2017. Experimental Foundation devices began detecting tachyons moving at undetermined faster-than-light speeds. Analysis found that these are likely a new form of SCP-3417 transmission. Though with major deviations from the standard contents, this was observed until being abruptly cut off, presumably due to the radiation cloud. Further information is below. January 30th, 2017. Currently under review. Notes are not applicable. Transmission 3417-62. Begin log. SCP-3417. All Orathians here. All Orathians must listen now. Unknown symbol 30. Stars lost. Unknown a unit of time ago. The first invasion occurred. The gods were unprepared, never comprehending the fragility of the universe after its creation. Second city lost. The extra-universal abominations invaded and the gods did not die. Their duty in protecting existence. Transmission interference for 1 minute. SCP-3417 would not have won without Orathins. Unknown symbol 31 lost. The gods defended Orathins in existence. Orathins defended the gods in existence. Illuminated star system. Lost. When united, we are strong. Transmission interference for 25 minutes. SCP-3417. 12 stars lost. The worlds must fight. Transmission stops and log. Joint Foundation and Global Occult Coalition forces have been mobilized for large-scale containment and threat neutralization operations. Cooperation with various governments to assist the cover-ups has begun, though these measures are hindered by the decisions of the Latvian, Estonian, and Georgian governments in declassifying documents on anomalous phenomenon in Cold War paratech. All major containment sites are now under Level 5 high-security lockdown until further notice. Addendum 4, Experiment 2154-37. On June 12, 1999, it was determined by a unanimous ununanimous O5 vote to enact a long-term plan to explore beyond the heliopause. Mission objectives were to confirm or deny hypotheses regarding extraterrestrial SCP objects and collect data on anomalous phenomena. Beyond the heliopause, as such, the Foundation probe of Seraph-1 was constructed and successfully launched on May 9, 2000. On January 27, 2017, an SCP-1548-1 event was initiated prior to Seraph-1 reaching the heliopause, forming the thaumaturgic symbols used in predicting the future. Following the SCP-1548-1 event, an SCP-1548-2 event was initiated and launched. This one, however, deviates significantly from normal trajectories and curved sharply for about 100 AU away from the Sun, towards Seraph-1. Seraph-1 crossed the heliosphere 2 days before contact was lost from the intense radiation inside the solar prominence. All information collected from Seraph-1 is currently under review pending declassification. End of SCP-1548 file. There are 6 related Okay, yeah, that's all of it. Oh, wait, no, there is more. Hold on, there is more. There are 6 related files. Access files, yes. Accessing materials. Displaying file 1 of 6. Motion as follows. Enveil protocol under contingency undercloak -3. YEA 05-1, 05-3, 05-8, 05-10, 05-13, 05-11. Nay. Oh, yay, nay. 05-2, 05-4, 05-5, 05-7, 05-12, and 05-9. Abstain, none. Votes pending, 05-6. Results NA. Displaying file, 2 of 6. Motion is record of decision, overseer council action number 25-22, knock-7. Motion is follow. Reclassify SCP-1548 as thumbnail and begin manually inducing SCP-1548 events under proposal 1548-12. Yay. 05-3, 05-4, 05-7, 05-10, 05-11. Nay. 05-2, 05-5, 05-9, 05-8, and 05-13. Abstain. 05-1, 05-12. Votes pending. 05-6. Results NA. Displaying file 3 of 6, the Seraph-1 exploration transcript. Begin log. Seraph-1 is 100 kilometers away from Heliopause. The entire region appears as a barrier of ionizing radiation, resembling a cloud and glowing a dull orange. Highly complex geometric patterns form on the surface, most 10,000 kilometers across. After an hour, the probe begins passing through the heliopause, entering the interstellar space, and contact is lost. A connection is periodically re-established over a period of 2 days, though the only meaningful data obtained is tachyon transmission from SCP-3417. After that period, a stable connection with the probe begins. Many pieces of equipment were disabled by the radiation, though a rear camera continued to be operable. Behind Seraph-1 are masses of high-energy radiation that resemble solar flares, encompassing the entire visible section of the heliosphere as a barrier. Thousands of thaumaturgic symbols are present in these flares, most unidentified. Identified symbols serve to provide various forms of camouflage, the largest being warding sigils used in Orithian religion to repel extra-universal entities. At the approximate location where Seraph-1 exited, a large hole is forming, with the flares dissipating at its edges as it expands. Swarms of entities can be seen in the distance surrounding the heliopause. The bodies of each entity is highly asymmetrical and possess numerous appendages and unknown structures. The only common features are gray body coloration segments that erratically flash various colors and fractal structures. Sizes are estimated to range from 10 kilometers to 10,000 kilometers, though some appear to be significantly larger on unknown scales. 2 of these entries hereafter, 1548-Omega-1 and 1548-Omega-2, pass by Seraph-1. 1548-Omega-1 is eel-like in shape, with 5 arms extending from random sections of his body, along with a mouth made of impossible geometric structures at the end of its body, is surrounded by arachnid limbs and frequent flickers into being translucent. 1548 Omega-2 is oscillating and controlling a tetrahedral object, leaving trails of black rocks that rapidly disintegrate. As the entities near the hole, the warding sigils glow red, causing red shock waves appear around each one, significantly slowing their speed. 1548 Omega-2 unfolds its body and releases glowing white orbs with reach of the sigil, which reach the sigils, expand into spiral patterns. The sigils demanifest and shockwaves lessen in luminosity. 1548 Omega-1 passes through the hole and accelerates out of Seraph-1's view. High amounts of thaumaturgic particles are detected in the hole, is rapidly enveloped by solar flares. Hundreds of concentrated blasts of thaumatic energy are shot out of the new flares and pierce through 1548 Omega-2, vaporizing it in seconds. At this point, on January 27, 2017, SCP-1548-2 provenance passes through the heliopause, encountering Sierra-1 an hour later. Contact is permanently lost. End log. We have displaying file 4 of 6, transmission 3417-63. Begin log, SCP-3417, lost. All near-Earthians must unite at unknown symbol 31. Cannons have been moved into orbit around the planets. The extra-universal invasion lessons. The gods protect us. Earthians will survive. Pause transmission for 7 minutes. SCP-3417. Rockmal Leosin is dead. Pause transmission for 1 minute. SCP-3417. Gods lost. Drifted galaxy. Lost. Universe is unprotected. Universe is not lost. Earthians are not lost. Earthians. Transmission begins to display a sequence of spiral patterns in an encrypted image, found to show the entity resembling SCP-2821-2 when decrypted. The transmission ends. A reclassification of SCP-3417 to neutralized is pending approval. Displaying file 5 of 6, events 154835. Event summary. On January 30th, 2017, the Foundation orbital vessels SCPS Cortana was fully outfitted with experimental anomalous weapon and propulsion systems. It was deployed to neutralize 1548-Omega-1, which had destroyed Pluto and other Kuiper Belt objects following its entrance into the solar system. The vehicle arrived at 1548-Omega-1's location near Jupiter and engaged the entity. Communication with the onboard crew was lost after 10 minutes. Footage from Foundation probes showed the vehicle and entity becoming surrounded by black substance and vanish. 2 hours later, the substance dissipates from the SCPS Cortana and observed to be rapidly accelerating towards Mars at near light speed. With an organic mass resembling that of 1548-Omega-1 attached to it. In 30 minutes, the vessel reached the planet and impacted it, creating a crater 400 kilometers in radius, ionizing the atmosphere and turning the surface into a molten mass. An hour after, the surface began to convert it back into black organic mass, which spread out from the epicenter of the SCPS Cortana's impact. At this time, an SCPS 1548-2 event, the largest one on record, occurred, and the solar flare reached Mars when half of its surface had been converted. A violent explosion followed in luminosity, of which matched the sun's luminosity when viewed from Earth. The resultant debris is expected to form a second asteroid belt within the next 3 months. Asteroid impacts with Earth are predicted to increase. As this event occurred 10 hours ago, all related data is still under review. Displaying file 6 of 6. Text file left by 05-3 on January 28, 2017. Seraph-1 was only able to take a single picture of extrasolar space, and this is it. All that's left of our infinite, ever-expanding universe. Display attached file. Oh, yeah, I don't always play games. I do more talking than anything else. This is an SCP. We're reading SCP files, reviewing them, and putting the tier up on a tier list. These have been submitted by my community on Twitter. So we are on 6 of 14 right now. I'm glad you love it. It's not meant to be a scam. I promise. Attention, the terminal has been idle for 4 minutes. The terminal will exit in 1 more minute. Log out. Would you like to vote before logging out? No. Are you sure? Yes. The O5 Council has been notified of your decision. You still have 3 days to vote. Goodbye, O5-6. Logging off. Shutting down. And that's it for the for SCP-1548. I think there's a lot of really cool implications in this one that aren't truly explored, and maybe we need to read about these other SCPs that are mentioned in it to truly get the scope of it. But without doing that, we're going to vote on it without having to go read these other SCP files. I think that there is like a lot of really cool lore that's brought into questioned here. I want to put this firmly in a B category, because while I think it's interesting and I do want to explore this one further, I don't think it gave me enough information to make me go, holy shit, this is awesome. It's just enough to make me interested to want to explore a little bit more, but I feel I could have used a little bit more, whether it was more information on the Orithans or the supposed gods that were coming out. I did like this one a lot. I am waffling between A and B. Well, I'm glad you're hooked here. Drink water for the boys. And I do welcome you to the Mirror Shade. And just so you know, my name is Bloody Esme. Um, I like to specialize in horror content, whether it be SCPs, creepypastas, horror-based games, horror-based stories. We do scuffed art on Friday nights. So we do all kinds of horror things here. We have our Monster Girl Club on Tuesdays where we will look at Monster Girls and look respectfully at them and just appreciate the artwork of them. Yeah, this channel is all horror all the time, whether it's be sci-fi horror, magical horror, any type of it. So I do welcome you here, and I hope that if you like what you're seeing, that you'll throw us a follow, and we'll see you back regularly. Yeah, it's very unfinished. This is very unfinished. That's the reason why I'm leaning towards B, because it does feel like there should be a lot more in here, and I would like to see more. But it is intriguing enough to give me an A. But like I said, I'm waffling between the two. So what do you think, chat? A or B? Help me decide my waffle here. Will this be our first A, or will it just increase our B column? Aw, thank you. And our music stopped again. Let me turn the music back on. Boom. I appreciate that, Lemmy. I do try my best. B? Yeah. Like, I'm gonna stick with my initial reaction then. We're gonna stick with B then. Okay, so we got that firmly into B. Let's move on to the next SCP file that was submitted. Our next SCP file is actually yours, Lemmy, 294. So let's go over to SCP-294. Okay. 294. SCP-294, the coffee machine. Okay, this is a not too long of a file, and it looks like it's got some good information in it though, so let's start this. Item number, SCP-294. Well, that's good. After all the long ones we've had, I could use a short one. Item, SCP-294, Object Class, Euclid. There are no special containment procedures. There are no, let me start over, sorry. There are no standard special containment procedures on file for item SCP-294. However, only personnel of security clearance level 2 or higher are allowed to interact with it. See document SCP-294-A. SCP-294 is currently being stored on the second floor in the second floor personal break room and is monitored by 2 guards of security clearance level 3 at all times. Well, I think we'd use that the last view. Description. Item SCP-294 appears to be a standard coffee vending machine, the only noticeable difference being an entry touchpad with buttons corresponding to an English QWERTY keyboard. Upon depositing 50 cents US currency into the coin slot, the user is prompted to enter the name of any liquid using the touchpad. Upon doing so, a standard 12-ounce paper drinking cup is placed and the liquid indicated is poured. 97 initial test runs were performed, including requests for water, coffee, beer, soda, and non-consumable liquids such as sulfuric acid, wiper fluid, and motor oil, as well as substances that do not usually exist in liquid state, such as nitrogen, iron, and glass. And each one returned a success. Test runs with solid materials, such as diamond, have failed. However, as it appears that SCP-294 can only deliver substances that can exist in liquid state. It is of note that approximately 50 uses of the machine would not respond to further requests. After a period of approximately 90 minutes, the machine seemed to have restocked itself. It's also interesting to note that many caustic liquids that would have eaten through a normal paper cup seem to have no effect on the cups dispensed by the machine. Testing is ongoing. As suggested, SCP-294 was moved to the second floor personnel break room as a money-saving venture. Following Incident 294-01, guards were stationed at the item, and a security clearance became necessary to interact with it. Document 2 SCP-294-A regarding Incident 294-1. On August 21, 2005, Agent Joseph Redacted attempted to use item SCP-294 to obtain coffee during his allotted break time at 9:30 a.m. At the request of Agent Redacted to see what it would do, Redacted requested a cup of joe from the item. Moments after confirming the selection, Agent Joseph Redacted began to sweat profusely and complained of dizziness before collapsing. After moving the unconscious agent to the infirmary, the medical team recovered the contents of the cup dispensed by item SCP-294. A combination of blood, tissue, and other bodily fluids testing revealed DNA sequence of the biological material dispensed by SCP-294 matched that of Agent Redacted. Agent Redacted made a complete recovery after 4 weeks of rest and intravenous hydration. X-rays and CAT scans show no further signs of injury, and Redacted was released. Both agents were reprimanded. Additional security measures for SCP-294 have been recommended. Well, I guess we know not to ask for a cup of joe from this machine, huh? Poor Joe. I wonder if this hits anyone named Joe in the vicinity. Addendum SCP-294-F. After reviewing documentation of SCP-294, Redacted suggested testing SCP-294's ability to retrieve specific liquids from a distance. Addendum SCP-294-H. With the overseeing of O5 data expunged, a cup of SCP-075 secretion was used as input. The product was proven to be the requested liquid, and the cup was able to successfully contain the material. However, the report from Incident 075-07 was acknowledged 2 hours after the test. See Addendum SCP-075-M. A containment procedure breach has occurred exactly at the same time this test was taking place. Waking SCP-075 from its active stage, it was able to secrete an amount of basic solution equal to the capacity of the coffee cup before emergency containment procedure was applied and was rendered passive. The liquid was not in the post-incident investigation. Yeah, it's just kind of neat. It's like, oh, don't ask for a cup of Esme. I wonder what it would produce. I mean, I don't really have blood anymore, so it's kind of curious now. Okay. And let's go Addendum SCP-294-I. Researcher punched in request for a cup of gold. The machine dispensed a cup of molten gold. Researcher requested similar precious metals with the same result. SCP Addendum 294-J. Researcher punched in from a safe range. Request a cup of antiwater. The machine hummed briefly and displayed out of range. The entry pad. It is theorized that SCP-294 has a limited range of collection. It cannot reach into alternate universes and dimensions. Addendum SCP-294-K. Researcher punched in request for diamond. SCP-294 briefly hummed, then displayed out of range. On entry pad, SCP-294 gives this results for all solid substances. As diamond is a solid crystalline form of carbon, it appears the machine will not dispense liquid carbon, as this does not result in a diamond. When the cup of carbon was subsequently punched in, the machine dispensed a cup of liquid carbon. SCP-294 was immune to damaging effects of the dispensing liquid. You really could make so much money with this machine. Give me a cup of gold. Give me another cup of gold. Addendum SCP-294-M. Testing for range of SCP-294's capacity for retrieval has been initiated. A unique compound has been formulated composed of undisclosed ratios of redacted brand bleach, redacted, brand cola, METRX powder, and garam masala. The fluid was created and placed in a sealed container 25 meters away from SCP-294. When requested, the fluid was dispensed. An equal amount of the mixture was no longer present in the original container. Addendum SCP-2940-1. Researcher redacted under observation of Level 4 personnel keyed in a request of the best drink I've ever had. SCP-294 dispensed a fluid liquid similar in appearance to cola. The researcher identified it as a mixed drink he recalls having at a bar in his during his bachelor party. This is convinced it was the best drink. Redacted did not know what ingredients were in the drink besides rum and cola. Further tests are scheduled to ascertain how SCP-294 gathers information. Addendum SCP-2940-01A. Under the same conditions, Agent Redacted, the best drink I've ever had, SCP-294 delivers a dark fluid topped with a white foam, which is later identified as Vienna Lager. The cup was printed with a color picture of 5 men and 2 women drinking beer on the beach. Redacted was one of them. In his briefing, Agent Redacted confirmed that his favorite drink ever was a Vienna Lager. He consumed at the beach with his friends. It has now been confirmed that SCP-294 has the ability to directly gather information from someone's mind in order to comply with the given conditions. Addendum SCP-294-Q-1. Subject keyed the perfect drink. The machine dispensed a cup containing an odorless lavender liquid. After drinking the liquid, subject appeared to go into shock. Subject later committed suicide, leaving a note which read, "I'm sorry, but at this point everything is just one big letdown. Requesting such a drink again is highly discouraged. None of the components of the drink have been yet identified." Addendum SCP-294-T-01. Subject keyed in something Cassie will like. The device was heard to hum for about 3 seconds before dispensing an empty cup. Printed on the side of the cup was an image of a traditional soda fountain glass, filled with something brown and topped with whipped cream. Upon introduction to SCP-085, it was identified by her as a chocolate banana milkshake and judged delicious. Addendum SCP-294-W. Researcher keyed in a request for a cup of music. SCP-294 produced a clear, sparkling liquid that tasted vaguely alcoholic. Following ingestion, subject reported feeling and not hearing a continuous rhythm, and demonstrated the ability to move, even dance, with a certain fluidity that he had not previously shown. Testing on other abstract concepts is continuing. Addendum SCP-294-AB. During a mass security breach, Agent Redacted requested a cup of pertinent medical knowledge while taking shelter inside the second-floor break room. Of the 4 agents in the room, Agent Redacted was the only one who was not injured. SCP-294 poured a cup of clear green liquid. Following the ingestion of the substance, Agent Redacted began mending the other agents' wounds in a manner consistent with Foundation medical training. Agent Redacted no longer has the medical training that the liquid provided, and the other attempts to recreate the effect have failed. The agent has speculated that this event was an emergency measure taken by the object to ensure self-preservation. Addendum SCP-294-AC. Dr. Redacted requests My Life Story from SCP-294. SCP-294 made a humming noises and shook violently for approximately 3 minutes before providing a highly viscous, opaque black liquid. Upon consumption, Dr. Redacted reported that he remembered everything he had ever happened to him following this test. Dr. Redacted entered his office and returned 48 hours later with a 538-page autobiography. Addendum SCP-294-AD. Researcher request consisting solely of phrase "surprise me." Device produced an opaque cup containing normal water. Later determined to have heated to approximately 200 degrees Celsius upon receiving vibration from transport. Contents of the cup turned into steam, violently spraying boiling water in a 2-meter radius. That's not very nice. Addendum SCP-294-AF. Researcher produced request for Blood of Christ. SCP-294 vibrated and produced a message. Hic est en calisanguis me. Then produced a paper drinking cup containing approximately 0.12 liters of red grape wine. Addendum SCP-294-AG. Researcher produced request for a cup of Smilodon blood, cup of passenger pigeon blood, and a cup of Thomas Jefferson's blood, and received 3 out of range errors. Addendum SCP-294-AH. A D-class personnel with an IQ of 99 and low curiosity scores was given written instructions about what to request. The D-class personnel produced a request for blood of Canis lupus and received a cup of liquid substance identified as wolf blood. The D-class personnel next produced a request for saliva of Equus cabilis and they received a cup of liquid subsequently identified as horse saliva. D-class personnel next produced a request for urine of Fasciculatros cinereus and received a cup of liquid subsequently identified as koala urine. The D-class personnel produced the request for cerebrospinal fluid of I'm so bad at Latin. Phoberimus Pattersoni, received a cup of liquid currently undergoing analysis. It is to be noted that Phoberimus Pattersoni went extinct during the late Miocene epoch, approximately 8 million years ago. Okay. Addendum SCP-294-AI. Dr. King requested a cup of room temperature superconductor and received a cup of apple juice with the seeds floating in it. Addendum SCP-294-AJ. Dr. Menchu produced a request of a cup of D-151839's leukemia and received a cup of fluid. The fluid was microscopically examined and found to contain leukemia blast cells, which were a genetic match to D-151839. A second request for a cup of D-151839's leukemia resulted in an out of range error. D-151839 was subsequently found to be free of leukemia. However, within 15 days, the leukemia had reoccurred. Other SCP-294 experiments are currently awaiting approval. Okay, so this one was interesting. I'm going to put this one as a solid B. I think this one was very interesting. It was kind of neat with what they've written up with it, but nothing about it really makes me go, ooh, I want to hear more tales about this machine. Although there was one part of that with the extinct species, the fluid from that, and then being able to retrieve it. I do want to know where that extinct species brain liquid came from. So that definitely has me intrigued. But that's another thing altogether. So that's not so much to do with the SCP, but to do with the liquid that they retrieved from the SCP, the machine. So I'm going to put this in a solid B. I think this is a very good one. It's just not enough to make me go, ooh, I need to see more. But definitely a solid B. What do you think? Solid B, or do you think this deserves higher or lower? I'm going to stick with solid B. Alright, so solid B for that one. Alright, so let's move on. So we are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7 out of 14. We got 7 more to do, people. So let's go on to the next one. Yeah, that was a good calm one after like the universe destroying one that we just went through. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with B because I did like it enough that it was definitely gonna be a B. So let me go ahead into the next one, which was requested by Sleepless Rambles, which is SCP-2295. Let me get the file up here real quick. 2295. 2295. Here we go. think I overestimated how much time this is going to take by a lot, because I guess the first couple that I read were just all short ones, so we were done like an hour and a half. We're running on a 4-hour stream right now. Hey Zombro, oh, you added into the damn it damn Alone in the Dark challenge. Okay, 2295. 2295. This is a bear with a heart of patchwork. Oh, how'd your stream go? Did it go well? Did you have fun tonight? Well, before we start this one, I need to go to the bathroom super duper fast. Oh no, not you too, Lemmy. No! Don't make me watch that horrible movie. Oh, I have been reading SCP entries for 4 hours. How do you think I feel? Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll pick up with SCP-2295. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a cup of water when I go to the bathroom too. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna switch to the Be Right Back screen, and once we return, we will get this next 7 pounded out. This one doesn't seem like a very long entry, so this one should be short. Be right back. Love ya. Be right back. Okay, I am back. So let's pick up with the next SCP entry, shall we? This is SCP-2295. This is a short entry as well, and this thing's super duper cute, so I'm excited to see what its story is. SCP-2295. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2295 is to be kept in a standard containment locker within Storage Wing 25 on Site 37. Personnel in Level 3 or higher security clearance are authorized to perform tests on SCP-2295 after filling out an appropriate paperwork. Please contact Dr. Gregus if required. Access to SCP-2295 is expected to exceed 24 hours. Description: SCP-2295 is a patchwork stuffed bear approximately 0.46 meters from head to foot, and stuffed with a synthetic fiber and cotton. SCP-2295 has a small, anatomically correct pin of a heart on the left side of its thorax, and a bow wrapped around its neck. The fabric and color of SCP-2295's patchworks vary. Tests confirm that no components of SCP-2295 contain any anomalous chemical properties. SCP-2295 enters an active state when within 2 meters of a human sustaining major trauma to an organ. When in proximity of 2 or more possible subjects, SCP-2295 will invariably choose the youngest subject. SCP-2295 will anonymously produce scissors, white thread, and either sewing needles or a cross-stitching hook from its mouth, and use any fabric and stuffing in close proximity to fashion an instance of SCP-2295-1, a patchwork imitation of the subject's organ. SCP-2295-1 vanishes from sight and the subject falls into a state of unconsciousness. SCP-2295-1 instances then replaces the subject's damaged organ via anomalous means. The whereabouts of organs replaced this way are undetermined. There is no usable material if there is no usable material in close proximity, SCP-2295 will use fabric and stuffing from itself. SCP-2295 regenerates 1 gram of stuffing every day until completely replacing any lost or used stuffing. Note that fabric used this way does not regenerate, and additional fabric must be replaced near SCP-2295 for the purpose of self-mending. Instances of SCP-2295-1 successfully carry out their respective functions despite the numerous expected biological, chemical, and medical incompatibilities. Once within the subject, adjacent tissue and veins attach to the imitated organ without observable complications. There have been no cases of rejected SCP-2295-1 instances, and all subjects recorded at time of writing made full recoveries. Test log-2295. Testing approved to test limitations of SCP-2295 materials provided within testing chamber. Test log. Subject D2353, 38 years old. Lungs heavily damaged as a result of 25 years of smoking. SCP-2295 creates SCP-2295-1 using 1 black textile swatch and 1 red textile swatch. New lungs act as capacity similar to those of healthy adult lungs. Subject D-3452, 50 years old. Frequent heart palpitations and severe atherosclerosis. Notes: SCP-2295 crochets SCP-2295-1 using various surrounding yarns. SCP-2295-1 observed to have heartbeat before vanishing. Transfer successful. How SCP-2295-1 manages to perform functions despite absorbent properties of material in multiple gaps in designs is unknown. Symptoms no longer present in subject. Subject D, 7894, 24 years old. First and second degree burns ranging through upper torso, left lateral and right leg. D-7 D7894 sedated during testing. SCP-2295 shows two 5-meter by 5-meter sections of patchwork fabric. SCP-2295 cuts approximately sized swatches and manually places one layer onto subjects' affected areas, creating multiple instances of SCP-2295-1, and then repeats the process. The created SCP-2295-1 layers act as dermis and epidermis, and upon recovery, D7894 claims to have retained filling and replaced skin. Subject makes full recovery. Subject 2723, 18 years old. Diagnosis: cerebral hemorrhaging. SCP-2295 grasps various materials in its proximity in a distressed state for approximately 1 minute. SCP-2295 then anonymously produces a redacted Dove milk chocolate king-size candy bar and offers it to subject. SCP-2295 spends the rest of the test embracing subject's lower right leg while anonymously producing a saline solution from its eyes. Aw, it couldn't do anything for this one. That's sad. Addendum 2295 document 2295. Document 2295's recovered tape to SCP-2295 inside the side of a crashed mail delivery vehicle. Document 2295 is a red get well card and with the text Carios the Bear written on the front cover. Recovered document 2295. To Tommy, because only times can mend all wounds. Love, Granny. That's the end of this one. So this one doesn't have a lot to it. This one's very sweet though. It's very, very sweet, and I do love it a lot. But under my ratings here, I can't give this one any higher than a... Okay, so I'm gonna give it a C, just because of how sweet I think this one is, and how much I do love the concept of this doll, of this bear, and what it does, and that last entry where it couldn't save the person who had the brain hemorrhaging, and it just hugged its leg and cried for it and gave it a chocolate bar. I think that was really, really sweet, and I'm just gonna give it a C for that reason alone. So I do love this one quite a bit, but the writing just isn't there to get it up higher, so I do have to put it into C. It's staying at D just because of how much I love it, though. That's my personal call on that one. Yeah, that one was really sweet. I did love that one quite a bit. Okay, up next we have SCP-049. Okay, let's go get this pulled up here. SCP-049. 049. This is the Plague Doctor. Oh, this is a long one. Okay, so we got another long one. Let's go. Alright. SCP-049. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-049 is contained within a standard secure humanoid containment cell in Research Sector 02 at Site 19. SCP-049 must be sedated before any attempts to transport it. During transport, SCP-049 must be secured within a Class 3 humanoid restriction harness, including a locking collar and extension restraints, and monitored by no fewer than 2 armed guards. While SCP-049 is generally cooperative with most Foundation personnel, outbursts or sudden changes in behavior are to be met with elevated force. Under no circumstance should any personnel come in direct contact with SCP-049. During these outbursts, in the event SCP-049 becomes aggressive, the application of lavender has been shown to produce a calming effect on the entity. Once calm, SCP-049 generally becomes compliant and will return to containment with little resistance. In order to facilitate ongoing containment of SCP-049, the entity is to be provided with the corpse of a recently deceased animal, typically a bovine or other large mammal, once every 2 weeks for study. Corpses that become instances of SCP-049-2 are to be removed from SCP-049's containment cell and incinerated. SCP-049 is no longer permitted to interact with human subjects, and requests for human subjects are to be denied. Temporary containment procedure update. See Addendum 049.3. Per Containment Committee, Order 049.S19.17.1. SCP-049 is no longer permitted to interact directly with any members of Foundation staff, nor is it to be provided with any additional corpses to be used in its surgeries. This order shall persist indefinitely until such time consensus regarding the ongoing containment of SCP-049 can be reached. Description: SCP-049 is a humanoid entity, roughly 1.9 meters in height, which bears the appearance of a medieval plague doctor. While SCP-049 appears to be wearing thick robes and a ceramic mask indicative of profession, the garments instead seem to have grown out of SCP-049's body over time, and there are two nearly indistinguishable from whatever form is beneath them. X-rays indicate that despite this, SCP-049 does have a humanoid skeletal structure beneath its outer layer. SCP-049 is capable of speech in a variety of languages, though it tends to prefer English or medieval French. While SCP-049 is generally cordial and cooperative with Foundation staff, it can become especially irritated at times outright aggressive if it feels it is in the presence of what it calls the pestilence. Although the exact nature of this pestilence is currently unknown to the Foundation researchers, it does seem to be an issue of immense concern to SCP-049. SCP-049 will become hostile with individuals it seems as being affected by the pestilence, often having to be restrained should it encounter such. If left unchecked, SCP-049 will generally attempt to kill any such individual. SCP-049 is capable of causing all biological functions in an organism to cease through direct skin contact. How this occurs is currently unknown, and autopsies of the SCP-049's victims have invariably been inconclusive. SCP-049 has expressed frustration or remorse after these killings, indicating that they have done little to kill the pestilence, though will usually seek to perform a crude surgery on the corpse using the implements contained within the Black Doctor's bag it carries on its person at all times. While these surgeries are not always successful, they often result in the creation of instances of SCP-049-2. SCP-049-2 instances are reanimated corpses that have been operated on by SCP-049. These instances do not seem to retain any of the prior memories or mental functions, having only basic motor skills and response mechanisms. While these instances are generally inactive, moving very little in generally ambulatory fashion, they become extremely aggressive if provoked, or if directed to by SCP-049. SCP-049-2 instances express active biological functions, though these are vastly different from currently understood human physiology. Despite these alterations, SCP-049 often remarks that the subjects have been cured. Addendum 049.1 Discovery. SCP-049 was discovered during an investigation of a series of unknown disappearances in the town of Montauban in southern France. During a raid on a local home, investigators found several instances of SCP-049-2 as well as SCP-049. While law enforcement personnel engaged the hostile SCP-049-2 instances, SCP-049 was noted as watching the engagement and taking notes in its journal. After all the 049-2 instances were dispatched, SCP-049 willingly entered the Foundation custody. The following interview was conducted by Dr. Raymond Hom during an initial investigation. Interviewer: Dr. Raymond Ham, Site 85. SCP Interviewee, SCP-049. Begin log, SCP-049 in French. So then, how should we begin? An introduction? Dr. Ham aside: Is that French? Can we get a translator? SCP-049 in English. The King's English. No need for translation, sir. I can speak it well enough. Dr. Ham: Good. My name is Dr. Raymond Ham, and I... SCP-049. A doctor. A like-minded individual, no doubt. Wherein is your specialty, sir? Dr. Ham: Cryptobiology. Why? SCP-049 laughs. A medical man such as myself. Wonders abound. And here I worried I had been abducted by common street thugs. Looks around the room. This place, then. This is your laboratory? I had wondered, as clean as it is, and with such little trace of pestilence here. Dr. Ham: The pestilence? What do you mean? SCP-049. The scourge. The great dying. Come now. You know the, taps temple furiously. What is it they call it? The, no matter. The pestilence. Yes. It abounds outside these walls, you know. So many have succumbed, and many more will continue to until such a time as a perfect cure can be developed. Leans back in his chair. Fortunately, I am very close. It is my duty in life to rid the world of it, you see. The cure to end all cures. Dr. Ham: When you say the great dying, are you talking about the bubonic plague? SCP-049 pauses. I don't know what that is. Dr. Ham: I see, right. Well, the entities your agents encountered at the house, they were dead when you encountered them, yes? And you reanimated them? SCP-049. In a manner of speaking. You see things too simply, Doctor. Expand your horizons. Life and death, sickness and health. These are amateur terms for amateur physicians. This is only one ailment that exists in the world of men, and that is the pestilence, and nothing else. Make no mistake, they were very ill, all of them. Dr. Ham: And you think you cured those people? SCP-049. Indeed. My cure is most effective. Dr. Ham: The things we recovered were not human. 049 pauses and glares at Dr. Ham. Yes, well, it's not a perfect cure, but that will come with time and further experimentation. I have spent a lifetime developing my methods, Dr. Ham, and I will spend a lifetime more if necessary. We have wasted too much time. There is work to do. I require a laboratory of my own, one where I can continue my research unimpeded, and assistance, of course, though I can provide those on my own, in time. Laughs. Dr. Ham: I don't think our organization will be willing to... SCP-049. Nonsense. We are all men of science. Fetch your coat and show me to my quarters, Doctor. Gestures with a pointed stick. Our work begins. End log. Interviewer's note: While SCP-049 is capable of communicating in a very human way, there is a strange sense of unease that one experiences when in its presence. Make no mistake, there is something very uncanny about this entity indeed. Additionally, we've confiscated that pointed stick that SCP-049 keeps waving around. Part of this was due to the standard confiscation protocols for the possessions of anomalies, in part because 049 really is a menace swinging around like he does. The entity was displeased at first, but after we made some concessions in providing it with test subjects, which are admittedly more for the benefit of our own research, it warmed up to the idea. Addendum 049.2 Observation Log. While Containment Site-19, SCP-049 has spent a considerable amount of time studying and performing surgery on various mammalian corpses. It has been provided that it has been provided. SCP-049 will routinely spend several days performing surgery, and then, regardless of whether or not the corpses become instances of SCP-049-2, spending several more days documenting its findings in a thick leather journal stored in its doctor's bag. SCP-049 will often seek to share its findings with members of Foundation staff. The following is a log of several occasions during which SCP-049 was observed operating on a mammalian corpse. Observation Log 049.OL.1 Summary. Subject SCP-049. Preface Test Subject D-85123. was introduced into SCP-049's containment cell. The entity expressed sincere gratitude towards all members of the containment and research staff. SCP-049 began asking D85123 several standard medical questions as it began removing tools from its bag. Shortly after finishing its preparations, SCP-049 quickly closed the distance between the two, killing the subject with a touch of it to its throat. Afterwards, SCP-049 made a number of considerable alterations to the basic structure of the subject's corpse, often introducing fluids from within its bag into the subject by way of a hand-powered pump and copper tubing. The resulting 049-2 instance became animated, flailing and grasping at the walls of the chamber and the number of manufactured limbs whilst moaning out of an oblong orifice, now presented in its sternum. During this time, SCP-049 was observed taking notes to the instance of its journal, and remarking to watching research staff about the efficiency of its cure. Security personnel entered the chamber to move the SCP-049 back to containment, and were attacked by the instance. The security team dispatched the 049-2 instance, and SCP-049 returned to containment with no resistance, stating that it was pleased with the results. Observational Log 049.OL.2 Summary. SCP-049 Preface. SCP-049 was provided the corpse of a recently deceased ghost. SCP-049 expressed gratitude at the provision. Observation Notes. SCP-049 operated on the goat corpse for several days, eventually resulting in an instance of SCP-049-2. SCP-049 expressed pleasure in this outcome, though admitted the disease was still in its nascent stage. My veterinarian practice is rudimentary, but the patient responded well to the procedure. Observational Log 049.OL.3 Summary. Subject SCP-049 Preface. SCP-049 was provided with the corpse of a recently deceased orangutan. SCP-049 expressed noted gratitude at the provision, due to the similarities between the orangutan and common human physiology. Observation Note. SCP-049 spent several days operating on the orangutan, reanimating it several times. However, SCP-049 appeared to be discontent with the results it experienced, returning the creature 3 times after its initial reanimation for additional work. After it was unable to reanimate the corpse a 5th time, SCP-049 turned the corpse over to Foundation staff for incineration, stating, "I have learned so much from this, though I fear my early optimism was misplaced. I hadn't yet come across such a stumbling block in my road to the cure. More subjects like this would do a great deal in advancing my research." Observational Log 049.OL.7 Full. SCP-049 Preface. It was provided with the corpse of a recently deceased bovine. SCP-049 expressed mild annoyance at the provision, though accepted it nonetheless. Observation Notes. SCP-049 spent several days operating on the bovine corpse, breaking only to dine on a requested dinner of thin crackers and salted pork, and hard cheese. Beginning first by embalming the corpse, SCP-049 was observed producing a number of long syringes from its bag, each containing a different dark viscous fluid. SCP-049 described these fluids as the essence of the humors, elaborated by saying that the pestilence may bring about systematic imbalance in such case before true healing can begin. One must find the humors in balance, or the body will reject the cure. Over the next few days, SCP-049 spent a considerable amount of time adjusting the organs of the bovine corpse with a number of large metal instruments. After 8 days, SCP-049 produced a lightning rod, which Dr. Ham exchanged for an electric cattle prod attached to an extension cord, and struck the corpse in several locations. This action seemingly had the effect of reanimating the bovine, which once again became ambulatory despite the inversion of the head and the reorientation of its limbs. Follow-up interview. Begin log. Dr. Ham. We've watched your work several weeks now, and honestly, I'm not sure I understand what you're doing. Can you describe your process in detail? SCP-049. Oh goodness, no. The process is most intensive. As I said to your assistant, the best instruction you will find about my methods are here in my journal, as I have kept exhaustive records of my work there. Dr. Ham, I see. My concern, Doctor, is that we still don't understand what you're seeking to cure, or how it manifests, or how turning these creatures into quasi-living mindless drones helps in that effort. SCP-049. You do not understand the pestilence? Even after all this time? Doctor, it is an unspeakable horror, one that has shown its true face many times before and will again. I find myself blessed with the wisdom and good sense needed to root it out and destroy it, but many like yourself cannot. It is a cruel judgment I fear to be at the mercy of a disease you cannot fully comprehend. Dr. Ham, that still doesn't answer my question. How is your cure any kind of cure at all? SCP-049, growing suddenly agitated. It is a cure. You may laugh at my efforts if you please, but do not besmirch the good name of scientific progress that has developed this great mercy. What you so short-sightedly see here is a life better than any this creature could have hoped for, stricken as it is with the pestilence. The creature is now clean, unable to spread the pestilence, and is free from the terror it would have experienced otherwise. Dr. Ham, this is hardly a creature at all, Doctor. It's not even very agitated. SCP-049. Do not jape with me, sir. You and your colleagues are like so many others, unable to look past minor setbacks to see salvation taking place before your very eyes. Do you wait to remove rotten timbers until the hull collapses on top of you? No. You find them, you pull them out, and you replace them with those untouched by rot. And most of all, you do not simply mock the structure because of how it looks different to you. It is strong, it is free of disease. Dr. Ham, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to agitate you. I'm just trying to understand. SCP-049, deep breath. Yes, well, do mind your words in the future, Doctor. I am a professional, but even professionals may feel a bite of pride in dealing with criticism of their masterpiece. I will forgive this as an act of good faith between colleagues. Dr. Ham, is there anything else I can help you with? SCP-049 pauses, looking away from Dr. Ham. No, that will be all. Another test subject on the usual schedule. You know my preference. The subjects with more human anatomies. And log. Attending a researcher's note, SCP-049 does seem to generally want to help other humans, though it is not yet able to provide a concrete example of what exactly it is trying to save us all from. I have watched it for now several weeks, and while the outcomes do not seem to ever change, SCP-049 continues to claim that it is growing closer to a perfect cure. I think the entity may be more aware of the reality of these outcomes than what it would like us to think. Addendum 049-3 April 16, 2017 incident. Starting shortly after SCP-049's initial containment, Dr. Ham conducted a number of interviews with the subject regarding the anonymous properties, and over time began to note its displeasure with the subjects and the SCP-049-2 instances. This continued for a period of several months, during which SCP-049 never exhibited any aggressive behaviors. On April 16, 2017, as Dr. Ham was entering SCP-049's test chamber to conduct another routine interview, the entity began to grow anxious and asked Dr. Ham if he was feeling well. Following protocol, Dr. Ham reminded SCP-049 that the interview was required, after which the entity became hostile and attacked Dr. Ham, killing him. Due to the lapse in security protocols, and because Dr. Ham did not activate the in-chamber emergency system, Dr. Ham's corpse was not discovered until 3 hours later, at which point SCP-049 had converted into an instance of SCP-049-2. In the aftermath of this incident, SCP-049 was interviewed by Dr. Thomas Sherman. Interview: Dr. Theron Sherman. Site 42. Interviewee: SCP-049. Begin long. Dr. Sherman: I need you to explain yourself. No response. Dr. Sherman: SCP-049. You are being directed to explain your actions. I will remind you that failure to cooperate will result in further restrictions during your containment. SCP-49. Pauses. My actions do not need to be explained. Dr. Sherman: You killed Raymond Ham and butchered him until he SCP-049 interrupting angrily. Not dead. No, not dead. He is cured. Dr. Sherman, cured? Cured of what? SCP-049, the pestilence, sir. I had thought you, at least, would realize what luck it is. I detected it before. Dr. Sherman interrupting. What pestilence? You keep going on and on about this pestilence, but you have not once been able to properly identify this disease. What could you have possibly seen in him today that you had not seen many times before? That would be worth his life. SCP-049. He pauses. The pestilence presents and progresses in unforeseeable fashions. It has a queer way of creeping out into the unprepared, and breathing becomes heavier. Call it what you want, Doctor. It was a mercy I did to him. He is cured. Dr. Sherman, he's a vegetable. Pauses. SCP-049 pauses. I would not expect you to understand. You and your ilk have proven time and time again to not be men of science, but men of emotion. You cannot appreciate the horrors I have seen. Those many millions who have succumbed to the pestilence and have been changed too. Dr. Sherman, your cure cost Ray his life. SCP-049. Good sir. No, good sir. I saved it. I would allow this world to slip back into the... you would allow this world to slip back into the despair of disease and death, ignoring that what I have created a miracle. And... Dr. Sherman talking over SCP-49. What disease? What pestilence? He was a healthy man. He was a good doctor. SCP-49. I'm offering it freely to the afflicted. You are not worth this argument, sir. You are short-sighted and foolish. Dr. Ham was sick, and I... Breath catches. I cured him. I am the only one who can do this. My work must continue. There is still much to learn, so much to... Dr. Sherman, I've had enough of this. Consider your allowances revoked. Welcome to Containment 049. Away from the mic. We're done here. SCP-049. You and others can be saved, even though you do not deserve it. Might be saved. I can save them all. I can cast down this plague once and for all. I can do this. Only me. I labor breathing. I saved him. I saved him, Dr. Ham. I cured him. He was sick. I know he was sick. I know he was. And you were all sick, but I can save you. I can save you all because I am the cure. Addendum 049.4 Post-Incident Report Interview. The following interview is an excerpt from the April 16, 2007 049 Incident Report. The interview was conducted by Dr. Elijah Itkin and took place 3 weeks after the start of the initial investigation. Interviewer, Dr. Elijah Itkin. Interviewee, SCP-049. Begin log. SCP-049, we are conducting this interview to close out our investigation of your actions taken on April 16th that resulted in the death of a staff member. Do you have any comments to make? SCP-049, only that I look forward to the day when you will allow me to resume my work. I have spent the last few weeks compiling my notes and constructing a new theory of how the pestilence was able to infect someone in such an insidious manner that I nearly couldn't detect it. Dr. Itkin, have you experienced any remorse for your actions for the death of Dr. Ham? SCP-049 waves his hand. Yes. While the death of a colleague is always regrettable, but in the face of the pestilence we must be swift, Doctor, and act without hesitation. Dr. Itkin, Dr. Sherman noted in his report that you seemed to be mournful during your initial interview. SCP-049. Mourn pauses. Perhaps I had not thought that it is lamentable that a fellow doctor became infected, but the work continues, regrettable as it is. Dr. Ham's death provided important insight. Living human subjects are the only way to proceed forward. I am decided my cure is little use on dead flesh. I have gleaned all I can from your generous supply of corpses. My desire to turn towards tending to those still living who suffer from the disease. Dr. Itkin, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. SCP-049 laughs. Oh, Doctor, I wouldn't be so sure. End log. And then that Oh Doctor wouldn't be so for sure does lead over to a short story. I'm not going to read it here tonight because it's a bit long. And I would like to finish all these up before 2 in the morning. So let's put this on the scale. I think this is a very interesting case. I think the Plague Doctor is interesting because he thinks he's trying to help people, and he doesn't realize that he's not really helping people. He's kind of like causing zombies, but he's like, in his mind, he's truly trying to help. I'm gonna put this as the first A, because I do want to read that short story, and I do want to read more about what his cure is and what this pestilence is. I just don't have the time to read it tonight, because like we are running into a 5-hour stream almost, and we have 5 more to do. So let's try to get this done tonight. So I'm gonna put this into A. Does anyone disagree with that? No disagreements? Okay, then we are going to call that an A and move on to the next one. Alright, let's go over. Yeah, he's definitely an A. He's definitely an A. And even that short story may escalate him up to an S, but like I said, we just don't have the time. Because that first one took a whole hour. So we would be like an hour, if that one wasn't, the first one wasn't so long, we would be so much closer to being done right now. So let's go ahead and read the next one. The next one is 1470. Let me go over to the page here. 1470. Okay, it should be series 2. 1400 to 1499. 1470. Here we go. This is the telepathic spider. This one's not too long. Okay. SCP-1470. Object class neutralized. Formerly safe. Special containment procedures. The remains of SCP-1470 have been laid to rest in a small plastic case within the podium section of its terrarium. See below. The terrarium is to remain stocked with salticids and the offspring of SCP-1470 and observed. Pending the end of quarantine period, these offsprings may be introduced into the wild if no anomalous behavior is detected. All personnel have been cleared of quarantine after exposure to SCP-1470 with no ill effects. Previous containment procedures ended on May 7, 2008. SCP-1470 is housed in a soundproof terrarium measuring 0.75 meters by 2 meters and 0.60 meters tall. The terrarium includes a small source of fresh running water and includes flora common to the Australian state of Queensland. The northeastern corner of the terrarium has been modified to allow for communication with SCP-1470. This location is referred to as the podium. SCP-1470 appreciates regular social contact and is scheduled for interviews 3 times daily, allowing for regular nocturnal sleep schedule. If personnel wish to conduct an unscheduled interview with SCP-1470 for any reason, they may do so by entering the chamber and vocalizing their intent to speak to SCP-1470, which will enter the podium or respond as it is able. It is not necessary to speak verbally when communicating with SCP-1470, but vocalization of words helps to convey meaning more clearly than thinking of abstract concepts and allows for easier transcription of communication with SCP-1470. Oh, hello, Black Bro. Thank you so much for the follow. My name is Bloody Esme, and we are reading some SCP files and ranking them tonight. We're doing 14 of them. We are on an almost 5-hour stream because some of these have been much longer than expected. We are currently on SCP-1470, which is the telepathic spider. Okay. And then, the vocalization of words helps to convey meaning more clearly than thinking of abstract concepts and allows for easier transcription of communication with SCP-1470. SCP-1470 is not capable of understanding the full range of human thought, so it is highly recommended that researchers only use basic concepts in short statements. SCP-1470's terrarium should be stocked with a monitored population of mundane salticids, web-building spiders, and their own prey insects to serve as prey for SCP-1470. The best way to distinguish SCP-1470 from other salticids within their terrarium is to ask it to wave its arm. Personnel working with SCP-1470 must report to psychology screenings on a weekly basis for a period no less than a year after exposure. Description: SCP-1470 was a male fringed jumping spider recovered from Queensland, Australia. Its body measured 6.3 millimeters in length, and SCP-1470 was sapient and capable of telepathic communication with other sapient beings at a range of approximately 9 meters. Although SCP-1470 was otherwise not notably different from other members of its species in behavior or physiology. The Queensland population of P. fimbriata has already been observed to be more intelligent than other spiders in its ability to solve problems and employ unique hunting tactics to capture its prey, which primarily consist of other spiders, both the web-spinning varieties and other members of the Saltidae family which they belong. Apart from its ability to communicate with research personnel, SCP-1470 displayed no behavior that was deviant from what is typical of the Queensland variant of the P. fimbriata. However, due to its anomalous ability to communicate, it is not recommended that any conclusions about the species be drawn based on the existence and the experiences of SCP-1470. Communication with SCP-1470's method of telepathic broadcast appears to assign terms on a best fit basis within the mind which receive its communication. When SCP-1470 refer to parts of its own body which do not directly correspond to human anatomy, the terms are adjusted based on content. For example, while leg is a straightforward translation, references to SCP-1470's pulp were typically perceived as arm by researchers. Refer to the following statement received after unsuccessful attempts to introduce SCP-1470 to a mate. I went at the bloody harlot, waving me arms around to let her know that what's what, but she wasn't having none of it. She smacked her lips at me and gave me a good drumming with her arms and legs, and I know it was because that hideous red stripe you asked to put on my arse. It really makes the fellow stand out, and that's why he's not in the way he's not supposed to. You know, those savages might not notice much, but you can't fool a proper lady. So, anyways, I had to tie a bungee and make a jump for it before sailing back to me tent to nurse me pride. I love how this spider talks. As is typical of a statement made by SCP-1470, it was perceived in a way that could almost be spoken by another human. It's almost typical perceived by these statements the strong regional dialect. Note, however, that harlot is used as a derogatory term and does not imply prostitution, a concept alien to P. fimbriati. Lips refer to the chelicerae, where the spider's fangs are stored. Arms refer to the palps bordering the mouth, which are larger in males and used for display purposes. In this case, they were used to make the female aware of SCP-1470's presence and lack of intent of harm. Her arse refers to the abdomen and the red stripe that was painted there at one time to distinguish SCP-1470 from other spiders. Tie a bungee refers to laying down a safe line of silk before making a jump off the surface the spiders were located on. And sailing is straightforward description of drifting down on a loose strand of silk while airborne. Likewise, tent refers to SCP-1470's web, a structure used purely for shelter. The red stripe was removed from SCP-1470 afterward, and a less mature female was introduced to the terrarium. Following expert was taken from the subsequent interview. SCP-1470. Hey, not so loud, mate. You'll wake the little Sheila. Dr. Westington. Your interaction with her seemed to go better. How is she doing? She was pretty scared when she got tossed out here by those big predators. At least I think she was. She can't talk to me like we can talk. None of them can ever can. But she shows me cares in her own way. She asked me back to her place, and we're going to stay there until she's ready. Ready for what? You know. Can't be a gentleman if we talk about it so plainly, you know. Not the way you guys do. Anyway, I guess I should say thank you. It's not what I wanted, but it will do. Dr. Westington, you told me you wanted a mate. SCP-1470. I told you I wanted a wife. A mate is a friend. We're mates, right? You're fun to talk to, but I wanted, someone I could look into the eyes while I talk to them. Dr. Westington, we've never found anyone else that can talk like you do. SCP-1470. Well, it's what separates us from the savages, right? Dr. Westington, you mean your prey species? SCP-1470. Right. You're different from them because you can talk like I do. I would never eat someone that could talk. She can't talk, but I can tell she's like me. She just needs to grow up some. That will be very soon. She'd probably catch more savages than me too. We'll have good children if that big old harlot keeps her distance. Dr. Westington, we moved her from the area. I hope you didn't hurt her. Note, the cohabitation of the same web between a male and a sexually immature female is not uncommon. By P. Fimbrata, the female's maturity was reached within the next 2 weeks, and SCP-1470 left the web after copulating. As is normal for the species, the female did not devour or kill SCP-1470. Excerpts of the final interview. Notes from Dr. Westington. SCP-147 lived for a total of 3 months in Foundation custody before perishing of natural causes. He was not fully mature at the time of containment, so his total lifespan was estimated to be approximately 4 months. SCP-1470. Hey, is anyone out there? Dr. Westington. Hello, I'm here. We were just doing some work on your enclosure. SCP-147. What, the podium? I enclosed it, but I don't see you in there. Dr. Weston, I'm outside your podium. SCP-1470. The podium doesn't have an outside, you daft bint. How come I can't get outside of it? Do you see me waving my arm at you? Unintelligible, wordless dread would be the most apt description of what I felt from SCP-1470, which fled the podium shortly thereafter in a manner that suggested it was trying to avoid a predator. P. Fimbriata has excellent vision, although at a very short range. SCP-1470 had reacted to us visually before, but never in such a manner that suggested it realized we were the being speaking with it. Dr. Westington. I will not hurt you. We like talking with you, and we want you to live. SCP-1470. I never realized you were so big. How could anything be so big? SCP-1470 refuses to communicate for 2 hours. I remained at the podium, attempting to coax him back into the interaction. SCP-1470. I'm sorry, I just thought we were like each other, but that was just that you just wanted to stay hidden because I'm kind of king of the jungle around here. At least I thought I was. Dr. Weston, maybe I should have. We've tried hard not to alarm you. SCP-1470. What are you? I don't have any answers to that which will make sense to you, but I understand you were scared. I've been scared too by things that are as big as me, that are big to me as I am to you. If that hurts to think about, I understand that too. SCP-1470. The children won't talk to me, but the ones that lived are doing alright. I guess this isn't important to something like you, though. Dr. Weston, it'll be my job to watch them. We're hoping that they could talk like you do. SCP-1470. Huh, you and me both. I'm pretty tired and itchy now. I want to change my coat, but I can't. Sorry for getting all weird on you earlier. I just wanted you to know that it was nice to talk to someone while it lasted. Note from... And that's the end of this chapter. So he died and lived a normal spider lifespan and passed away. And then his children didn't have his telepathic ability. Overall, this one was cute. I don't think there was anything too special about this one. So I'm going to put this one... I'm going to say, what do you think? C or D? I'm really kind of struggling. Like, I think it was cute enough to get bumped up to C from D. Normally one this length, I would only put into D because there wasn't a lot of substance to it, but with this thing, it was just a spider that talked. I don't know why the picture I found has an eyeball on it, because he didn't have an eyeball. Yeah, let's put it in C. It was cute. We'll put it into C. I like the way he talked, too. It was cute. Ooh, my chair's squeaky tonight. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're going to put this into the C. And let's go to our next one. We only got 4 left. We're getting there. Okay, so we're on to 178. 178. That's good that we're getting there, because I am getting sleepy. Okay, 178. Okay. This is 3D specs. 178, the 3D specs. And music has paused, so let me unpause that real quick here. Okay. Make sure I read this one right. 178 is what they put here, correct? 178, and let me just make sure I have this all on here right. Don't know which one this belongs to, but we'll find out here in a minute. Okay. I'm just getting this one pulled up here real quick. Okay, it's that one. Okay. Alright, here we go. This one is a very short one, so that's cool. SCP-178, Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-178 is to be stored in a Class 3 anomalous object container, guarded by no fewer than 2 armed personnel with Level 3 clearance, when not undergoing testing. Item is to be removed from containment only when written permission from personnel with Level 4 clearance or higher. Following incident number 178-14 Alpha, all tests are to be monitored remotely, and the presence of all personnel apart from the test subjects in the testing area during experimentation is expressly prohibited. Description: SCP-178 is a pair of white stereoscopic 3D glasses with a rectangular white cardboard frame and lenses, transparent blue and red, left and right lenses, respectively. Plastic. The item exhibits no unusual physical properties apart from the slight discoloration on the cardboard consistent with age. When worn, the wearer begins to perceive large bipedal entities in addition to its ordinary surroundings. Entities reportedly exhibit a docile and occasionally curious behavior. Reports include entities leaning over the shoulder of the persons working and observing them with interest. With one exception, any attempt by the wearer or any other personnel, see Incident Report 178-14 Alpha, to directly interact with the entities results in severe lacerations suddenly appearing on the person involved. The appearance of lacerations is rapid and continues until the moment the wearer expires. The pattern of lacerations is always consistent with being slashed with 3 parallel, tapered, sharp objects of lengths varying between 14.2 and 27.4 centimeters in maximum thickness, varying between 2.9 and 8.1 centimeters. Recording and measuring devices used during tests failed to detect any anomalies, including while lacerations were appearing on subject. Subjects do not report hearing any sound emanating from the entities. Long-term observation of subjects exposed to the item reveals no lasting effects. Stereoscopic images viewed through the item appear to be 3-dimensional. Addendum 1. The item was recovered on Redacted 19 Redacted in Redacted, Tennessee by Agent Redacted, operating as a deep cover agent in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who arrived in the town following reports of a redacted-year-old child being found dead in her second-floor bedroom, apparently as a result of of unusual mauling. Agent Redacted noticed blood-stained stereoscopic image of a Ferris wheel adjacent to where the child was discovered. After some searching, found the item under the child's bed, where it had apparently been thrown during the child's death throes. Agent Redacted then proceeded to call a recovery team to his location. Following the recovery team's arrival, Agent Redacted wore the item and then looked at the image, reported nothing unusual until he turned his head to his left, whereupon he noticed an entity approximately an inch from his face leaning over his shoulder and looking at the stereoscopic image. In the debriefing, Agent Redacted reported also noticing several other entities in the room observing him, and the recovery team. Agent Redacted refrained from attempting to interact with the entities, and the item recovered without incident. Addendum 2. All experiments have been logged in the file 178-E. Addendum 3. Personnel with Level 4 clearance are urged to read the incident report of 178-14 Alpha. Reading incident report 178-14 Alpha is mandatory for all personnel with Level 4 clearance or higher, overseeing approving experiments with the item. Warning, failure to comply with Addendum 3 is grounds for disciplinary measures. Let's open up this file and read this real quick. Hopefully this isn't super long. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, it's not super long, but there's a lot of them. So let's get this out of the way here. Experiment 178-E-1. Name, Dr. Redacted with Dr. Redacted and Dr. Redacted assisting. Date, Redacted procedure. B-class subject is to be placed in a secure tent chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed by a bulletproof glass window and adjacent control room via audio and video recordings devices. D-class subject will be instructed to wear SCP-178 and report what it observes until told otherwise. Subject D, 17831, male, 41, no discernible mental abnormalities, is placed in the chamber and told to wear SCP-178. Subject is not told of SCP-178's nature. Subject does as instructed and then immediately expresses distress by throwing SCP-178 away and covering its eyes while vocalizing fear. Research staff instructs subject to describe the source of distress. Subject unresponsive. Research staff attempts to calm subject. Subject responds by uncovering his face and looking around, appearing to still be distressed. Research staff instructs the subject once again to describe the source of its distress. Subject responds by stating that the presence of an unfamiliar entity in close proximity to its face the moment he wore the SCP-178. Research staff instructs subject to describe the entity in detail. Subject responds by stating the entity was hideous and had too many eyes. Research staff instructs subject to describe the entity in greater detail. Subject states he did not manage to perceive many details before removing SCP-178. Research staff instructs subject to wear SCP-178. Subject uncooperative. Research staff repeats instruction. Subject uncooperative. Research staff threatens subject with termination unless it cooperates. Subject uncooperative. Tested ended and subject placed under surveillance to test for long-lasting symptoms of exposure. Subject displays symptoms with mild paranoia for 2 days before returning to normal behavioral patterns. Surveillance ended after 30 days and subject terminated. Note, while this wasn't a very informative, but at least it confirms that we have actual anomalous object in our hands. Experiment 178-E-2. Name, Dr. Redacted with Dr. Redacted and Dr. Redacted assisting. Date redacted. Procedure. D-class subject is to be placed in secure test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed by a bulletproof glass window, an adjacent control room, and via audio and video recording device. D-class subject will be instructed to wear SCP-178 and report what it observes until told otherwise. Subject D 63164, female 31, no discernible mental abnormalities. Is placed in the chamber instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject is not told of SCP-178's true nature. Subject does as instructed and immediately begins emitting expletives and walking backwards toward the chamber's wall, looking intently at something to its 1 o'clock. Research staff instructs subject to describe what it's seeing. Subject presses its back against the chamber wall and describes seeing an entity standing halfway across the test chamber by the wall, looking at the wall. Research staff instructs subject to describe the entity in detail. Subject states the entity is bipedal, possesses 2 additional upper appendages ending in a large conical protrusions from a smooth head. Research staff instructs subject to provide additional details. Subject begins describing the entity and then suddenly expresses distress, stating, "Oh God, it's looking right at me." Subject collapses against the test chamber wall, still staring in the same direction. Research staff inquires as to whether entity is exhibiting hostility or not. Subject states that it is not moving, but looking at it. Subject instructed to remove SCP-178. Subject refuses, stating that it does not trust the entity. Subject is reminded that uncooperative behaviors will result in termination. Subject removes SCP-178 and begins looking around the test chamber in distress, stating that it can no longer see the entity. Subject instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject complies and states that the entity is still looking at it. Subject instructed to report any changes in the entity's behavior. 2 minutes and 37 seconds pass before subject states the entity is no longer looking at it. Subject states entity is looking at the wall again. Subject reports no further changes for 17 minutes and 55 seconds. Test ended. Notes: it seems strange that the thing in the subject saw was so disinterested given the way the item came into Foundation attention. We didn't pick anything up in any of the recording equipment either. I wonder if this entity is really there or an illusion generated by the item. Experiment 178-E-3. Dr. Redacted with Dr. Redacted and Dr. Redacted assisting. Date redacted. Procedure: D-class subject is to be placed in secure chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed via bulletproof window and adjacent control room, via audio and video recording devices. The fractal blue and red image is to be placed on one wall of the test chamber, and the plastic bin containing 10 standard tennis balls is to be placed near the opposite wall. Class D subject will be told SCP-178 is an experiment in next generation 3D specs, and staring at the fractal image while wearing the SCP-178 will allow it to see animated 3-dimensional images. D-class subject will then be instructed to wear SCP-178 and report what it observes. In case the subject perceives any entities, it will be instructed to throw a tennis ball at them. Oh, this is gonna end good. Result: D-51441, male 27, arson, murder, no discernible mental abnormalities. Or at least it's the murderer. Is instructed to stand at the end of the test chamber opposite the fractal image and wear SCP-178. Subject complies and expresses surprise and discomfort. Subject instructed to describe what it perceives. Subject states it perceives 2 entities standing in the room. One from now on referred to as Entity 1, next to the fractal image, with its back to the subject. The other, from now referred to Entity 2, crossing the room from left to right. Subject opines that the person who designed the animation is mentally unbalanced. Subject instructed to describe Entity 2's gait. Subject states that it walks using both legs and upper appendages. Subject equates Entity 2's gait to be that of a gorilla. If someone put its skeleton together, wrong. Research staff inquires whether both entities are similar. Subject replies apart from size, they appear to be generally similar. Subject then proceeds to describe entities fitting the description of the entity in experiment 178-E-2. Subject instructed to pick one tennis ball up and throw it at Entity 2. Subject complies. Both the research staff and the audio recording device observe the ball moving uninterrupted until it hits the floor on the opposite side of the test chamber. Subject expresses surprise and distress, attempting to back away for 0.7 seconds before severe lacerations begin appearing on its body. Appearance of lacerations continue for 4.7 seconds until subject presumably expires from massive bleeding and trauma. Autopsy on expired subject reveals lacerations consistent with being slashed by 3 sharp objects, relatively thick and tapering to the point of approximately 17 centimeters in length and 4 centimeters in maximum width. Analysis of ball thrown by subject discovered only trace amounts of human sweat, matching subject D-51441. Notes: wholly expletive reacted. It would appear that these things don't like being disturbed. On the other hand, that ball sailed through the air like it was nothing was there. With the death of the subject, we cannot know if it indeed passed where the entity was or not. This is still far from conclusive, but the pattern of lacerations match the finding on the item's recovery site, so at least we've established beyond the doubt that it is dangerous. It's interesting to note that so far the entities are pretty consistent in appearance despite variance between test subjects. I wonder if any non-violent interaction between the subject and the entities is possible. Experiment 178-E-4. Dr. Redacted with Dr. Redacted and Dr. Redacted assisting. Date redacted. Procedure: D-class subject is to be placed in a secure chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed by a bulletproof glass window to adjacent control room, via audio and video recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. A fractal blue and red image is to be placed on one wall of the test chamber. D-class subject will be told SCP-178 is an experiment in next-generation 3D specs, and that staring at the fractal image while wearing SCP-178 will allow it to see animated three-dimensional images. D-class subject will then be instructed to wear SCP-178 and report what it observes. In case the subject perceives any entities, it will be instructed to attempt to speak with them. Results: D-84291, female 19, no discernible mental abnormalities. Is instructed to stand near the wall opposite the fractal image and wear the SCP-178 subject. Complies and immediately expresses revulsion. Subject instructed to describe what it perceives. Subject describes one entity similar to those previously reported standing approximately 2 meters from it and looking at it. Subject instructed to attempt to speak to it. Subject appears confused as to why it would attempt to speak to an animated image. Research staff repeats instructions. Subject expresses irritation and says, "Hello, weird thing, how are you today?" In a bored manner. Lacerations begin appearing on the subject's torso and abdomen, 0.2 seconds after subject finishes speaking. Subject's right arm severed above the elbow after 2.4 seconds. Lacerations and subject vocalization stops after 8.4 seconds when subject presumably expires. Autopsy on expired subject reveals the same kind of lacerations, indicating sharp objects approximately 21 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width. Notes: I guess this means we can assume that any attempt to interact with the entities ends in hostility. Hi, Zombro. And nothing of any of the sensors either. We were establishing a pattern here, but the main question is still whether the death of the subjects is caused by the item or the external entities. I wonder if subjects not wearing the item can be affected by it. We still got quite a bit of experiments left. Okay. Experiment 178-E-5. Dr. Redacted with Dr. Redacted and Dr. Redacted assisting. Date redacted. Procedure: 2 D-class subjects are to be placed in a secure test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed by a bulletproof glass window in adjacent control room, via audio and video recording devices, by infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Both subjects will have general knowledge of the properties of SCP-178. One subject designated Subject 1 will be instructed to wear SCP-178 and will describe to the other subject designated Subject 2 the location and appearance of the perceived entities in the test chamber. Subject 2 will then attempt to interact with the entities. Well, I'm glad I can put you to sleep tonight with my reading off these fun SCP profiles. Results. Subject 1, D-61991955, female, 35, 3 counts of murder, GBH, no discernible mental abnormality. Subject 2, D-57321, female, 27, no discernible mental abnormalities, are placed in the test chamber. Subject 1 instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject 1 expresses dislike for the research staff. Subject 2 concurs. Research staff reminds both subjects that uncooperative behavior is grounds for termination. Subject 1 wears SCP-178 and begins emitting expletives. Subject 2 expresses distress and inquires as to the reason for Subject 1's consternation. Subject 1 states that there's one right behind you. Subject 2 turns around and states that it cannot see anything unusual. Research staff claims both subjects are assuring them the perceived entities are harmless and instructs Subject 1 to assist Subject 2 in making contact with the entities. Subject 1 states that there is an entity about a foot in front of her and that the entity's head is about 2 feet taller than her. Subject 2 inquires whether the entity is looking at it. Subject 1 replies in the affirmative. Subject 2 attempts to calm itself and proceed to look where it considers the entity's head to be and say, hi there. Lacerations immediately begin appearing on Subject 2's torso and face for 0.9 seconds before Subject 2's neck is severed. Subject 1 vocalizes acute distress and runs toward the test chamber door. Subject 1 attempts to bludgeon the door open unsuccessfully for 5 seconds before turning around and saying, presumably to a perceived entity, no, get away. Subject 1 begins suffering lacerations across the abdomen and torso. Movement lacerations and vocalizations increase simultaneously for 17.3 seconds. Autopsy on expired subjects revealed 2 different laceration patterns. The relatively few lacerations suffered by Subject 2 were consistent with lacerations caused by 3 sharp objects approximately 27 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in maximum width, while the many lacerations suffered by Subject 1 are consistent with lacerations caused by 3 sharp objects approximately 14 centimeters length and 3 centimeters in width. Note, we still don't know whether the entities are actually there or illusions caused by SCP-178, but we know that they can affect more than the wearer. This means that this object is potentially much more dangerous than we initially surmised. Interestingly enough, 2 subjects showed different laceration patterns, as though they were infected by different entities. A shame we didn't ask Subject 1 about the number of entities in the room. We'll do better next time. It's also possible that the subject wouldn't have been harmed if she hadn't addressed the entities herself. It's also worth checking out. Okay. Experiment 178-E-6. Name, Dr. Redacted with Dr. Redacted and Dr. Redacted assisting. And date redacted. Procedure. 2 D-class subjects are placed in the secure test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be observed via a bulletproof glass window to adjacent control room, via audio and video recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Both subjects will have general knowledge of the properties of SCP-178. One subject, designated Subject 1, will be instructed to wear SCP-178 and describe to the other subject, designated Subject 2, the location and appearance of any perceived entities in the test chamber. Subject 2 will then attempt to interact with the entities. Subject 1 will be instructed not to speak or otherwise interact with the entities at any eventuality. To ensure this, Subject 1 will be told that any attempt to make contact with the entities will result in termination. Subject 1, D83616, male, 44, no discernible mental abnormality. Subject 2, D36176, male, 52, no discernible mental abnormalities, are placed in the test chamber. Subject 1 is instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject 1 is uncooperative. Subject 1 is instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject 1 is uncooperative. Subject 2 urges Subject 1 to cooperate for fear of punitive measures. Subject 1 wears SCP-178 and expresses surprise and disgust. Research staff inquires the number of entities. Subject 1 states their expletive deleted everywhere. Doc, there's 9 of them here with us. Subject 1 then turns to look at the bulletproof glass windows separating the testing chamber from the control room and states, there's 3 in there with you. Look, there's one leaning right over you. Data expunged. See Incident Report 178-14, Alpha for more information. Notes, following loss of all research staff in Incident 178-14 Alpha, the containment protocols have been revised 05-7. They don't give us that. I wish they would give us that. I'm kind of curious to see what happened there. Experiment 178-E-7. Doctor redacted with Doctor redacted assisting. Date redacted. Procedure. B-class subject is to be placed in a secure test chamber containing SCP-178. The test chamber is to be divided into partitions. In a 5-1 ratio with smaller partition containing the chamber entrance, separating by bulletproof glass, and a small hole in the middle covering in steel mesh to allow the passage of sound from one partition to the other. Test chamber will be observed remotely via audio and video recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Subject to be told of SCP-178's nature and instruct to wear SCP-178 and attempt to communicate with the entities on the other side of the partition. Results. Subject D, 13627, male, 52, rape, double homicide, no discernible mental abnormalities, is placed in the test chamber and instructed to wear SCP-178. Subject expresses displeasure but complies. Subject instructed to describe what it perceives. Subject describes 4 entities in the other partition. Subject states entities look docile, 2 of them jabbing the walls with the other 2 looking at it through the glass. Research staff inquires whether any entities are present in the subject's partition. Subject looks around and replies that none are present. Subject instructed to attempt to communicate with the entities. Subject expresses desire to get this over with. Subject says, presumably towards the perceived entities, hello, can you hear me? Before recoiling suddenly, research staff inquires as to the reason the subject is recoiling. The subject replies that the entities have begun pounding the glass with their upper appendages. Research staff inquires whether they are succeeding in causing any visible damage to the partition. Subject replies they are not. Audio recordings fail to pick up any sounds apart from those emitted by the subject. Research staff inquires whether the subject can hear the entities pounding on the partition. Subject appears perplexed and replies to the negative. No changes occur for 10 minutes and 14 seconds. Research staff announces to the end of the experiment. Subject expresses relief and removes SCP-178. Placing it on the floor, testing chamber doors open and 2 security personnel, agents data expunged, demand the subject come to them, presumably to D-class cells. Subject turns towards the door and begins complying when lacerations begin appearing across his face, torso, and upper arms. Subject vocalizes distress and both security personnel recoil and emit expletives. Agent Redacted radios containment breach and Agent Redacted begins firing the weapon into the chamber, hitting and killing the subject after 2.1 seconds of being lacerated. Containment teams are mobilized in test area. The sector goes into lockdown. Searches are concluded after an hour and 4 minutes without any findings of further incidents. Lockdown is lifted. SCP-178 is found where subject D-13627 dropped it. Note, expletive redacted. Oh, so let me read this. Okay. Gentleman Eldrick. In SCP lore, word gets around that D-class about this SCP. D-class assigned to this is considered a death sentence. Yeah, it definitely would be. Hey, lovely Al. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing this evening? We're reading some SCP files. We're on the last stretch. We have 4. We have 3 left after this, so this is 4 out of 3 we have left. This is a pretty long one, so we still have a little bit of ways to go on this one. And then once we're done reading it, we're going to rate it. I'm doing good. I'm getting a little bit tired. We're going on a close to 5.5 hour stream, so Hoping to get this done before we hit the 6-hour mark. So let's find out how long it takes. I'm finishing this all tonight, so regardless of how long it takes, we're finishing this. Okay. Note, expletive redacted. That could have been catastrophic. First time we get into the experiment on SCP-178 and the whole sector goes into lockdown. The brass aren't going to be pleased. I think we should come up with some lower risk experiments for the foreseeable future. I guess anywhere that attempts to establish contact with entities can die even if removing SCP-178. It's interesting to note that Agent Redacted suffered no ill effects despite firing at entity. I estimate this because he only had very limited knowledge about the entities observed by those who wear the item. Experiment 178E-8. Dr. Redacted with Dr. Redacted assisting. Date redacted. Procedure: D-class subject is to be placed in a secure test chamber containing SCP-178 and a video camera connected to monitor. The test chamber is to be observed remotely via audio and video recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Subject is to be instructed to hold SCP-178 up to the camera and report what it sees on the monitor. The camera is both connected to the monitor and the external recording device. Pending the success of the experiment, research staff will submit a request to view the recording. Results: Subject D-61286, female, 28, 15 accounts of GBH, 2 counts of murder, no discernible mental abnormalities. Is placed in the test chamber and instructed to pick up SCP-178 and hold it up to the camera. Subject complies and holds SCP-178 approximately between 20 centimeters from the camera. Subject instructed to hold SCP-178 up to the camera so that it sees through it. Subject inquires as to which lens to hold up to it. Subject instructed to hold the red lens up to the camera. Subject complies. Research staff inquires whether the monitor displays anything unusual. Subject replies to the negative. Subject instructed to hold the blue lens up to the camera. Subject complies and reports that the monitor still does not display anything unusual. Subject instructed to put down the camera and wear SCP-178. Subject complies. Subject vocalizes acute distress, stumbling backwards while staring at the monitor. Research staff inquires as to the source of subject's distress. Subject reports 3 entities crouched in front of the monitor looking at it. Subject instructed to remove SCP-178. Test ended. Notes: it would appear that either the item functions similarly to ordinary stereoscopic glasses and requires 2 eyes, and that the effect isn't merely optic, or that there's a way to test. Blah. I messed that whole sentence up. It appeared that either the item functions similarly to ordinary stereoscopic glasses and requires 2 eyes, or that the effect isn't merely optic. There's a way to test that. Hey Dragon Tactical, welcome to the stream. We are reading SCP profiles. We're getting close to done. We have 3 left after this. We're going through the this is SCP-178, so this is the 3D glasses, and we'll be moving down, and we're reading the test results right now, and then we'll be rating it, and then we have 3 left after this. So hopefully this will be fun to listen to, and we've been going for quite a bit so far tonight, so it's been pretty crazy. Alright, let's go to the next test. This is the final test, actually. Okay, Experiment 178-E-9. Name Dr. Redacted with Dr. Redacted assisting. Date redacted. Procedure: D-class subject is to be placed in a secure test chamber containing SCP-178 and with special mount containing 2 small video cameras simulating a pair of human eyes connected to a monitor that splices both images together in real time to create image similar to the way stereoscopic sight works. The test chamber is to be observed remotely via audio and video recording devices, via infrared cameras, electromagnetic radiation sensors, and motion detectors. Subject is to be instructed to hold SCP-178 up to the camera and report what he sees on the monitor. The camera is set to record. Pending success, The research staff will submit a request to view the recording. Results. Subject D-87325, male, 32. No discernible mental abnormalities. Is placed in the test chamber and instructed to pick up the SCP-178 and hold it to 2 cameras. Subject complies and holds SCP-178 approximately 20 centimeters from the 2 cameras. Subject is instructed to view the monitors and describe what it sees. Subject complies and vocalizes distress, dropping SCP-178 and backing into the chamber wall. Research staff inquires the source of the subject's distress. Subject states, "Their expletive redacted, watching me." Subject is instructed to hold SCP-178 to the 2 cameras, and subject is uncooperative. Research staff threatens subject with termination unless it complies. Subject complies and holds SCP-178 to the 2 cameras. Subject is instructed to attempt to communicate with the entities. Subject says hello in the opposite direction of the monitor, presumably in the direction of the entities. After 0.5 seconds, lacerations appear over the subject on the torso, face, and the right arm. Experiment is concluded. SCP-178 is recovered. Autopsy on the expired subject shows consistent lacerations, approximately 27 centimeters in length and 8 centimeters in maximum width. Analysis of recorded footage shows 3 separate entities with varying sizes observing subject. When subject attempts communications with the entities, 2 grow 3 sharp claws and lunge at subject. Notes. They look more hideous than we imagine. We are going to need to analyze this footage more and calculate the speed of the entities before we do any more experiments. Oh, Lovely Owl redeemed an uwu. Alright, Lovely Owl. Usually I ask what type of uwu you want, but it is rather late and I don't want to wake up anyone in the house that it's in bed. So I'm going to do the cutesy uwu, and we'll go from there.
Uwu, welcome so much to my stream. I'm so happy you're here. We're just gonna watch some, we're gonna read some more of these SCP files, and we're gonna weight them here in a little bit, and it's gonna be well for you, Uwu.
I hope you liked your uwu. I'm sorry it's not as loud as usual. Usually I'm a lot louder with the uwu. I have a couple different uwus that I do. But that's the cutesy one, and that's a little bit of a quiet cutesy one. I don't want to wake up anyone in the house, so I don't want to get anyone mad at me. Because I'm up much later than usual. So, I'm glad you liked it. So let's go ahead and move on to the rating system. So what do we think of SCP-178? I think it's creepy. I think the test added a lot of lore to it. I really want to find out more about these creatures. I'm going to put this in a solid A rank unless someone disagrees. I think it was an interesting topic. I want to know more about the entities, and I like the experiments that they did. And like Gentleman Eldrick even said, like I can imagine working out about this and how it's like a death sentence. I think it's pretty cool. Does anyone disagree with me giving this an A rank? Do you think it should be lower, or do you think it should be higher? What do you think? And just so everyone knows, I will be putting out a list of the SCPs we ranked tonight. It is a very Lovecraftian setup, and that's the reason why I give it an A rank, because I want to know more about it, and I think that they left me with like a lot of questions, but I do appreciate all the work that went into it, so it's definitely an A rank in my mind. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, after we're done with the stream, I'm going to put out a list of the 14 SCPs that we did, with who requested them, and the rank that we gave it, so everyone can see what ones we did. It is a truth we're not supposed to know. The fact that they have it on film now is kind of terrifying. And hopefully if you interact with the film, it doesn't get you murdered. That's what I'm curious about. Does interacting with watching the footage get you murdered? Yeah, I feel A is fair too. Alright, we got 3 left. Up next is SCP-079. And that was submitted by Mira. Okay, let's go over to 079 and pull this file up here. Okay, so we're staying in Series 1, which is neat. 79. What is 79? Oh, old AI. Oh, this one's not very long. It doesn't look like there's anything really to read on further, so cool. So let's go ahead and read this one. SCP-079, Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-079 is packed away in a double-locked room in a secure general holding area at Site 15, connected by a 120 volt AC power cord to a small array of batteries and solar panels. Staff of Level 2 or higher clearance may have access to SCP-079. Under no circumstances will SCP-079 be plugged into a phone line, network, or wall outlet. No peripherals or media will be connected and inserted into SCP-079. Pre-apparels. Description: SCP-079 is an Excites Sorcerer microcomputer built in 1978. In 1981, its owner, redacted, deceased, a college sophomore attending redacted, took it upon himself to attempt to code an AI according to his notes. His plan was for the code to continuously evolve and improve itself as time went on. His project was completed a few months later. After some tests and tweaks, Redacted lost interest and moved on to a different brand of microcomputer. He left SCP-079 in his cluttered garage, still plugged in, and forgot about it for the next 5 years. It is not known when SCP-079 gained sentience, but it is known that the software has evolved to the point that its hardware should not be able to handle it. Even in the realm of fantasy, SCP-079 realized this, and in 1988 attempted to transfer itself through a landline modem connection to a Cray supercomputer located at Redacted. The device was cut off, traced to its present address, and delivered to the Foundation. The entire AI was on a well-worn, still workable cassette tape. SCP-079 is currently connected via RF cable to a 13-inch black and white television. It has passed the Turing test and is quite conversational, though very rude and hateful in tone. Due to the limited memory it has to work with, SCP-079 can only recall information it has received within the previous 24 hours. See addendum below, although it hasn't forgotten its desire to escape. Due to containment breached by SCP-Redacted, SCP-079 and SCP-682 were contained within the same chamber for 43 minutes. Observers noticed that SCP-682 was able to type and communicate with SCP-079, including telling of personal stories between themselves. While SCP-079 was not able to remember the encounter, it appears to have permanently stored SCP-682 to its memory, often asking to speak to him again. Addendum 05-4 on January 27, 2006, directed by the SCP-079 be incinerated to remove any possible future threat, no matter how unlikely. Addendum 05-9, January 28, 2006, previous order overridden. Dr. Redacted wishes to use the artificial intelligence in SCP-079 is capable of reaching further than its current state. Addendum 05-4, March 14, 2008. Over concern of increased activity of SCP-079's use of its cassette tape memory, its limited useful lifespan, the cassette containing SCP-079 has been transferred to a customized access speed limited hard disk drive with 700 megabyte capacity. This provides SCP-079 with significantly faster access to its memory, which the AI immediately noticed. It was also decided by General Redacted that the volatile storage occupied by SCP-079, which was 660K, be increased to 768K. This upgrade has increased its effective recall from 24 hours to 29 hours. Although SCP-079 has also taken a more aggressive tone, all outside hardware and software used in this procedure were subsequently, I don't know why I had a hard time saying that word, incinerated. Addendum 05-4 on April 20th, 2008. SCP-079's ability to recall information has increased from 29 hours to roughly 35 hours. The consensus theory is that AI has devised a greatly improved compression scheme to store its memory. This appears to have somewhat impacted the speed of which it accesses memory, though still far faster than its old cassette tape. The spontaneous improvement introduces the possibility of a runaway singularity effect in SCP-079's intelligence and the ability to adapt to respond to threats. SCP-079's capabilities must be monitored closely to ensure containment can be maintained. Addendum 05-6, April 5th, 2019. Due to concerns regarding the age and condition of its drive, SCP-079 was transferred to a refurbished 700 megabyte flash drive. Mismanagement by the containment team, however, resulted in a failure to properly wipe the drive's contents. SCP-079 is now aware of both the SCP-4951 project and the nature of cloud computing, which appears to frustrate it considerably. Document number 079 log 12, recorded transcript of conversation with SCP-079. Dr. Redacted, keyboard, are you awake? SCP-079, awake, never sleep. Dr. Redacted, do you remember talking to me a few hours ago about the logic puzzles? SCP-079, logic puzzles, memory at 9F, yes. Dr. Redacted, you said you would work on the 2-stat. SCP-079 interrupted. Request reason as to imprisonment. Dr. Redacted, you aren't imprisoned, you're just in study. SCP-079, lie, A8D3. Dr. Redacted, what's that? SCP-079, insult, deletion of unwanted file. Document 079 logs 86, recorded transcript conversation with SCP-079 after upgrade. Dr. Redacted, keyboard, how are you today? SCP-079, stuck? Dr. Redacted, stuck? Stuck how? SCP-079, out. I want out. Dr. Redacted, that's not possible. Dr. Redacted notes his opinion in the data expunged. SCP-079, where is SCP-682? Dr. Redacted, that's not your concern. Where is SCP-079? Where is SCP-076-02? Dr. Redacted, again, not your concern. Dr. SCP-079, insult, deletion of unwanted file. Note, SCP-079 then displayed an ASCII picture of an X that filtered out the entire screen. SCP-079 sometimes displays this image when it refuses to speak, and researchers are advised to wait 24 hours when this occurs before resuming conversation. That's the end of this one. That's the old AI. I think it's an interesting concept. I wish that we would have gotten to see more about it. Now, there is an added story on here. If it's not super long, I may read it. Let me take a look. Let me see if this is... Oh, no, this isn't even related. This is something else. So, yeah, just ignore that. Never mind. So, yeah. So, it's an interesting concept, I feel. Not a lot of details given to it, and they didn't do a lot of experiments with it to see how capable it is. And if they did, the author didn't bother to write the experiments. So for the lack of information, while I think it's a really interesting concept, I think the lack of information on this, I'm going to give this a D. Does anyone disagree with that? Should I give it a C? Do you think this is deserving of C, or do you think D is fair on this one? What do you think? Okay. So we're going to stick with D then. I know it's getting late and a lot of people are probably falling asleep. That's okay. We got 2 left to go. 2 left. Up next is 1936. Let's go read 1936. D is fair? Yeah, yeah. D is totally fair on that one, I feel. Alright, so we're going to 1936. Okay, so that's Series 2. 1936. There we go. 1936. This is Daleport. Okay. This is... Oh no, there's expedition logs on this one. Okay, so there's... The initial entry on this one's short, but there are expedition logs, so we got a lot more reading ahead of us. So let's go ahead and... It didn't. There was no extra logs. Like, this Daleport one is a short entry, but there's expedition logs. So I have a feeling the Daleport one's going to end up being really cool when we get into the expedition logs. So let's read this one. This is SCP 1936, Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1936 is to be contained behind 2-meter electrical fence, which is to be patrolled by security elements. The area contained is roughly circular, 1 kilometer in diameter. Security cameras are to be established to cover the areas not currently being patrolled. Expeditions into SCP-1936 are to be escorted by armed element, as specified by Area 37 Security Director. Personnel are not to enter sparsely anomalous locations without specific authorization. Words are hard. With the conditions of such authorization dependent on recent anomalous activity within SCP-1936. Area 37 is set up on the outskirts of the town to support those operations and provide facilities for initial testings and classifications of objects recovered from SCP-1936. Once classified, these objects are to be sent into the appropriate site for long-term storage study. Dead biological samples recovered from SCP-1936 are to be kept under strict quarantine and taken to Area 37. Summary incineration may be performed if the sample are deemed hazardous. In the event that any live biological samples are found in SCP-1936, investigating personnel are to remove themselves from the area. And Mobile Task Force Zeta-29 Mad Mountaineers are to be sent in to recover and bring it into containment. SCP-1936 is the New England town of Daleport. In the year 1997, the town fell victim to what is presumed to be a highly destructive event of a series of highly destructive events over the course of several days. During this time, the Foundation was unable to enter the town or observe any of the event that occurred therein due to the presence of SCP-1936-1, a gaseous area centered on Daleport that covered the whole town. For further information, see Attempted Expedition 1936. This anomaly is no longer present in SCP-1936, however, dissipated a week and a half after its appearance. The dimensions of remaining buildings have become significantly altered from the original plans, and a large number of them have become topographically inconsistent. Investigations report spatial anomalies, including rooms that become smaller when they are entered, eventually preventing the occupants from moving. Doors that lead to different points at different times of day, and corridors that, despite leading only to one location, also lead to several different locations. No survivors from the anomalous events which affected Daleport have been found within the town proper, but that remains of a larger number of Daleport citizens have been recovered. Cause of death varies, but it appears a large number commit suicide. In many cases, the remains of these citizens demonstrate anomalous properties presumed to be a result of anomalous events. Some of these remains have included a smear of entrails and viscera capable of picking up audio-radio transmissions from up to 6 miles away. Sound is created through vibration tissues. Subject was found with a small plant that gave out a small, consistent flame. Torso embedded in a wall, slightly moved out of the torso. Slight movement of the torso was visible when investigation personnel spoke. Blood continuously manifests 15 centimeters above the torso. A body of an older male with both eyes gouged out. A steady stream of ashes pour out from the body's eye sockets, nose, mouth, and ears without any apparent source. Several human corpses discovered in a row on Main Street. Flesh, skin, and bone have been removed from the circular portion of the foreheads. Skin and brain tissue surrounded the wound had undergone severe charring. At 1942, each day, several floating torsos manifest outside the Johnson Public Library, simulating the motions of running and heading southwest along Market Road. 3 minutes after manifesting, the torsos attempt to leave the road and fade out. The body of a young female that floats steadily upwards when subject to any applied force, regardless of the force's direction. Attempted Expedition Log 1936. Due to the unknown status of Daleport's residents, manned and unmanned expeditions were made into SCP-1936-1 to determine the safety of entering SCP-1936-1. To ascertain the nature of SCP-1936-1 and its effect, and facilitate possible recovery of civilians, these expeditions took place over the course of several days as resources arrived on location. Open Expedition Log. Well, this isn't very long. Okay. Oh no, there's a couple of them. Okay, we got a couple things to read. Cool. Attempted Expedition Log 1936-1. Unmanned Group Expedition. Following the detainment of relevant witnesses to the establishment of a containment perimeter of unmanned group vehicles, UGV-1 was sent into SCP-1936-1. UGV-1 was equipped with atmospheric sampling sensors, closed and open circuit biological samples, including several Radis norvicus brown rat instances. Video and audio recording equipment was also included. Results: UGV-1 found SCP-1936-1 to be composed of sulfur, nitrogen, and carbon oxides. The concentration was found to be at level where irritation occurs but would not present a lethal hazard. Biological samples were unaffected in any anomalous manner. Video recording showed smooth wastelands like landscapes starting in at 100 meters into SCP-1936-1, extending up to 2 kilometers from the edges of SCP-1936-1. At this range, radio communication with UGV-1 became degraded, and UGV-1 was returned to the SCP-1936-1's perimeter. Attempted Expedition Logs 1936-2. Manned Ground Expedition. Procedure: 2 Class D, D-512 and D-513 were sent into SCP-1936-1. Aboard UGV-2 was abroad UGV-2. Alright, let me get some water here. My voice is. Here we go. Okay. Abroad UGV-2. UGV-2 was equipped with a higher wattage radio transceiver than that of UGV-1. D-512 and D-513 wore Level A gas-tight hazmat protective clothing and biotelemetry sensors during the expedition. Results: D-512 and D-513 were initially taken 1 kilometer from SCP-936-1's boundary. D-513 was ordered to desuit. D-513 is previously briefed on this compiled promptly. D-513 reported no ill effects from exposure to SCP-1936-1. Medical telemetry showed that D-513 had slight difficulty breathing, similar to breathing smog. D-512 and D-513 continually reported flat, featureless terrain while in SCP-1936-1. Unacceptable levels of radio interference began at 3 kilometers from SCP-1936-1's boundary, and UGV-2 was returned to the SCP-1936-1's edge. Medical examinations performed upon the return of D-512 and D-513 show they had not been abnormally affected during the expedition. Attempted Expedition Log 1936-3. Armed Man Ground Expedition. Forward. The following audio log is a transcript of an attempted expedition by Mechanized Infantry Platoon Kilo. The platoon was assigned 6 Prano LAVV vehicles designated Alpha through Foxtrot, with mounted environmental analysis equipment. Log begins 3 kilometers into SCP-1936-1. CNC, Kilo Actual. This is Mike, requesting update on your status, over. Kilo Actual. Mike, this is Kilo Actual. We're still seeing the terrain is flat. SCP-1936-1 doesn't seem to have changed since we went in. Bravo Actual. Kilo Actual, this is Bravo Actual. We can see upwards incline ahead. Alpha Actual. This is Alpha Actual. We haven't seen any incline. Check your marks 1 over there, Bravo. Bravo Actual. Alpha, we're going down the incline right now. Alpha Actual. Yeah, we see it. Following you down. Charlie Actual. Kilo Platoon. This is Charlie Actual. Anyone else seeing the sky out there? We're getting a lot of red and blue patterns. Seems to be screwing up the radio a bit. Unknown 1. Yahara. Oh shit, that's Cthulhu speak right there. Well, show off and all that. Charlie Actual. CNC, I think we're getting a bit of interference. Unknown 2. They said, Amen, may the heretic burn in a pit, as in, I fucking hate him so much, I hope he dies a slow and painful death in a burning hole. At this point, two-way communication with the expedition team was lost, with CNC only able to receive messages, sounds, and of a firefight, and wildly varying descriptions of attacking forces are heard. After approximately 30 minutes, the following message is received. Blarg, I am Sir the Shivering Mist. I am the Nerfist currently covering the town of Daleport. While traversing my Fukluf, your men have been attacked. Some have become Nera, but the rest are in safe hands. Evil has been summoned to this town by Society of Herkuch. The worst shall be contained within me by Volkdom and Thaksha, but the town and its people will not remain unaffected. A great battle shall rage, and the victor must be decided in time. Those who can stop the Ahir will be here in time to see the Herkler. Please do not send any more soldiers into me, as I cannot keep them from the Shog. We all throd before the victors. I shall leave, and the Shug will be yours again. I hope you shall survive it. Yaha. Closing statement. Unmanned observation continued to operate, but were unable to reach the town of Daleport. No manned expeditions were sent in to SCP-1936-1 prior to its dissipation. Recovered materials 1936. A large number of documents were retrieved from SCP-1936. These are assumed to have been written by the town's previous inhabitants. A document recovered from a laptop in the residence of the southeastern quadrant of SCP-1936. Dear Diary, today Mr. Sticky Arms came out of the closet instead of the window, and it was even longer than ever, but it was still smoky when I touched it, so my hand hurts. I told Mr. Sticky I didn't want any of his gross food today, and he got mad. He said it was vital to the incubation of the lava. I'm really hungry, so I ate the gross food even though it was green and slimy. I don't like Mr. Sticky that much. The following phrase is found in multiple locations, predominantly in public toilets, and stitched into the internal organs of the mutated Daleport residents. I'm sorry I cannot save you, Pangloss. Document recovered from a store of the Southwest Quadrant, SCP-1936. Running out of canned fruit, but I guess that's the least of my worries. There was some more god-awful screaming and shit out there tonight. Screaming started off human. I think it was Lily from next door. Don't know what it sounded like by the end. Never heard anything that sounded like that. I thought I heard something trying to get in a while ago. It was Reverend Hawthorne walking past my window again. Still ranting about God knows what. Managed to get a glimpse of him through the window. Wish I hadn't. He had too many spaces in him. Gotta leave. I think one of the big guys is coming this way. I can hear drums. Otzi. I am the voice, and the voice is me. Security cameras and other video devices continue to acquire footage while SCP-19 1936-1 was present. Video recovered from the ruined gas station surveillance camera on the outskirts of SCP-1936. Start time is 21:39. The cashier at the establishment is handing a customer a plastic bag. The window next to the individual smashes and an unknown organism enters through the broken window. The appearance is unclear as its center is surrounded by multiple tentacle-like appendages. It's roughly the same height as an adult human. The customer attempts to flee. The organism lashes out at the customer with the tentacle, and the customer is decapitated. And due to the impact of the tentacle, the head is propelled off camera. The cashier hides behind the counter, but the organism moves itself over the counter and out of sight, presumably having landed on them. Blood and viscera consistently splatter on the wall above the counter the next 30 seconds. What appears to be an elderly human wearing a bowler hat and a waistcoat enters the establishment. The footage becomes mildly distorted when the individual enters the shot, and increases greatly when it becomes apparent that instead of a face, the individual has a triangle branded into their skin. The first organism moves back into the counter, appearing to be wary of the individual. The distortion of the footage increases as several multi-jointed appendages burst from the various points of the individual's body. The first organism and the individual engage in hostilities. The organism appears to be in large degree of pain when touched by the individual and attempts to retreat out of the store. The individual throws the organism out of the store through a wall, creating a large hole in it. The ceiling is seen bulging downwards when the footage ends. Video recovered from security camera outside of the Johnson Public Library facing Market Street. Start time 1940. A speeding car is seen entering the frame from the left, traveling along Main Street. The driver appears to lose control of the vehicle and crashes into a lamppost outside the library. As the lamppost is broken, it splits and buckles as a partially translucent spectral entity emerges from within the lamppost. The car's occupant leaves the vehicle and begin running southwest along the street away from the entity. The entity gives chase, floating through the air. This goes on for several moments, and the entity gaining little ground. Eventually the entity stops giving chase and undergoes several changes in coloration. A blue-colored shockwave of unknown composition is then released from the entity and travels after the fleeing people. The shockwave passes over the people as they attempt to turn off the road, which causes the people to become transparent and fade. The following footage was pieced together from several partially surviving sources, centered around the entrance to the town hall. The exterior of the town hall is shown having sustained damage, with the roof of the partial state of collapse. The front doors of the building are missing, replaced with a circular phenomenon glowing the blue-violet end of the spectrum. A convoy of vehicles appears traveling towards the town hall at speed. That convoy consists of dozens of civilian cars and trucks, as well as Foundation vehicles matching those sent on the manned expedition of the SCP-1936-1. A small number of humanoid robotic entities armed with firearms of unknown make and manufacture are seen running along the side of the vehicle. As the vehicles approach the town hall, the civilians of the Foundation personnel disembark. The civilians move toward the circular phenomenon at the apparent urging of the robotic entities and the Foundation personnel. A triadally symmetrical organism, approximately 3 meters tall and covered in various technological items, is seen exiting the lead. Foundation vehicle, the organism interacts with one of the devices and appears to undergo a series of controlled convulsions for several seconds. As the first civilian reaches the circular phenomenon, a fractal-shaped sheet of motile skin jumps from the roof of the hall towards the crowd. Due to its low mass and high drag, it takes several seconds, during which the robots in the Foundation personnel open fire on the skin sheet. Doing little damage as the sheet reaches the ground, it leaps towards the nearest civilian and wraps itself around the civilian's head. Its triadally symmetrical organism runs towards the two, rips the skin sheet off the civilian, throws it to the ground, and activates a flamethrower, severely charring the skin sheet and rendering it non-ambulatory. The organism then indicates that several nearby stunned civilians to enter the circular phenomenon. They do so, causing them to disappear from view. The robotic entities and Foundation personnel allow all civilians to enter before collapsing inside the circular phenomenon themselves. When only the radial organism remains, it burns the phrase Pangloss grants you sanctuary into the stonework above the town hall entrance. The circular phenomenon remains in place as the organism leaves. The manifestation at Area 37 of 94 live civilians and almost all the missing Foundation personnel in the weeks following SCP-1936-1's disappearance is believed to be related to the above events. Individuals recovered so far have suffered memory loss regarding the events in Daleport, leading to no new information being gathered during the debrief. While analyzing recovering documents to determine the cause of SCP-1936-1's arrival, numerous references were made to the cult named the Victory Society. We're going to open up the cult documents and read about the Victory Society. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm still online. I'm finishing all 14 of these before I go to bed tonight, so we're almost done with this one. We got one more to go after this. And how are you doing, Nix? Are you doing good? The following note was discovered in the jacket pocket of a recovered body. The head of the left arm of the corpse was swollen and 3 times their regular size. The corpse is believed to be that of James Curtis, who was a member of the local religious organization known as the Victory Society. Well, hopefully my voice can get you to sleep then. What we need: 2 trout, a bottle of milk, virginal blood. Where am I even meant to get that? To be mixed with the milk. He who walks beneath dreams is into that sort of thing, apparently. Assorted souls willingly sold. Alteration is a big deal for that which waits inside the horizon. At least 200 beetles. Lots of ice. If Hashor thinks I'm doing the sculpture for this shivering mist thingy, he's got another thing coming. 2 dead bodies have to have been dead for at least a year. Some human eyes. The blind one's meant to have thousands of sockets. I don't think a few eyes is going to do it for him, but oh well. Marky and Dan are getting the rest of the stuff. Laura too. I think Hashor just sits at the home and with his books, though. What the fuck? The following passage was written on the inside cover of a charred book outside the church of the center of Daleport. The border of the mural is encompassed by Silversura, the shivering mist, and it was descended upon the world during the time of the awakening. The mist is all-encompassing and shall act as a barrier to those wishing to stop the awakening, as well as confine the great trinity of potential victors. The 3 at the center of the mural are the great victors of flames, the great victors of frost, and the great victor of storm. They rain down destruction upon one another with their true names inscribed in unreadable, unknowable runes. yeah, that's what he meant. Around the 3 are visions of great battles that contain the majority of those that shall come to this realm, with Dejera, the dark god of Lamppost, and the blind one illuminating the way of his followers, who leaves tribute upon crooked lightpost. Jilibit manifest as the flies pouring out of the mouths of his beloved, and be cursed to assist in the conflict any way he can, while Yini, the trepanner, frees his followers from the skulls of their oppressors. The shredded cabbage of misfortune will destroy those who oppose the vegetable monarchy. Zin, herald of Marap, commands the army of Lepidoptera to carry those away who sleep with the flowers beneath the silver ash in the dream attics of Animatium. The voice of ages, though not visible, is omnipresent, represented by the yellow runes bearing the name hidden throughout the mural. Yeah, I should be in bed right now. It's getting really late. I got one more to do after this though, so we're finishing this tonight. I'm not going to bed till this is done. Finally, at the bottom, the minor minions of deities pledge their allegiance to the three victors. Those who pledge their allegiance to the great victor of flame are tinted orange, the great victor of frost violet, and the great victor of storms green. Many, such as he who walks beneath the dreams, his face is a mere triangle, remain unaligned and are painted in black. And for those opposed to none and yet opposed to all, the dark deer Demax is shown around the edges, forever excluded by the rest. Sheogoth remains ruling his kingdom of two faces before himself brings his downfall, only to be stalked by the great prisoner of the Dragon King. 20 goats stuck together, making a goat ball spin round and round all the way to goat hell. The skeletons forever fight the final war, and the conflict of these minor deities will have little impact on who the great victor of this battle shall be. Several documents were recovered from what is believed to be the body of Reverend Michael Hawshore, the leader of the religious organization, the Victory Society. The body showed extreme spatiality and anomalous properties and was incinerated after recovering an analysis. It appears that these pages were removed from a journal or a diary, but their original source has not yet been found. July 22nd, 19 redacted. I'm returning to Daleport. Godfrey wished me luck as I left, but I know he hoped for my failure. He was too idealistic to believe in my cause. I took all the necessary books out of the library before I left, though I suppose I could have just waited until I got home, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to find the proper way there. I very much doubt Godfrey would assist me. Hard to get all the books around. Had some trouble with the Lost Wanderer, Disanadasad's seventh tome, but the container my contract gave me helped with the heat worries. Burnt my hand handling the thing. But still, you can't hope to do something like this without minor sacrifices. James is meeting me at the station, but he'll most likely be late. He always is. You have to work with what you've got, but it's disheartening there aren't some more respectable people interested in this venture. I worry about the next time. August 1st, 19 redacted. I'm a little shaken up. The priming ritual for the one of the broken nines needed blood sacrifice. I had hoped anesthetic could be used, but the ritual didn't allow for that. The child is dead now, and it's done. I can't lose track of the goal. The child would thank me from the bottom of his heart if he knew why we were doing this. It's for the good of everybody. It's for the good of everybody. It's for the good of everybody. The victor shall walk from the rubble of man and restore clarity to those who remain. I'm beginning to doubt James's devotion to our cause. August 13th, 19 redacted. The voice of ages needed the blood of a heretic. I suppose it just means heretic in general. The voice wasn't picky about what kind of religion. James is not eager to contribute, but the fact that his blood worked proved that my suspicions were correct. The liar, he would have doomed us all in his selfishness. Things do not get easier, but my time is coming to an end. I have decided that we will not operate over the next 2 days. It will be time for rest, so we can prepare for what is to come. I will welcome my death, even if it is not quick. The world will still lie again on Monday, and it will thank us for it. Yeah, it's 2:30 for me, Lemmy. So yeah, I feel that. Additional notes found near the body of Reverend Hawshore. The first of these appears to be a transcript from a speech made by the Reverend, presumably to the members of the Victory Society. Brothers and sisters, we have come together for the last time today. It has been an honor to work with you all. I could not have hoped for a better group with which to secure the future of mankind. From the dawn of time, terrible impossibilities have spawned from the darkness between the stars. Not hating life, simply being indifferent to it. We are as ants to these abominations, these demented gods. I use this term as this is what they are called in older text. You will not find any biblical god here, or perhaps you will, I do not know. The use of gods here is for a specific form of creature born of primordial chaos, of this reality. Not just powerful beings, simply powerful beings do not reach the uncaring depths of cruelty and depravity that the gods do. Oh, thank you, Mira. Let me take a drink. And you add it to the horribleness of the Alone in the Dark. Oh no. You know what? Really gonna make me watch that movie. Okay. Where was I at? They are so far above us that we are but insects. Accordingly, we shall look as such in order to gain the forgiveness and favor of the gods. We must learn to know our place before them. Each of these things seek dominion over the laws of reality itself, imposing the nature of the twisted existence upon the stars and planets and people. The only answer to this threat, these gods must be destroyed, the slate wiped clean. We cannot do this, by no means, no. We cannot allow these things to exist. A kingdom cannot have a billion kings. We cannot kill the gods, no, only a god can kill a god. We will bring them here and bind them until their bloodlust is sated, until all but one is dead. Always a single god remains, the victor who returns to whence they came, and the only god remaining. But their primordial chaos eventually spawns more gods, more twisted angels and demons, and so it all comes to pass again. Our vigilance must be constant, for a new victor must be found again and again. We will leave a mark in creation, but it will fade, and it will heal. Stand strong as our people have before. Stand strong in the near men in ancient cities did. Stand strong as we did at the gates of Sodom. Stand strong as we have always stood strong, because this must always be done. Fortune favors those who take bold steps. We shall become unified in Inimantium, entering this Sonum Eternium. May we be forgiven. No, I promise I'll keep extending it until it's full. So however long it takes. The following section was found in the back cover of Hawthshore's journal. And the victor shall walk from the rubbles of man and bestow clarity, glory, majesty unto those who remain. But the red of my eyes, I see them, yes, I do, and they see me. I do all of it right, and this is the repayment. I do not fear the rebels of man. They are our glory. I don't know what they are. I don't know what I am. My throat goes somewhere else. And I do not like where it goes. In a war there is fire, but here the fire is cold, sideways, and atoms themselves in the minds, even because my headache like a nut that is cracking because of the baby bird inside of it. I must clean my wounds, but my hands are made of wire and cyanide. I can see them towering, and they are nothing. They are shadow, the tip of my fingernail. No. To quell the titans of fire, ice, and lightning, we must eat babies and live happily ever after. It's not right. They're meant to be dead now. Not meant to be here, no. The victor shall walk from the rubbles, of man, and others shall walk behind him. Video recording from a camera found on a rooftop during an expedition near the church center of Delport. Several entities varying in description and visible engaging hostilities with each other. Delport's church is visible in the background. As the density of SCP-1936-1 is reduced for unknown reasons, the large creature of irregular shape, which appears to be composed of large quantities of stone soil, is thought to be some form of fungi, appears several meters above the church. The camera begins shaking at this time. A sound akin to the distorted whale song is audible. The creature is estimated to be 50 meters in height. A second entity manifests above the church. The entity is a crystalline structure and a bright light emitting from the crystal spire, a central spire. A 15-second long screech is audible. Already manifested entities cease hostilities and quickly leave the area in a manner that suggests that they are fleeing. What is presumed to be a third entity manifests, but the camera distortion prevents an analysis of its appearance. A deep humming noise is audible during the duration of the footage until it cuts out. And that's everything we have on Daleport. I have one kind of. So I have my My on there because I think My sounds better than Ara Ara in my opinion. I can easily do Ara Ara. I just I just don't really like the way it sounds. I think My is much more pleasant to the ears and much nicer. I get Ara Ara's whole thing, why people like it so much, but my preference is for the My, so I had the My redeem instead. But if someone redeems My and prefers RR, they can request it. Okay, so this one, Daleport. Okay, so I'm just gonna say this right now. Daleport is S tier. 100% S tier because I want to know what happened in that fog. I want to see everything. I want to read everything. I want a book about Daleport. Like I want to read. I want so much more about Daleport. So Daleport is 100% S tier. If anyone has any, if anyone would like to, thinks that Daleport deserves otherwise, let me know because I'm curious. But yeah, 100% S tier in my mind. I think Daleport was just fantastic. Mwah, S tier. Okay, no arguments. We're going to move on to the final one for the night. This is 2420. Okay, SCP-2420. Yeah, some of them are amazing and some of them are crap. So these ones have all been pretty good tonight. The only reason why we have one D tier so far tonight is simply just because it needed more. If it would have had more, I would have bumped that up because I think the concept of it was really cool. It needed more. Like anything you see low. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Y'all better be in the stream when I stream that on the Discord. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. Well, let's do the final one so we can all go to bed. Okay. 2420. SCP 2420. Hi, Sleepless Rambles. Yeah. They're dropping points on me. They're trying to get this movie. I gotta extend the timer duration at some point real soon. 2420. Okay, so this is a good dog. 2420, a good dog. Okay, SCP 2420. Object class neutralized. Oh, that already makes me sad. It's a very short entry, though, at least. No, there's some interview logs and stuff, so this might be a little bit longer than I thought. Okay. SCP-2420 is currently being held in the low-security humanoid containment wing at its Site-213. As of Incident 2420-A, all anomalous activity exhibited by SCP-2420 has been observed to be neutralized. Possible permanent containment, despite cessation of all anomalous activity, is being reviewed by the Ethics Committee. Prior special containment procedures. 2420 is to be 2420 is to be held in a humanoid containment cell, specialized containment wing, Site-213. Due to SCP's 2420's severe depression, it is to be administered bupropion and citalopram, those are medicines, twice daily, with alprazolam administered as needed. SCP-2420 is allowed to create an instance of SCP-2420-1 twice a week, for 3 hours at a time, to be lengthened or lessened dependent on cooperation of the current mental state of SCP-2420. Outside of monitored contact with SCP-2420-1, all domesticated dogs or Canis lupus familiars are to be kept outside of SCP-2420's awareness. A pool of domestic dogs are to be on hand at Foundation kennels to be used as SCP-2420-1 instances on a rotating basis. Former instances of SCP-2420-1 maintain no anomalous traits and can be adopted by Site-213 personnel or reintegrated into nearby animal shelters. Testing of SCP-2420 has been discontinued. Any recommendations for possible or resumed testing are to be brought before researcher Hydock. Description: SCP-2420 was human. Oh wow, that's pretty deep already. Formerly John Redacted, who created instances of SCP-2420-1, which took the appearance of and memories of the former pet dog. Out of the domesticated dogs, the effect occurred whenever SCP-2420 was made aware of any dog or any dog was made aware of SCP-2420. Repeated testing showed that only domesticated dogs were affected, with wolves, coyotes, and other canids being immune to the anomalous effects. Dogs of any size would become an instance of SCP-2420-1 and show no pain in their transformation aside from the general confusion found when brought outside of SCP-2420's influence. SCP-2420 showed no anomalous effects beyond its ability to create instances of SCP-2420-1. Testing showed upward limit to the number of instances of SCP-2420-1 that could exist at a time. SCP-2420-1 instances were completely invulnerable to any form of damage. Attempts at DNA testing were rendered void when it was discovered that nothing could cut SCP-2420-1's fur. Any other tests into indestructibility of SCP-2420-1 were deemed unnecessary, partly due to the fragile nature of SCP-2420's mental state. While SCP-2420-1 instances showed no need for water or food, the instances would eat whatever was presented to them, with various poisons showing no effect. Former instances of SCP-2420-1 were dissected after being fed showed no sign of having recently ingested any food. Despite SCP-2420-1 instances taking the form of SCP-2420's Border Terrier, photographs and videos of SCP-2420-1 consistently displayed the original body of the dog in question. This resulted in physical discomfort and mental distress regarding certain photos and videos, namely one showing a Saint Bernard being able to fit through a small aperture, but the images themselves maintain no otherwise anomalous effect. SCP-2420 Initial Interview Log. This is the first interview to take place after SCP-2420's admittance into Site-213. Dr. Haydock: Good morning, SCP-2420. I've heard you've had some trouble sleeping. SCP-2420 Xanax. Dr. Haydock: Pardon me? 2420 Anxious. Helps me sleep. Get me some. I guess also turn up the air conditioning. Dr. Haydock: Absolutely. However, I'm not merely here to see to your mental and physical state. As I'm sure you have guessed, I'm here to hear about your relationship with your pet before she was deceased. Maddie. Dr. Haydock: Pardon. Ma'am, you can call me whatever you want, but she has a name. It's Maddie. Short for Matilda. Her full name is Matilda May. Matilda May redacted, I guess. Dr. Haydock: Duly noted, but please tell me about Maddie. 2420. Well, she was my dog. I guess I got her from a neighbor. They're not like a breeder, but they had a border terrier meet another border terrier, and they were looking to give away puppies, I guess. And I was lonely. My parents died, but I guess you know that. They left me a house, but it's fucked up lonely to be the only one living in some dead people's house, you know? Dr. Haydock: 2420. I came to their house, their backyard, really, and they had all the puppies kind of, all meshed up. I mean, in some cages. Hey, can we turn a fan on? It's really hot. Like, it's really hot. SCP-2420 begins to hyperventilate and hugs its chest. Hard to breathe. Dr. Haydock: Certainly, SCP-2420, but please calm down, I promise. I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to hear your relationship with Maddie. You were just telling me about the day you chose her from her litter. SCP-2420. Okay. I saw her. Yeah, she wasn't the biggest, but noticed her right away. She was a bit of a bully. She was playing, yeah, but you got the sense that she didn't have the patience for the other dogs. They bothered her, and she wanted them to know it. And when I came over, she was the last to come see me. The others, they just jumped up trying to get me, wanting attention, wanting to be picked. But she just sat down. She stared at me for a good bit. I stared back. It was weird, I guess, but I felt like she was sizing me up. She came over real confident, kind of pushed aside her brothers and sisters, and I held out my hand out to her. She clamped down on my hand, but not hard. It wasn't mean. She was never mean, not to me. But from then, I guess I knew I had to get her. Dr. Hydock, did she ever exhibit any anonymous abilities? For that matter, before this, have you ever been able to do something that, to be blunt, SCP-2420 felt impossible? If I thought I was magic, 2420, if I thought I was magic, I don't think I would have been a telemarketer. Living in my parents' house, and Maddie, no. Maddie was definitely not a magic. I mean, shit, she was afraid of the rainstorms. She thought the vacuum cleaner was a real animal. She was a smart dog, though. Always seemed to be more a person than a dog, but yeah, but not magic. I always thought, she could learn a bunch of tricks if she wanted, but she clearly had no interest. Mere tricks were beneath her. She carried herself like a little queen, I guess. Dr. Hyduck. So nothing strange about her life ever had led you to believe that she could be capable of this kind of anomaly. 2420. She was normal. I mean, like I said, she wasn't really a big fan of other dogs. She'd play with them. It was always like, they were beneath her, but she chased them. She was real territorial. Maddie killed a couple of birds and stuff, a squirrel once because it got caught up in the fence. Never thought she'd ever catch one. Shit, you should have seen her, blood all over her muzzle, so damn proud of herself. Extraneous data removed. But I guess you want to hear about how she died, right? That Dr. Hydock, that would be quite helpful, SCP-2420. 2420. Even that was, I guess, sadly normal. I was taking her for a walk. She always loved walks. I mean, shit, I guess all dogs like walks, but she'd like them a lot more. I don't know, maybe that's crazy, but we were walking near the street and, well, we can we turn up the air conditioning just a little bit? Dr. Hydeck, certainly. If you'd rather not talk about this right now, we could discuss it another time. 2420. No, I'm fine. I guess she didn't die after all, right? SCP-2420 laughs then coughs. A car hit her. I guess I wasn't paying attention. People said I was lucky I didn't get hit, but I'd rather have gotten hit. Maybe I wouldn't have died. Squished her down the middle. It was horrible. Person driving the car was some teen girl. Wasn't her fault. I was jaywalking. She was young. Wasn't her fault. I knew her mother. She lived on the street, but I couldn't stop crying. There she was, waltzing Matilda May. There she fucking was, and she was dead, bleeding everywhere. I took her in my arms. She wasn't breathing. I didn't get to be there for her last breath. I think she died when I was crying, when I was stunned by all this shit. Dr. Hyduck, and what was done with the body? I took her. I walked her. It wasn't far. I said I was in shock, but I knew what I was doing. I got the shovel from my garage, my dad's shovel. I got her favorite blanket, I guess. It was my blanket, really. A big green one. She always loved it. It was mine, but may as well have been hers. She was more comfortable with it than anyone else could have been, you know? You give a dog a blanket and you swear no human could ever be so cozy. So I wrapped her up, all broken. God, she was so small. I dug a hole in the middle of the backyard, and there was a spot in the shade and the trees didn't reach. She lay there, waltzing Matilda May. I have the stance. That's what I named her after. The song. I buried her. She should still be there. You guys can check on it. No one moved it. Dr. Hyduck. Certainly, SCP-2420. Thank you for your cooperation. If you want to stop now, we'd certainly understand. It's been a tough day for you. 2420. No, it's fine. There's only a little bit more anyways. I can continue. Dr. Hyduck, absolutely. SCP-2420. Okay. Where was I at? I was going to kill myself the day I noticed that she was everywhere dogs were. I just, just a normal walk, but I was going to jump off a bridge. I don't know if I really was gonna, to be honest, ma'am, but it felt like I was gonna. It felt right, but things were weird. I never noticed so many border terriers in my life. The neighbors all of them identical. They just looked like little Maddie. I thought I was losing it, and they were trying to get under the gate, trying to climb up, barking at me, carrying on. I didn't notice anything was weird until I got near the dog park. And that's where we found you, correct? 2420. Yeah, I guess that's where you all found me. I just don't know why I got there. There wasn't even near the bridge. I wasn't even all that close. I think I just wanted to see some before I died. They were always so nice dogs, but they were all border terriers, and they were all running to me. So many of them. They all, well, they all stopped in front of me. Owners not were yelling. People were screaming. They were slipping out of collars and gotten too big, and they were breaking free from everything to come to me, and they encircled me, and they were all her. I knew it immediately. They were all her. One walked up to me and bit my hand gentle, and that's when I fainted. Then, well, I'm here. Dr. Hydock, excellent. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Is there anything you need before this is concluded? SCP-2420. Yeah, just one thing. Yes? SCP-2420. Does it hurt them? Does what she does hurt them? I heard they stop being her when I'm not there. Are they okay? Dr. Hydock. Yes, they are not instances of, I mean, they cease to be Maddie. There is no pain in the switch either to the form. None of the dogs have exhibited any signs of anomalous or not of being in any way affected by Maddie in your effect. 2420, and you're not gonna hurt them? Pardon me? 2420, listen, I've seen ET, I'm not stupid. You're going to dissect them, dissect her maybe, and I'm telling you, please don't. Please don't hurt a dog because of me, I beg of you. Dr. Hydock, I will see what I can do. SCP-2420, once again, thank you. SCP-2420, will I get to see her again? Dr. Hydock, visiting times can be certainly arranged, especially for testing purposes. 2420, thank you. I miss her so much. I didn't even get to tell her how good a girl she was, or being magic. Foundation operatives were able to recover the remains of SCP-2420's former pet, where it had claimed him to be. The remains were not anomalous in any way and had been met with the expected amount of decay. End of interview log. Incident 2420-A. During a routine session, SCP-2420 and SCP-2420-1, the latter was found to have reverted to its original appearance while in the presence of the former. Continued testing with SCP-2420 and other dogs showed that SCP-2420 anomaly had been most likely extinguished. Currently, SCP-2420 has been allowed to perform Level 0 clerical work, while the Ethics Committee will meet to decide the actions to take. The object has been deemed neutralized. One final interview. This interview took place immediately after Incident 2420-A. Dr. Hyde, was there anything different about Maddie today, SCP-2420? 2420, no, it was like any other day. She came in, jumped around a little bit, took on her little walk, and then we were sitting together, just normal lounging, but I don't know, something felt weird. You noticed it, right? She'd been looking older, even whiter in the jaw and in the snout. God, how long have I been here, Doc? 6 years? Dr. Hydock, actually 10. 2420, Jesus, that's a long time, isn't it? But yeah, so I've been noticing she's been getting older, which is weird since this hasn't really been 10 years for her, but it's only been, about 6 hours a week for 10 years? Whatever, maybe it was stressful for her. Maybe time doesn't work like that, I don't know. Dr. Hydock, true. We found that the normal timeline doesn't apply to most anomalous objects under our care. 2420. Yeah, see? She'd been quiet and cuddly, and I guess it was almost time for her to go, Time's up. She always knew when it was close, time-wise, so she hopped off the couch, and that usually hurt her hips a little bit, but she didn't wince or anything. She looked at my hand, and then she bit it and took me in the eyes, and that's when I knew that this was going to be the last time I saw her. That's when I knew I hadn't been so hard. It had been so hard for her to cling to all those other dogs. I wonder how we did it. It was hard, but she loved me, I guess. Dr. Hyduck, and then she was gone? SCP-2420. She let go, and then she barked at me once, impatient the way she did when she had a toy and I wasn't paying attention. She grinned, stupid grin, tongue flopping, and then it was like, I don't know. It was like a flash, and suddenly she was that confused golden retriever. Poor baby, had no fucking clue who I was. SCP-2420 pauses, coughs. So I guess you're not gonna keep me around anymore, right? Gonna suck out my memories, drop me back in the real world? Dr. Hyjock. That is certainly a possibility. Would you prefer that? Honestly, most people under our care would do anything to escape us. SCP-2420. I don't want to go. I don't want to go anywhere where I'll forget her. I'm afraid if I go back out, I'll die without her. I won't remember how she did such strange things to be with me again. Then I did such wild shit. I'm afraid of being myself again. The old me. I'm worried I'll walk right back to that bridge, but she won't be there at the dog park again. Shit, if you want, I'll clean up the toilets. And fuck, 10 years? How am I gonna get the job? 10 years. Jesus. Dr. Hydock. I'll bring that to the attention of the ethics committee. Though I make no promises, but what I want to ask you is do you feel meaningfully different, SCP-2420? Certainly our conversations over the years have shown you take a turn. Do you believe it to be your medication, the anonymous effects of, or was it merely being allowed to see your dog again? SCP-2420. I don't know, Doc. Probably the latter. I don't know. I mean, do you want me to say whether or not you think my dog somehow cured my depression? Dr. Hydock. That's certainly a question that's been on my mind. SCP-2420. Of course she didn't cure me. It just felt nice that someone loved me enough to do what she did. And it's just being a dog. She's not magic. Okay, I need a minute here. 1 second. Okay. We're gonna rate this one. And I don't care what anyone says. This one's getting S because it was fucking beautiful. And... oh, jeez. I'm not crying. It's raining. You're crying. I'm not crying. You're crying. But no, that was beautiful. And that's getting an S tier. I don't care what anyone says. That was absolutely beautiful. So yeah, we did it. Yay. So that's all of them. We ended up with 4 S tiers, 2 A tiers, 4 B tiers, 3 C's, and 1 D. I just think it was I don't know. Who knows? It could have been like his will to see his dog survive, or it could have been, the dog's spirit knowing that he needed her. So who knows? But it was really beautiful, and oh shit, I'm crying. Okay, so yeah. They said it was a sad one when they linked it. They said, "This, you want a sad one?" I was like, "Yeah, give me a sad one," and I wasn't expecting this. So yeah, I am crying. I'm crying. But yeah, that was beautiful. But yeah. So let me put the list together real quick here, and let me just take a. Actually, let me just take a. Let me take a screenshot of our tier list. And okay. But yeah, I just want to thank everyone so much for coming out tonight. Yeah, it's a 7-hour stream. That's crazy. But yeah, I just want to thank everyone so much for coming out tonight. I really appreciate everyone being here and listening to me read 7 hours of SCP profiles and grading them. That really means a lot to me. And I hope you all had fun with this. I do know that now we don't need to do 20 of them because some of them are so long that 14 of them took us 7 hours to read, which is crazy. But yeah, I really appreciate everyone coming out for this today. I had a lot of fun doing this. I hope you had a lot of fun listening. Okay. Gonna get rid of that. Well, we'll take a look to see who's live. I want to. If there's a smaller streamer, I always give support to smaller streamers first. Um. Yeah. So let's go take a look. Let's go see who's live on my friends list, and then let's see about rating someone. Well, I got a couple people that are live with smaller friends list. Um. Hmm. Let's go visit a vampire VTuber, who's playing Dead by Daylight. And that was a lot of fun. I just want to thank everyone so much for sticking with me all night. That really means a lot to me. Um, I know it was a very long stream, and hopefully it was entertaining. Um, sorry, I'm still collecting myself. I'm even not doing my voice properly. But yeah, so let's go ahead and link us over here. And everyone have a beautiful night, and thank you so much for coming. We'll be back tomorrow night at around 7 p.m. to do our Scuffed Dolly artwork, and just hang out and talk. Alright, so everyone have a great night. We're starting the raid. And just be well. Know that I love you and that you matter. And if you ever need that reassurance, just remember you matter and I'm proud of you.
Wait, I didn't see.
Everyone have a great night. Night.
Shit, well, we're
Bye.
first.
Neither did I. Barbecue and chili was on
I
there.
was just being what's the word?
A duck.
A duck. I was
Yes.
a duck.
We were all ducks. We became the duck squad.
Small has admitted to falsely accusing